count that big bang. shit. Hero in the nighttime, I just need my sidekick. Sexy in that leather with the tight fit. Try to get between us, I'ma start a riot. Look how she roll it up. There ain't no room in this two-seater, you can't roll with her. It's getting hot up in the city, but don't keep it tucked. I put that tennis on your neck, make sure you cold enough.
Watching Masters 3 from home was actually really hard.
Everyone wants to play online and feed the game.
At the same time, it motivated me and our team really hard to prove that we deserve to be zero.
Our goal for stage 3 is to just qualify for the LAN.
Qualifying, winning, and creating history together.
I think we've done a lot of work and we look really good.
Oh no, in the corner, Big Swell's up too! And gets the kill. Well, he goes in. Oh my god! Him up massively flat. He's on for the ace. No way! Makes the attempt to follow through, and Cider has to rely on his aim. Push onto the side, fully blinded. He gets one, two.
16 bullets. The flash there is the.
No way!
Oh
God! Oh, oh, no!
Bro, what?
No!
What?
What was that?
Clutch. Hello everyone and welcome to the VCT Challengers main event. We have a big day ahead of us today as some of the best in Europe are still competing for those last two spots at the EMEA playoffs. I am your host Yinsu and I'm super delighted to be back on the desk with Mr. Verified himself, RyanCentral. Hello Ryan.
It's good to be here. I love the fact that over the past few weeks, I've just become a guy that has a birthday every day and is verified. That's the only quality takes I get at the moment. So I'll live with it for now. But yeah, another great day of games. So again, feels like my birthday.
Well, not everybody's verified, Ryan. So we have to highlight that every time you are here. But also, I'm never gonna say no or turn down any queen energy on this desk. So I'm super happy to have you back with us as well, Jess.
What's going on, Yinsu? It is an absolute pleasure to be back on the desk with you. You're one of my favorite hosts in the Valorant, but don't tell anyone. This might be live to thousands of people, but it's just between you and me at the moment. I'm just glad to be back in another day of banging games.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be a game of a day of bangers even. But let's talk about yesterday because we had a hell of a day yesterday, and after 6 best of 3s, we even had to say goodbye to 2 teams. Now, Ryan, are you surprised that the 2 teams were knocked out today? Were Vitality and Alliance?
I'd say so. They were coming into Challengers 2 with a good amount of form from the open qualifiers and enclosed, but it's nice to see for BDS and Alliance that made it to Challengers 1, didn't I think both lost all of their games and went out instantly. For them to come back and perform as well and show us why they're still a top team, at least in challenges, is a really solid showing that these teams can actually maybe surprise a few people and remind us why they got here in the first place.
Yeah, of course. Vitality and Alliance, they're not with us anymore for this stage of the competition. But like Ryan said, BDS and Rix, Jess, they are still with us. They've got through that first hurdle, but it does look like that it's going to be a bit of a mountain to climb for them.
I mean, for BDS, God, they got so close in their first series against 10-Star. It could have gone either way. They get knocked down to the lower bracket, but by mere rounds. I mean, we went to the third map. 10-Star is just on something at the moment, and BDS felt their wrath going into the final closing moments. And then, of course, before that, I mean, when we're going back to Challenges 1, they lost to Guild, they lost to Team Liquid. That is some fierce opponents. So for BDS, I think they just met their makers in the past few series they've had. They obviously won against Vitality to keep themselves in the running, and I think they're doing quite good. But I guess on the flip side there for Rix, they themselves, you know, going up against Giants and losing, going up against G2 and Ascend, both of those teams had really rough opponents before going into obviously the playoffs here today. So I think they're just trying to get back on the up and up.
Well, we saw some upsets yesterday for sure, but also one of the biggest surprises I'd say is seeing Scream on that KO. And here's what the VCT EU talent has made of the agent so far. Throughout the open and closed qualifiers, we've seen some teams pick up KO here and there. You know, we've seen different ways this agent can be played, but I think in comparison to someone like Astra, I don't think it's going to have a similar meta-changing effect.
Regarding KO, I generally didn't see too much of him, and that was just basically because of the team I've counted during the qualifier that just didn't seem to be very much in it. At the same time, the big prominent example we had in Europe playing KO was NIP, with Rhyme swapping into that role from time to time. And obviously that didn't work out so well. It's most definitely not just because they played KO. At the same time, I don't know if it's the time of the agent yet, or if even at the end of the day, he will be as overpowered as some might predict it.
The bad thing about KO, though, is a lot of the teams that played him through the open qualifiers didn't make it to Challengers 2. So 10-Star, Giants, they didn't play it. I would like to see Fnatic and BDS try it, but definitely Liquid. This seems really up Scream Street, right? Playing an agent that stops the other enemy player using their abilities and forces aim duels, that is a match made in heaven for Scream. So I hope to see him on that, but it's whether or not these teams want to take the gamble on a new agent that we don't realistically know how good he is. He's decent, and I think teams are going to get better and better with him. But is it worth the risk versus playing compositions that you've been playing for a lot longer, right?
I think for the main event, at least, it might still remain as one of those pocket picks or one of those picks that teams will pick up here and there. But I don't think it's got to a point where it's a must pick or an agent that's one of the staples we have right now in the game. I hope that changes in the future, but for now, I'm just excited to see what the teams do with this agent. Well, big brain analyst Ryan, as always, predicting a little bit there that we would see Scream on the KO. But Jess, what did you make of this? Was this something that you expected?
I want to see KO a bit more because there's been quite a few analysts around in the Valorant community that are pointing out that KO has the kit for everything. I mean, there's so much you can do with him as an agent, and I think that there's just teams that are a little bit tentative to replace one of their other agents that they usually bring. It's kind of like trying to break their habits and go into something new, and I think players and teams as a whole are a little bit nervous to make that shift. Think about when Astra first came in as well. It took a little bit of time to integrate, and I think as teams are learning that KO can not be a Sova replacement, but there are a lot of Sova players who are going on the KO as well, learning the lines, etc. So there'll be players out there that pick it up as time goes on, but we're in a really critical time, so I don't think teams want to change up too much just yet.
Well, looking at the rest of the region, Ryan, what have you made of some of the other KOs we've seen? And do you feel like Scream is the best KO we've had so far?
I really liked Kriagon's KO. It was like the first ones that we saw in like the upper qualifiers. I think he was playing in some Lithuanian stacks. Of course, it was insane, called GG. He played some really good stuff. Otom, who is known for playing like Euro and everything for Rick's GG, played it a bit yesterday. So we'll be seeing maybe what they can do with a new agent. But kind of like I said in the clip, at this point, when there's only 2 spots for EMEA left, you can pull it out like Team Liquid because compositionally they weren't looking as strong. So it's a nice little ace up the sleeve, putting Screamer on an agent to force his aim duels. Seems like a match made in heaven. But for other teams, it's maybe too much of a risk and a gamble, especially if they can have maybe consistent results to what they were running with before. So if it comes out, you have to be good with it. Otherwise, it can really ruin you and your composition.
Well, as you said, we are in a critical time now as all of the teams, including Team Liquid, are still in the fight for those EMEA playoff spots. And here is a quick format explainer to get you guys all caught up to speed.
It's time to kick off the 3rd stage in style. Every top team from Europe will be going for the trophy at Masters 3 in Berlin in order to crown themselves as the #1 in the world. But the road to win a ticket is long and bumpy. So how do you get a slot? Like in the first 2 stages, we'll start with the Challengers main event in Week 1 and Week 2. Sounds the same as before? Wrong. More teams will make it through, and we'll see a double elimination bracket for the first time in EU. The top 4 from Week 1, as well as the best duo from Week 2, will immediately book their ticket for the EMEA Challengers playoffs. There, they'll face the top 3 teams from both Turkey and CIS. These 12 squads will again be fighting in a double elimination bracket in the playoffs. But this time, not only the 2 grand finalists will make it through. The top 4 EMEA teams will compete in the next stage, VCT Masters 3 in Berlin. Our 4 contenders will fight against the other 12 teams from NA, Korea, Brazil, LATAM, Japan and Southeast Asia for the glory and the title of the 2nd cross-regional VCT competition. This is your time to shine. Are you ready to enter the next stage? And who will be our world champions?
As you guys saw from that video, EMEA playoffs will include teams from Turkey and CIS as well. And Ryan, some big names have already fallen in the Turkish region.
Yeah, we've seen BBL and Fublist actually knocked out of stage 3. 2 of the 3 teams that made it to EMEA playoffs last time will be attending it. What's interesting though is Besiktas actually beat BBL in the upper qualifiers and then knocked out Fublist in the bottom one. So they're like giant killers so far in this. We're looking to see a completely different team that we've never seen before from Turkey actually come through for that final spot to join Oxygen and of course Supermassive Blaze. So yeah, this Turkish region overall is looking a hell of a lot different than we're used to seeing, so you have to pay attention.
Yeah, and I spoke to Vlad, one of the casters at the VCT Turkey, who said to me that they didn't finish their broadcast until 3 a.m. They had a lot of overtimes, which is kind of crazy, but it also sums up how competitive everything is over there right now. Games will be taking place all across EMEA today, but here in Europe, we have 2 very, very important best of 3s. First up, Giants will be taking on Fnatic today, and followed by whichever team drops down to that losers bracket, and they will be taking on BDS. But of course, we have a second stream as well. Don't worry, you can go watch those games if those are the ones you would prefer. Of course, 10-Star versus Team Liquid. And Jess, I do feel like 10-Star, they can't be underestimated any longer.
That's exactly right. And look, I wasn't expecting them to do as well as they did, because at the time when they managed to best Heretics to get themselves into these playoffs, I said to myself, okay, Heretics themselves said they were tired. It was a stamina run for them that day. They got to the very last best of 3 and they were just exhausted. And that happens to teams sometimes. You have a really long run, you have many overtimes of games, you go to the full 3 maps, then you have to play yet another best of 3. And I thought maybe 10-Star just got the better of them. They caught them at a really good moment. But you know what? It was not luck that they managed to get here, because they also managed to best in their very first series of yesterday. And I think they're going to be huge underdogs in this tournament.
Yeah, of course. The UK-Finland derby as well is what I like to call it, with the amount of representation on both of these teams. That will be going on the B stream, as we said. But over here, first up, Giants will be taking on Fnatic. They faced each other in the past before, albeit under different rosters. And just the changes Giants have brought into this new roster has really managed to elevate them to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are sort of thinking back to like Pips and Boo, and now Pipson's the coach and everyone's not sure what's going on with the Giants roster at the moment, well, they've made some damn good changes, and one of the key ones has been bringing in David P from Excel. I know we'll probably talk more intricately about that, into the future, but their roster as it stands now, it's got Hoodie, it's got Fit, Ambi, David P, and Meadow, and that's the team that played yesterday as well. So that's the team we'll be looking at for today, and I'm really excited to see what they have to show, because they have dominated throughout many matches over the past month. But they dropped one map, so they're not doing too shabby.
Yeah, and these guys, they've never found this level of consistency, Jess, so this is a bit of a new look for them as well.
Yeah, and I think that'll be the big thing for them, especially when it comes to roles, being able to have quite a wide map pool, etc., all of those things that you get when you have a really nice, solid roster. I know that Ryan sort of calls it possibly a honeymoon period, but I'm hoping that continues for them.
Well, as you said, Jess, David P has really brought some life into this roster, and this is what he had to say about his time on Giants so far. I'm now joined by David P from Giants. Hello, David. Welcome back to the stream. Before we get started into what's happening today, I just wanted to ask you, because it's been a while since we've seen you compete at the very, very top level of VCT, and it's great to see you back here again. But talk me through, what happened with Excel and why that project didn't end up working out for you.
Hello. Yeah, I'm glad to be back and like to play again at the highest level. Feels good. First of all, why it didn't work with Excel for many things. First of all, because we didn't have the same way of thinking. I will say, we were not thinking in the same way, and the atmosphere and the group was not what I was looking for. I don't know, it didn't work at all, to be honest, and we both didn't wanna keep going on with this lineup, so that's it.
Well, you're standing in for Giants now, and how different is the atmosphere that you're speaking of on this new team?
It's a lot different, to be honest. You can see everyone wanna commit for the team. Everyone is hyping each other. Everyone is friends with each other. Everyone is just playing to be at the top level. Everyone is committing for a team, and that's what you need to be at the top. I don't know how to explain, but it's just a chemistry. And after we have been playing together for now 3 weeks. We practiced 2 weeks together, and we insta saw that we had a lot of potential with this lineup, and that's it. We didn't lost a single map yet, and we are ready to face whoever, to be honest, with this lineup.
Well, how much of a leadership role have you taken on this roster? Because I know you're just standing in for now, but on the teams you've been on previously, you tend to take more of a leadership role.
Yeah, as I tweeted after Excel, I didn't want to be an IGL again, because I felt it's really hard to be IGL, and it's really hard to give your give your input into a team where you don't really know anyone, and where you I don't know how to explain, but with this team, I don't know, after the first day of practice, Pipson told me, we want to try you into the AGL role, because after one day he saw my communication was really good, my mid-range goals were really good, and my ADS were really good. So after one day, Pipson told me, yeah, I want you to be the AGL for the team, so let's try this. And since that, I'm the AGL of the team. But what I like is that everyone is giving some ideas sometimes. Everyone is calling a lot, so that helped me a lot, to be honest. And everyone is taking initiative, and it's really important.
Well, like you said, you guys haven't dropped a single map yet, and we had never seen Giants, go this far and do this well. So what do you think is the secret behind this newfound consistency?
As they told me before, they had like something that blocked them like all the time. It was the last step. Like they were going far into qualifiers, but the last step they were always failing. As they told me, it was because I don't know. It was somehow they were blocked by some things, like I don't know, maybe stress or I don't know what was going on. To be honest, because I was not in the team. But since I'm here, I don't know. Like it feels like everyone is happy to be playing. So I don't know what's why. What is the reason? You need to ask the other players maybe. But since I'm here, I don't know. Everything is perfect, and we just keep running.
Well, it's been an absolute delight to see you guys kind of reach new heights in VCT as well. I'm very much looking forward to see you play later, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, it's good to see David P back on top again, after his time on G2 as well. But also, Jess, it's great to hear that he's enjoying that IGL role again.
He did sort of say that he was a bit tentative to jump into that leadership role. When you come into a brand new roster, everyone's going to feel that no matter how confident of a player you might be. And he said, we tried a few things, tried a bit of leadership from me, and everyone was okay with it. So we moved forward with it. And when you can kind of give a really positive environment for leadership to flourish, especially in a really confident player like that, that is going to elevate the team. He said they were blocked a little bit. I'm wondering whether or not that kind of leadership was that block they were missing. And now he's added that little puzzle piece to the team, and now they're gelling even better than they were before. So sometimes it just takes a really confident leader, and I'm glad he feels as well personally that he doesn't have to shy away from being the IGL, which he didn't necessarily want, that he can really be that kind of leader that the team's looking for.
I think Jess made a really good point about elevating the team, because it isn't just that David P and Ambi, also another player that's come into that roster, that have just been popping off and everybody else has been carried. Everybody else has been playing better. Fatino's been a better entry. I think Hoppy has been exceptional on stuff like the Sky when needed. And even Meadows back in form. We haven't really seen him really pull those kind of numbers since he was back on FPX, right? They have been on a lossless streak. They've beaten Big, they've beaten Alliance, they've beaten Vitality, Rix, a lot of decent teams in Europe. But I think going into Fnatic, that's a tier 1 second place in Reykjavik kind of team. It's a whole different echelon of talent that we've seen Giants play. And so I think that lossless streak might be broken today.
Oh, Ryan. Well, let's talk about Fnatic, because like you said, Giants, they are on a great run, but they haven't really faced many teams of this caliber. And in this instance, they are definitely a different beast.
Yeah, I'd say so, because I think a lot of people got a little bit concerned for Fnatic just because they got second place in Reykjavik. Why didn't they qualify straight away? Why didn't they win Challengers 1? But I think when you look back at those games against Guild and against G2, you rarely see that Fnatic were just adjusting stuff on the fly. They weren't necessarily comfortable with just staying on, say, the bind or icebox compositions that they were running before. They were changing stuff in real time, and because of that, there were gaps in their play. Yesterday, it was an awkward series against Alliance, certainly on Haven. Durka and Doma showed up. This ace was exceptional, and Durka again getting his own. But a lot of these rounds were them cleaning up and bailing out other members of Fnatic for leaving the spike in A lobby because they died. They take weird fights. They didn't look comfortable on Haven. It was a really close game against the Lions, but seeing them come back on Icebox and just dominate and look so much better than they did a couple of weeks ago makes me feel better about Fnatic going forward.
I do love this new duo, in Durka and Doma. The D&D. Also, it's Doma's 18th birthday today, so here on the desk, we wish you a happy birthday. Doma, I cannot believe he's 18. Let's put it that way. But before we talk a little bit more about Doma and Durka and the impact they've had, I had the pleasure of chatting to Durka earlier about this new secret buff. I'm now joined by Durka from Fnatic. Hello, Durka. Welcome to the stream. Now, before we get everything started, I just wanted to ask you about your haircut, because we've had a lot of memes that you've had a bit of a buff now since you got your haircut. Do you feel it? Do you feel like you're a better player now?
Yeah, I definitely do.
Well, talk me through the logic behind that. How do you go from how good you were before to even better just because you've had a haircut?
I don't know. It was hot days in Finland, and I just felt that I want to go bald. My my brother went too, so I decided to try it as well.
Okay, well, the buff is real. You've definitely been dropping quite a few 30 bombs here and there. But, you know, ever since you guys have come back from Iceland, it feels like you're going through a bit of a transitional period. Would you agree with that? And what are the reasonings behind some of the team compositions you've had?
Yeah, so after we came from Iceland, we decided to change some comps. We had a couple of weeks of break and practice. We had a new map, new comps, new meta, and we had to adjust to it. But I think it was kind of hard for us, and only now we are like realizing what to do and how to play them. So I think we fixed everything now, and we're ready to go for Berlin.
Well, one of the things that you guys changed was your bind, which was so iconic. At one point, you guys never lost on bind. Now, Giants, your opponent today, they're looking pretty good on bind as well. Do you have any concerns there? Have you guys managed to iron out your problems?
Yeah, I think we fixed our bind, and I don't know. I don't think Giants is going to win us there.
Okay, Durka, I like the confidence. Well, thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck with your game later.
Thank you.
And yeah, Durka giving us an insight on his haircut and the buff in having no hair, actually, which I know Tombizz has been an advocate for in the past. And Ryan, since we have you on the desk, would you be able to give us a little bit more insight? Is this like a trade secret we don't know about?
Whatever do you mean, Yinsu? No, I would definitely say that, like, the more wrinkles you get in your brain, the less hair you have on your head. Somebody said in Twitch chat yesterday, it was like, Ryan looks like a fatter, balder Hiko, and I think a lot of jokes are about Hiko balding, which makes sense, because he's also a big brain player, so it transcends. We've also seen Link do very similar stuff in regards to that. He shaved all his hair off at Reykjavik and started popping off directly afterwards, so I'm telling you, shave your head, you'll go up in rank. That's my clickbait YouTube advice on that topic.
Yeah, but what about the rest of the points that I guess Durka made there, you know, on a more serious note, because they have been brushing up their bind now, Ryan, and from what Durka said, if Giants were to pick this map today, he doesn't think that they'd stand a chance.
It's very likely that Giants are going to pick it. I think they're 9 out of 10 when it comes to wins on this map, so they're comfortable here. And this is a map, I think one of the complaints about Fnatic overall is that their map pool isn't as deep across various maps, but they make up for it because their bind, they created bind at that point with the composition. That's why they call it the Fnatic comp, and their icebox was similar. But certainly recently, again, they're trying to adapt their composition. They're trying to not get anti-strat as much as they used to. And because of that, there have been gaps in their play. G2 picking up wins on both bind and icebox really shows the Fnatic need to make sure that these maps stay their home maps, that they're bread and butter to make sure that they can win out on. And so we saw a much better icebox yesterday against Alliance, much tighter in regards to play. But bind, well, we haven't seen since Challengers 1, and I'm really excited to see what they're potentially thinking of doing.
Well, we spoke about a Durka a little bit already, but we can't ignore the Jet player on the side of Giants as well, which is Ambi. Now, both of these players, they are Jet players, but looking at the stats here, I gotta say, Ryan, sometimes the stats doesn't tell the whole story because they're not the same kind of player.
They couldn't be any further apart on that sort of Jet spectrum, I'd say. The main difference I think you're going to see in stats is first bloods. Like 1 in 5 rounds, Durka's getting that first kill. That is great play and expected from him. He's aggressive, he postures up, he wants to take duels because he's so good at them. Ambi, a little bit more passive overall, like just 5% first bloods. But of course, the other thing you need to highlight is how often do these players die first as well. Durka, it's up there. I think it's like 17, 18%. It's about 50-50. Ambi, it's also incredibly low. Much more passive on the Jet. But I think, and yeah, I think Jess wants to talk about this a lot more, is just he fulfills that role. He doesn't play aggressively, but that's mostly to allow other people from Giants to do that kind of work.
It's surprising as well because you think about Jet players in like a really traditional duelist role and you think, okay, they're going to be the opening fragger. They're going to be the opportunity to take that opening kill and get that entry you need. And unfortunately for the side of Giants here, not necessarily unfortunately because it's still been working for them, they're really having Hoodie and also Fit sort of chime up. I mean, if you look at their game against Ricks as well, Hoodie was like #1 rated and then right behind him was Fit as well. And in third, sort of in the opening engagements and opening deaths, Ambi sat behind them, playing a bit of the Sova, a little bit of the Jet. So I think he's playing this passive, aggressive kind of Jet role, which works well for the team because it makes others shine.
Yeah, well, you guys have highlighted some of the differences between these two players, but of course they also have a different map pool as well. And Jess, if we just look at stats, Giants win out here kind of hands down.
It's so difficult as an analyst to speak about Giants map pool, especially when we're referring to recent form because they've done well on so many damn maps. The only map that I don't have in recent history that I can turn around and confidently say that they might be really good at recently is Haven. They played that a while ago. It's sort of been one of their instant bans for quite a while now. But you look over to Bind, you look over to Split, you look at Ascent and even Icebox. And I know there's been a breeze sort of just beyond the 1 month mark as well. And they have really positive results on those maps. So to say that they have a weak map is really hard for me to do here. We're just going to have to see how the day shapes up.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit of a different story on the side of Fnatic here. Ryan, they've maybe faltered a little bit on some of the stronger maps. We're used to seeing them.
Yeah, definitely. I think Icebox is the easiest one to sort of see clearly for that because compositionally, not much can change. It's not like you could just throw in the KO and hope for the best. You have to respect the map. Mentioned it yesterday, me and Lo-Fi just arguing about do you need a Sage on Icebox, yes or no? And it's that is the biggest talking point when it comes to composition is do you play with a Jet or not? You could write a 10,000 word essay on that just in itself. So the fact that Fnatic have tightened that up, I think there was a lot of exploiting from Mixwell with G2 playing up against them, going into mid, going into tube, finding his way to kitchen and just stabbing Fnatic in the back on their defense. There was none of that. Alliance didn't have any room to breathe. Durka was actually finding some really nice spots to hold on defense in aggressive positions. It felt like that was a lot of a stronger look. Haven, it always goes to overtime because it's Fnatic and Alliance. Yep. It's just naturally what's going to happen. But Bind is certainly the big one. It's no doubt something we're going to see today. Both teams like to play it. Giants have been dominant on it. I would want to see maybe some KO coming out of Fnatic because I feel like that's what's missing.
Oh, well, we shall see because after Scream whipping out that KO yesterday, I'm not writing anybody off now, but the picks and bans are in, they are ready. So let's have a look at the map vetoes now and see which 3 maps we will be heading to today in this first best of 3. And as predicted, Haven and Split, they're both off the table. So we are going to go to Icebox first, followed by Bind, and if we do go to a decider, it is going to be on Ascent. Jess, Icebox, Bind, and Ascent. Do you feel like a team perhaps is more favored on this set of maps?
I'm looking towards Icebox, and the last time Giants played, very, very recently against Alliance, it went to that first sort of overtime and everyone was sort of working out, okay, is Giants going to be able to pull this away or not? So they really got pushed the edge on that particular Icebox map. And then before that, they hadn't played it in quite, sort of recent times. The most map that they played, as we spoke about, is Bind. So it's not a surprise that we have Bind. I know Ryan has mentioned it, you as well, Yinsu, that Bind would be a Giants pick almost through and through, and that Fnatic have spoken about the fact that they kind of fixed up a few things on it, because I think map 2 will be where it really kicks off, which hopefully means we'll get to a map 3.
I think Fnatic have to win this 2-0. I feel that Ascent is too much of a question mark, because Giants have been consistent across lots of different maps. Not that Fnatic's Ascent is bad in particular, but I think this is where you expect Fnatic to be strong. They've won the map pool. If it was, say, in Reykjavik, these two teams playing, you'd go, Fnatic have this 2-0 because their Icebox and their Bind is exceptional. Now more so, they need to prove that they're still dominant on here. Beating Giants is necessary. I think everybody, other than a couple that were just doing it for giggles, I suppose, said that Fnatic were going to win challenges too. Yeah. They have to show that, and they have to be dominant on Bind and Icebox to do that, I think.
If it does go to Ascent, let's not forget the Giants beat Vitality. Yes, okay, in overtime, close matchup, but they still close it out, so they've got the capacity, especially when it gets to the nitty-gritty, to knuckle down. But before that, they 13-7 big on this map as well. So I think in recent form, when we're looking at Ascent, if it does go to the 3 maps, you're right, Fnatic will be staring down the barrel of possibly being knocked down to that lower bracket.
I mean, it does feel like no matter what happens today on any of these maps, if Fnatic are able to take it off Giants, it'll be truly the first time, Ryan, that they've even dropped a map here.
Yeah, and again, you're sort of looking at it like, okay, you're winning over Vitality, Alliance, Rix, a lot of the teams that actually did make it, you know, to the close challenges. But Fnatic is a different kettle of fish. I feel like, bearing in mind that in stage 2, Fnatic came through challenges 2 that time as well. They had a nice run of form. Same with Liquid. They were the last real 2 teams to qualify, and they ended up taking all of the EMEA and also doing relatively well on an international stage, which wasn't really expected for either of those teams at that point. So Fnatic, this isn't unbeknownst to them. They know how to get through this, and even then they still have a chance going down to like the lower bracket. But I think that these 2 teams are my teams to qualify for EMEA. I don't think that this Giants team is just a flash in the pan. I think there's some solid fundamentals there. I think Pipson really has this team screwed in nicely when it comes to what their roles are and positions. And after watching and casting them for the Open Qualifiers, I'm really excited for people to hopefully, this is where they get 13-0, hopefully we see Giants actually being able to have like a solid look and people go, okay, this team is good again.
Yeah, I mean, it will be a big statement for them to win here, especially Icebox, you know, being Fnatic's pick. So, Jess, are you concerned at all? You know, as you mentioned, the last time they did play this map, it really went the distance. That was against Alliance, but Fnatic did kind of roll them over yesterday.
I'm unsure how I really feel about it, because when you have a map as your primary map pick, you are confident going in that that is your map. We have seen that in the yesterday games as well. We get onto teams' map picks and then they shine with confidence, and it almost looks night and day between the map pick of their opponents and then the map when they're on. They move smoother, they play more effectively. The calls are obviously very reminiscent of a team that understands that map and has executes and strategies ready to go. But you're right. I mean, the Alliance game was far more convincing when Fnatic went up against them yesterday. And I think that gave me a lot of confidence that Fnatic will do well on Icebox. But I'm looking over at my stats here for the side of Giants, and they're not a pushover on it. I know you've referred to it, but I still think they've got a really good chance of pushing this into double digits.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select and now and see what both of these teams pick. We've seen both of them play on Icebox already, and we know that Giants, they lean towards the double duelist, which is not something the Fnatic tend to do, despite having Durka and Doma both on their team. And as you guys can see, all the agents are locking in. And Ryan, no surprises so far.
It's the usual so far. I think watching Hoodie recently has been pleasant, because I know Mitch was hype about him to begin with initially when he came into VALORANT, but we haven't seen it. He's been a very invisible player for this roster. But like I mentioned, with David P coming in, with Ambi playing, Ambi's most likely going to be playing up on the Sova, which is what he's hovering over. So there it is. Yeah, these are typical compositions. Icebox isn't a map where you can be super creative compositionally. It's just about having the tightest player, having some good ideas and seeing how it plays out in the server. But yeah, Hoodie's going to be good to watch on the Arena for sure. Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, he's been an absolute monster on the Sky lately as well. But Jess, also got to point out, you know, Fnatic running with a Killjoy, and because Giants, they favor the double duelist, we're not seeing any Sentinels there. We're not counting Sage at this point as a Sentinel.
No, I think the good thing about the conversation that we have about Sage on Icebox especially is I am absolutely addicted to the fact that you need a Sage on this map, especially when you're attacking. I just feel like if you have that barrier orb, you have so much, you know, sight control compared to other teams. So I'm glad that at least for them, you know, having the Killjoy rather than the Reyna that we can see on the side of Vodafone Giants. I mean, I like their lineup a little bit more than Giants, just because Giants is relying very heavily on that mechanical and gun skill side of things, but they are a very structured team. So it kind of looks like they're going out of the box from their new identity that I feel Vodafone Giants is attempting to get out there and be, this is who we are now. But on the side of Fnatic, the Jet, the Killjoy, the Sage, Server and Viper, that kind of seems to me like if you sat down, you had a, you know, bowl of spaghetti bolognese, you got every single traditional ingredient in there. Nothing is out of the ordinary. You're not trying to make it a fusion. That's the kind of roster and composition I like to see.
Now I'm really hungry now, so thanks for that, Jess. And thanks, Ryan, as well. I'm going to let you guys rest your voice a bit, because here we go. It's time to head into the first map and introduce you guys to your lovely and very talented casters for today, Mitch and Tom.
What a lovely introduction, Tom. Damn, we're getting compliments off the bat. Sue must be feeling good today. I don't know what's changed to make her go that way, but I'm happy about it. Tom, I'm ready for Icebox. I'm ready to kick this one off. One of my favorite maps, that's for damn sure. Which team you favoring coming in today?
It's got to be Fnatic. I think that they're always going to be the team to beat. They are the team that we sort of put them up at the top, so I think that it's going to be a closer game. I'm hoping that Giants will at least perform to a decent level, but I do think that Fnatic are always going to come in favorites here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you 100%, Tom. It might be the boring answer, but realistically, we know that Fnatic are the big dogs within Europe. They're the ones we expect to do a lot of the damage. But Tom, you know what? That's enough about the teams. Let's actually see them. Now, the people at home didn't quite get to see what we did, Tom. We had a little preview because we can see the in-game feed the whole time while you guys are watching the desk and the vetoes. And Vodafone Giants, they might be coming in as the underdogs, but I'll tell you what, Tom, they've got team spirit. We saw them doing a little bit of a huddle in the defender spawn to kick this one off. So you may bet that the energy is going to be pretty high for these guys, at least to start the series.
Yeah, I did feel a little bit sorry for Zilv in that moment as sort of like the creepy guy in the corner just watching them do the huddle, just like, oh,
that's always Zilv, though.
He's like the odd one out, the guy who didn't get picked for the team. It's like, oh, yeah, sorry, it's 5v5 and there's 11 of us. So it's a bit awkward. Do you mind just watching? Either way, we are right into our pistol round. Sorry, Zilv, I love you, really.
Not the first time you've asked Zilv to just watch, but anyways, there's a wall going down. It's covering the entirety of the side, but as it drops, Meadow is able to take down one from above. The fights are going Fnatic's way, and the plant should now be found. They've got that ice wall deep to cover Vodafone Giants from being able to really spam them out, but there's a little bit of a gap. The Fatino's been able to walk through. This will hasten up the pace on going back in for the retake. In fact, Fatino is hastening it all the way. He's going right back to yellow before his teammates are anywhere nearby, and it's the opening duel already in his back pocket. Fnatic want to play the post plants here. They want to run that clock down, and you can see the shock darts and snake bites on their way, but they've already got it diffused halfway on the Vodafone Giants side. Unfortunately, they won't be getting it the rest of the way, Tom, because they get destroyed in those late round duels.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm back. I cut out there, so you're gonna have to give a little bit of a replay of the round. Technical issues seem to be the plague of everyone's lives. I'm hoping that's just a blip on the radar, but we'll see. I also, hopefully production can tell me if I'm back live to everyone else, because it actually just cut everything out for a sec, so fingers crossed. It's all good.
Hopefully people can hear you, otherwise I'll sound like I've developed a sixth personality. But anyways, for Fnatic, they're on the attack side now. So Tom, they had a pretty easy time when it came to the pistol, right? They get down, they play their post plants, and they don't even need to because then they just dominate in duels. Now, they're looking to rinse and repeat the same strategy, moving towards the B side. Lots of open space, so no surprise that that's where they want to take it up against this weaker buy from Vodafone Giants, who have actually invested a decent amount. They've gone for some upgraded pistols. They've gone for a Marshall as well, but Tom, there's not going to be a reward for that. Well, you wouldn't think there would be a reward for that, but they have come out with the opening duel, dropping Boaster. Even despite a couple of players on low HP, this could be Fnatic in a bit of trouble. If they lose even one more player, it will already be a successful round for Vodafone Giants, and there's the drop by Hoodie. Hey, pretty decent round already shaping up. Let's see what more damage they can do.
Oh, God, this is starting to get a little bit scary now. Hoodie's now managed to pick one back. Doma is in a bit of a dicey spot. One kill goes his way, but they're looking to try and surround him. The question is, do they have time? It looks like they might be. All right, it's going to be incredibly close, but I think they might just about... Oh, that's so unlucky. 0.12. Fnatic, you've got very, very jammy in that round.
Yeah, they've lost a lot. Let's be clear about that. Weapons drop. They lose absolutely everybody. So reinvestment in this round is going to be huge. It's going to probably leave them with a weaker economy than Vodafone Giants have. But at the end of the day, they didn't get the round on the board. And I think that's going to devastate David P, because he actually jumped on it really quickly. The snakebite was still up, and he jumped in there, sacrificing potentially his life, but getting away with it as the snakebite faded away. Sad thing being that, well, they lose the round by 0.12 of a second. There's not much you can do about that. Coming into round number 3, you can see the economy for Fnatic, Tom, is pretty shaky after losing all those players. In fact, they've got 2 Spectres and a Bulldog and a Guardian alongside their Vandal. Vodafone Giants are ahead in the economy game. And this isn't a bonus from Fnatic. They've had to invest everything.
Yeah, it might look like a bonus, but it definitely isn't one. Durka with a rifle, though, we know what he can do. And, well, Doma's been on fire over the last couple of days. We've seen the double Ds coming back in full strength once again. And, well, I'm starting to get a little bit worried here because Boaster's Lurk is also going to find another pick. And they did so well in what was just a small investment round, but Fnatic have gone, all right, that's enough now. We're just going to go back to what we do best, which, for anybody who doesn't know, is winning.
It definitely is, at least here in the European region. When it comes to Fnatic, having 5 players alive here, they're actually going to go even further and look for these weapons. They want to hunt down Vodafone Giants, and oh, they've got great info off that. Magnum able to get himself a kill. Cloudburst giving Fatino away, and there'll be some upgrades there for his teammate. Overall, not a bad bounce back considering how poor round 2 was. They've come out of this with, I think, 2 Vandals, and they're going to be able to buy up onto the rest of them while Vodafone Giants take an eco.
Yeah, that's the problem now. That was all of the round before basically came down to now punishing Fnatic. For anybody who doesn't know, I think it's been said multiple times, it is Doma's birthday. So make sure you go and at the man on Twitter on birthday and wish him a happy birthday.
At him on birthday.
You know what? He's 18 years old, and yeah, he's better at video games than I will ever be, no matter how hard I work. And I'm very jealous, so, you know.
Oh my, Fatino! He's taking the fight right to Fnatic. The updraft dash play, and they're out of there. That's how you start an eco. Now, unfortunately, he will be dropped on the way back, so the weapon's not going to be retrieved. But Ambi in with another. Okay, this is starting to look pretty doable for Vodafone Giants. Another round where they've got a low buy. In fact, not even a buy. And Fnatic are into, well, a 4v4 after using a res.
Yeah, they brought it back to a winnable position. It does just seem like a lot of these, like, more aggressive plays that are working out at the moment for Giants are just almost catching Fnatic off guard, but they've quelled things, they've slowed things down. They do have to be careful of Hoodie's Marshall though, Mitch, because we've already seen that he can definitely make this weapon work, and in fact, they're actually going to commit a lockdown. Of course, if it guarantees the round, I don't think Fnatic...
The power of the Marshall is strong, but it looks like this time around, Meadow's going to be dropping the backside, leaving Hoodie without the ability to really do anything. He's not on the site just yet, playing over towards the spawn, so it's going to run the clock down as they hope for an angle to be given. Durka offers that one up on a silver platter. Vodafone Giants have David P coming on the flank as well. He will be spotted, but he still gets the kill out of it before going down to the turret. Hey, it's worthwhile to put it into the 2v2. That's spam. It connects onto Magnum, lighting him up even further. Vodafone Giants aren't going for the defuse instead. They want to close the distance, and Hoodie gets in Magnum's face. This is so winnable now. Shock darts going over. Boaster will stop them right there. And it looks like they've still got time. Just about time. Oh god, that was close. But 3-1 we go. How is it the Vodafone Giants look so much better when they've got the Marshals out? Hoodie, drop that Vandal. Take a Marshal right now, man. So I think we've lost Tom, but he'll fix that up. I think we'll all be happy to have a moment without his negative attitude, you know? It's always nice. But with 3-1 on the board, Fnatic are not in a great spot, honestly. That previous round, you would have imagined, would go towards them pretty easily. And these roadblocks that they're hitting in the early... Oh, no, Meadow! That is awkward. Somehow these roadblocks seem to just fade away when it comes to Vodafone Giants having rifles. A very quick play through middle from Fnatic. They overrun the site, but Mystic does get dropped. They'll be able to plant the spike still, earn up another point towards Doma's res. David P kind of sandwiched though. He's stuck between the site players and a little bit of a lurk coming out of Boaster. And at this point, he has to try and fight on one of the fronts. He'll come to his teammates to try and force it on the site, and then use that as a bait. Boaster sneaking up behind him, catches him off guard. Quick kill onto Hoodie, and it is another pretty clean round from Fnatic. I mean, I'm just lost. Really and truly lost at this point. How How can Vodafone Giants end up killing all of Fnatic both times that they have an eco? Winning one of those two and almost winning the first one with just 0.12 of a second between them. And then it comes to the stage where they have rifles in their hands and they lose, getting maybe one kill. It's ridiculous. The fact that they still have a little bit of extra cash, I'm sure, helps them out in the more traditional sense of the game, but I can't help but feel like Hoodie without a Marshall's a round loss. But obviously he did a lot of damage in the one before with the rifle. Let's see how this one... Well, that's not a great start. Hello, Tom! You've returned!
Yeah, I hope that fixed it. I did the classic thing of turn it off and turn it back on again.
Pulled a high pop.
Don't worry, I'm not trying to go to bed faster, chat. I know that that's a copy paste that everybody seems to enjoy. Apologies to Hypok, of course, for stealing his shtick. But fingers crossed, everything's looking good now. And it seems like Fnatic is still just winning, Mitch. I don't know if I've got
Tom,
that one right, but it looks pretty good.
You have no idea what we're witnessing here, man. So while you were fixing that, we've had Fnatic win out the rounds versus the full buy of Vodafone Giants, obviously. But obviously they had that round versus an eco where they almost lost by 0.12 of a second.
Yes.
And then they did lose to the other eco in the post-plan. Vodafone Giants managed to get the defuse. So
nice.
And kill all of Fnatic. And then Vodafone Giants had a full buy the next round and lost, only getting one kill. So it's been weird. This was sort of a mix buy for them. They could afford a couple of rifles, but for the most part, it's an eco. They've spotted Abby going above, so that's another vandal going to be dropped. I think Durka was confused as to how he got up there. But with 5-1 on the board, you know, you could glance at this and think, oh, Fnatic are dominating Vodafone Giants. Cool. But it's not really the case right now. It's a very close game when it comes to the eco rounds, and I think the pause we're seeing come in is probably Vodafone Giants discussing with themselves, what are we doing wrong when we have rifles?
Do you know there's something that I needed to bring up actually on the broadcast? It is about Durka, a magnificently talented man, but he made a joke, I would say about a month ago. I was saying the only thing I'm better than Durka at is being bald, and he said, I'm going to beat you at that too. Now, I took that as a joke, but the man has genuinely shaved his head, and well, you actually brought it up to me earlier. He pulls it off, and I'm not going to lie, it does irritate me. It really, really does. You can't be that good at Valorant and then also steal my one. Like, I know Ryan's trying, but let's be real. Like, come on, man.
Ryan's not fully committing.
I've got the board on lock.
That's the problem.
He's not gone all in. He needs to shave everything. Not a single hair on his entire body.
Ryan's like...
head.
Ryan's like... Ryan's like rolling the dice. That's it. Like maybe one day he'll wake up and it'll actually be growing all around, and he's gonna be chuffed. You know,
he's gonna borrow some of Upmine's hair and then come back with like his own full head of hair.
Yeah, funny thing about that.
And you wouldn't be able to tell with Upmine, because I don't know how much hair is there, but I feel like it's an unlimited amount.
I like this. This is an adaptation on the Viper ultimate, right? They're going to wall up David P, put him in a position to just pop that ulti and completely block out this site. Contrary to what we saw before, though, Tom, when some teams tried this by doing it like up on top of the blocks, you don't need a two-man defense anymore when you do it that way. It does cost you the wall, obviously, but it means that your Viper can now solo hold both alleyways, which is invaluable, really.
Well, it seems like, unlike a lot of teams who will try and risk and play through it, Fnatic have just decided, you know what, if you're going to try and lock down the B site, we're just going to go pushing directly into A. Now, there are some pretty quick rotations here, but Doma, after one trade, has already managed to bring this into a situation where they have the site. The only thing they have to worry about is Fatinho, and he's gone as well. The peak not working out for him, looking a little bit disjointed at the moment from Giants, and while the hero play has almost turned him into a villain, because now Doma has his res, and that brings back Durka.
Strong player to have online, Tom. Plenty of time.
He's pretty good
on that clock. They don't have their wall to work with. They don't really have anything to block vision. It's going to have to be duels that are taken over on the Vodafone Giants side, and unfortunately, those duels aren't going their way. That's not a round thing. That's more of a series thing. Fnatic 6-1 up. And despite the fact that, you know, those eco rounds have looked pretty close from Vodafone Giants, and well, Tom, there should be one coming up, right? So they're going to win this one easy.
Hoodie's going to drag him through. He's off to a pretty good start. Someone I was definitely excited to see. I think also, for me at least, like Meadow and David P are people I remember all the way back in the beta. So I'd like to see them back on the top once again. Of course, Meadow previously being in FPX. And if you didn't know, David P was on this team called G2. I think they did quite well, at least historically, when he was on the roster. So actually, people could say that when he left, it all went downhill. So maybe he was the chosen one after all.
They could. I'm not sure that would be strictly accurate, but they could say
Who cares
that.
about accuracy? Like, we care about stories, Mitch. That's the important thing.
We don't need the truth. We just need the
That's
story.
Ryan's job. Ryan will tell you the truth. I'll make it sound nice.
Hoodie has pulled this weapon out again. He has been unbelievable with the Marshall in hand so far. The 3K up against the rifles they initially pulled out, and he's come in and dome it to start this one. Hunter's Fury frantically searching for him, but not finding. Now Meadow with the pistol in hand. I've only seen that man run at enemies and die instantly. This time, though, he can be a little bit of flack for Hoodie to play off of, you would imagine. But no, Hoodie's just running on the site. This guy's confidence is through the roof right now. And as the Reyna, I suppose, that's what's needed. They're being picked off. One. Ow, my.
What?
You can't do that, man. Straight through the smoke. At least the rest of it seems to be leveling out decently, leaving David P all by himself. A 1 versus 2, a sheriff in hand, and practically no time to get it done. It is 7-1. But you see what I mean, Tom? Like, I don't understand it, but Vodafone Giants look so much better when they're playing an eco. When Hoodie is a Marshal, he seems to get 2 kills minimum every time.
Has Hoodie heard of this gun called the Operator? Because I don't know about you, but I have a feeling it would work quite well for him.
Yeah, I think it did. I think
would
that's
even
all
say
he did when he came to Valorant originally.
Maybe give him that.
I think he's heard of...
I've seen Vitinho have it in this game so far, so
Yes.
maybe switch up. No, never mind.
So, yeah, obviously Hoodie, when he came into the scene, was playing the Operator a lot. He was playing the Jet, and it makes a lot of sense for that guy. Transitioning over from Counter-Strike, where he was AWPing. Like, it fits. So does Vitinho. He fits into this roster nicely, and an opening duel is something they'll be very happy about. But despite that, they're still playing aggressive. David P going up, using the Opera essentially as a bait. So these players will be so focused on him, they forget that there's another player on this site. He's even swinging out further. David P, the double to bring Vodafone Giants miles into the lead. Finally, it feels like they have a foothold in a buy round.
They've still got to be very careful, though. Magnum on the lurk is always as deadly as ever. The sneak through the smoke is going to bring things back into a 3-on-2. Still an advantage in the other direction, and well, this duel could be everything. Ambi, though, he's going to play this calm and collected. Already done enough damage that he can afford to fall back, and David P almost went a little bit wrong, but he finds his 3rd kill of the round. His aggression, his positioning has been nigh on perfect, and while Magnum, he's not so sneaky anymore.
Yeah, he'll be caught after that one, and a 2nd round found for Vodafone Giants. Even an eco res coming in. Keep that Operator alive. Now, on the Vodafone Giants side, obviously Hoodie has been doing a pretty damn good job. What's surprising me is how sort of aggressive, yeah, I think that's the right way to put it, we've seen Meadow playing. Because for me, Meadow, obviously due to the role he was playing specifically, this was such a good lurker. This is a guy that can really get behind you and mess you up. But now he's playing middle on Icebox, and so far it doesn't really seem to be netting him a whole lot. That's disgusting by Durka.
They're checking their corners this time. I'm not overly surprised. Like, no, don't worry, guys. I have checked. David P is not here. And while he almost single-handedly won them the round in the previous, they are going to be able to seemingly, I was going to say trade ultimates, but they didn't. So, okay, the ult's going to stand. It gives them at least a little bit of extra space. And actually, Meadow does win that duel. It's only going to be a trade for now. But Fnatic, well, I feel like Dome are currently just working out where they're going to be planting this one, because he's been switching up those walls quite regularly.
Yeah, it makes it difficult to really make these sneaky plays that Hoodie's trying, but he's managed to make it over, and no one's there.
He's
now realizing that this is going to be a bit of a fake play, but Doma doesn't get the kill he was hoping for. The A side already taken over by Magnum, but the cross is being watched. Magnum able to catch that kill, which drags the rotate immediately. They'll get the site, they'll get the plant. That was a really unfortunate situation, honestly, for Giants, because when they used that Hunter's Fury, they didn't account for the lockdown being put up on top of the box. That puts them in a tough spot then, not being able to deal with that. They have to give up the B site, and that means essentially they give up A because they're getting ready to retake B, and so the players have already rotated out of position. Great on the feet thinking by Fnatic. It now puts them in an advantageous spot. The clock ticking away. The drone, at least, oh, it spotted both of them.
Thing is, though, just the amount of utility that's about to go down on this spike. This is something that
Shock
so far
darted.
Giants haven't been really able to deal with. Nice work from Hoodie, though. It's left all onto Mystic. He's only got one snakebite available. Needs to peek for the kill, and Ambi is holding the angle to make sure nothing comes of it. This time, they are going to be getting the defuse through, thankfully, and Giants have now got themselves a third round on the board. And in all honesty, if they can get to 5, it's a pretty decent half, especially considering the start.
I like the shock dart on the spike there as well. Just before they get to the site, they pop it down. It destroys all the nano swarms that were there, and that pretty much ruins the post plant that Magnum was hoping for, so he has to peek out wide. Does it a little bit early while the snake bite's still active. I think he was trying to catch them running to this spike just as they started the defuse, so slightly mistimed on that. But overall, from Fnatic, you also see the adaptation that's now going to make Fatino feel much more uncomfortable. I think probably why you see him on the A side at the start of this round, because on B, they used that drone early on. And again, the drone is put through on the B side. It's clearing it out. It's spotting that there's no jet operator there. There is a jet operator on this A side, both for the attackers and the defenders. And Dirk has already given that one away.
But yeah, they actually don't play the full lurk this time in Magnum, so it almost baited Hoodie, I feel, a little bit to feel a bit more secure in that moment of finding that initial kill. Instead, though, it's a bit of a slower round, some pushing and probing from Boaster. And he's hit the timing pretty good to make it over to yellow. But yeah, as you said, they've basically just gambled this round completely on Fatino. He's a man who definitely can step up to the plate, but he needs to hit this first shot and get out of there, and that's a bigger problem. The timing of pushing through the screen catches David P completely down, and they're actually just going to go and collect the... Oh, but that's a fantastic shot. So important. Denies the res, but he loses his life and the A site.
Okay, the good trade there, at least. That's heartbreaking, man. The jump, you're only visible for half a second. Did he see Meadow coming across? Is he ready for this? Oh, he certainly is now. Meadow coming around the right side for Durka, who's just backing off again. It's going to be one of those nasty post-plant plays. 2 snake bites and 2 shock darts still online, but they might not even need the utility if Durka keeps fragging like that. Ambi getting shock darted up on top and taken down by a wall bang. 8-3 we go, and Fnatic are looking incredibly dominant on the score line, despite some of these rounds being pretty damn close. Vodafone Giants haven't got the reward to see for it. And you can see a little check-in on our other game, 10-Star versus Team Liquid, tied up 5-5. 10-Star putting up one hell of a fight.
Yeah, no, I'm excited for that team. We got to see them in some of the earlier qualifiers, and they had like a few cool little ideas that I'd never seen before, which I'll be honest, especially on a map like Split, you see a lot of things repeated again and again. So they definitely caught my eye, but what they're currently doing, the damage they've done, the teams they've beaten, they're a prospect. And if they can somehow make it as one of the top 2, that would be a huge statement.
And this buy for Vodafone Giants is really weak. It's featuring 3 Spectres alongside the Vandals. Hoodie not on a Marshall obviously is not a good thing. All jokes aside though, Fatino is looking for that little bit of mid presence, jumping around but not managing to catch any connections. They're going to set into a late round default, and this default will have a heavier stack towards the A site. Fnatic have put up... Oh, that's... What? Come on! How? My only question, I only have one thing to ask, that is how. At least he's dealt with eventually, but they don't know. Okay, never mind. Well, yeah, it's dealt with, and they're going to get the planted.
We're also going to see the elevated Viper's Pit once again, or did he fall off before he actually used it?
So
never mind then. Not going to be using that one, but still, they have an advantageous position. Now, the Spectres actually pushing into the Viper's pit might not actually be that bad of an idea. Get the closer range angle, and the Shock Dart's trying to clear out maybe some of the people, maybe some of the utility, as you mentioned already. For now, though, it's the fallback from the majority. A bit of damage being done, and Magnum just trying to hold a bit of a snaky angle, but Ambi is more than prepared for it. And the problem, though, is they've still got to clear out Doma and Mystic.
Yeah, just playing inside that Viper's pit. Look at this Meadow on 1 HP playing with the classic, but Durka has a much better chance of winning that fight when he's on 1. 9-3 we go. Decent half by Fnatic, you could say. Very, very strong one indeed, considering that the struggles they had were versus those light buys, versus the ecos, essentially. And
basically versus the Marshall. You can just say versus the Marshall. It'd be easier than that.
To be honest, though, even if we give that round over to Vodafone Giants, like, if Vodafone Giants won that round where it was 0.12, you're still looking at an 8-4 half, you know? Like, it's not being the best for them. And I would argue that if they don't get the pistol here, they're going to be very, very unlikely to take this map.
Well, that is one of the things I've been a little bit curious about, because people talk about the honeymoon period, but I think also for Giants, nothing has gone wrong yet. Like, sure, they've had close games, they've had comebacks, yada yada, but they haven't been just banged out on a map. They haven't lost a map. So you never really know how that conversation is going to go, whether or not the positivity drops, whether or not all the good things that David P was talking about, like everybody's communicating, everybody's chipping in. Well, that's very easy when you're winning. I would know. I'm like that when I play. Like, when you're winning, yeah, let's do this, let's do that. When you're losing, dead silent. You get a little bit in your own head. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Obviously, they're slightly more professional than I am when it comes to playing. But that is besides the
slightly
point.
Better.
Just slightly. It's close.
Just a little bit, yeah. The thing that interests me about this Giants roster, though, is they have some good results. As we said, though, this pistol is going to be very, very important. They've managed to get over towards the site, but the post-plant setup, or the pre-plant setup, I suppose, from Fnatic is keeping them completely off it. They can't get the spike planted just yet. They've also given up too much control to really rotate back at this point. It would be a big gamble if they go for the A site, because at this point, Fnatic could easily have pushed down mid. In fact, I think Vodafone Giants were gambling on that. David P, starved for cutting off lurks, for playing that back line, and he is, well, he's back pretty much as far as he can go. Playing so his wall is up for his team and holding the bag for any flanks. But Fnatic are being incredibly patient, sticking with the 3-man setup here. And Meadow is tagged down to 1 HP, then shock darted inside that poison orb. It's so good. They thought they were out of snake fight, so it was easy, but it's anything but. There's 6 seconds left. They need a plant right now, and there's no time left. Vodafone Giants have lost the pistol, and Fnatic have just displayed one of the best stall plays that you will see. That was absolutely gorgeous from the Fnatic side, and now they've got double digits on the board before Vodafone Giants breach 4 rounds.
Well, they've always been the king of after plants. It seems like they're looking for another crown, which is just the king of no plants when it comes to the other team. Because this was just so rough. Like, there's so many positions that were just being held. The initial plant, I felt like there was an opportunity to get it down, but it just almost got denied enough that they fell away from the initial plant. And now it's put them in a spot where, well, they were just battling uphill from then on. We do have an investment in some marshals, though. So maybe, just maybe, they can bring something back here.
Yep, statistically, this is where Vodafone Giants are most likely to pick up the rounds. Let's see if that's going to work out. Yeah, the other thing actually about the last round, why Fnatic were able to delay for so long without actually burning up utility, is first of all the patience on their side to not just feel like they need to keep throwing in their shock darts and all that, but also the fact that I think they sort of read that Vodafone Giants were holding for that flank play. They were ready for it. And Boaster, the 2 people that he killed also had marshals. That's the thing. It's not like he took a fight versus pistols. He took the fight versus a pretty even, actually disadvantageous spot. Durka had pushed up A at the very start of this round. He's been on a very, very late flank, and he got the reward. 3 versus 2, still winnable though.
Oh, that was a nice try. Considering that was, again, just like a few marshals invested in and they should have a buy round, like, that really isn't too bad coming out from Giants. The problem is, obviously, you have to look at the context. Like, getting it down to just 2 players remaining. Fnatic have so many rounds to get this over the line, and we can even just start talking about individuals, not even just as the roster as a whole. Do I genuinely believe that you're going to be able to deny players like Durka or Doma from winning 2 rounds and a half? Probably not, but I'd give them that. I'd give them the benefit of the doubt. So it's going to be a really rough uphill battle. And actually, the investment in the last round might be a little bit more than I expected, because this buy kind of sucks coming out from Giants.
Now, Fnatic are just playing a different level on Icebox here. They're ready for everything that Vodafone Giants want to do. When Giants hold for flanks, there's no flank. When Giants commit to a site, there is a flank. When Giants want to play a little bit of map control late in the round, like we saw it where a couple rounds into the first half, Hoodie tried to make a play through middle when there was a lot of B presence, but Fnatic were lurking there and waiting for him to do that. It feels like Vodafone Giants are on a different tier, essentially. I think that's true for most European teams. It's just hard to play the mind games that Fnatic want to play, because they know your team better than you probably do.
Well, good luck, David.
Yeah, that was ambitious.
Just so much utility just falling the second he goes to try and do anything. We're already seeing the rotation also coming in through mid, the push through A. Like, they know exactly where this is going at this stage. Now, David might be able to force Mystic out of the corner. He's actually just going to patiently wait to avoid the bullets. Just making sure that they're not going to hand anything over on the other side. Although, I was going to say Poster might get caught, but never mind. He's just cracked ahead with the Marshall, and they win that round flawlessly. I guess bring on Bind.
Yeah, it's kind of felt like that the whole series. Like, I really don't feel like we're watching a game on this map, and it is very much Fnatic just dominating when it comes to the understanding of the map, of how to play the game, of what Vodafone Giants are doing. They have better reads every step of the way. And my question is that a map specific thing? Is that something that Vodafone Giants can bounce back on when it comes to Bind? Well, I think so, because it's an easier map to play in general. The problem is you're playing it against Fnatic, who are kind of like the Bind team. I mean, they were the only ones to really compete with Sentinels even for a long time. So I really find it difficult to see Vodafone Giants bouncing back in this series.
Well, it doesn't look like it's getting any better in this map, at least. Already, Coutinho is going to lose that initial battle to Durka once again. It seems like a classic Durka showing. Just free roam around the map, taking battles. Ambi, though, with a nice shot at least. We'll get rid of Boaster. There's still a multitude of players here, though. Like the rotation even coming in to bring Doma back. Hoodie is going to turn this into a winnable spot, but they don't expect Magnum to still be close. The trade, quick, and Ambi again has turned this into what is at least looking like an extra round. So a 4. Maybe bringing it slightly closer like Ryan wanted, because I remember at the beginning he was saying, Watchman, this is a 13-0 now. Well, you weren't far off.
Yeah, you almost predicted that one spot on. Let's see if Mystic can make the clutch happen. Nice shot. Oh, no. That was a beautiful start to it. Slowing it down, waiting for someone else to push. The time is going to be the big issue here. He's not facing into much post-plant utility. You've got 2 shock darts to deal with. But the real issue is just that clock is running down. The wall is going to keep him in the open when he goes for it. And of course, he's got 2 players to try and beat out. They peeked together, and he even got the first one. So that came very close indeed. At the end of the day, it is a 4th round for Vodafone Giants. And that means absolutely nothing for them, because they need 8 more in a row. So before I really start to believe in this team, I'm gonna need to see them hit double digits.
I wonder if we can cut back to Mystic's camp, because it looked like there was like a man living on his shoulder, like just in the background. If they just wait for his cam to come back up and just have a little look. The man will probably have disappeared, but it does sort of look like an almost floating head just living on Mystic's shoulder. Just something I thought I'd add in, because we're now going to come back in with a buy round for Fnatic, and well, so far they have won most of those. Oh, he's gone. He's disappeared. Is the man gone?
Tom, I think you're hallucinating.
It's possible. Like, after the internet issues I've had, I think I've just lost it.
Yeah, I think you've lost your mind. I'm calling an ambulance, so hopefully you'll be all right for the second.
You know the emergency number in Ukraine?
173. Am I close?
I don't know it either, so we're both stuffed.
How do you've lived there for over a year, man? What are you doing? You lived there way longer
The
than
round's
that.
going, Mitch. Let's move on.
Tom, how many years you lived in Ukraine? How many years? Quickly, how many years?
Who knows? Mystic, wow, this is incredible. He's dominating. He's found himself 3 kills. And Hoodie is going to be the last man standing. It is going to be a dominant victory. It wasn't quite the 13-0, but it was damn close. And while, sure, it was the map choice of Fnatic, Mitch, but realistically, we wanted this one even still to be just a little bit closer because that was domination.
Yeah, it really wasn't pretty to watch. I have to say, I'm a little bit confused because when I looked at this on paper, when I look at what Vodafone Giants have been able to do, especially in the Vitality game, it gave me a little bit of confidence that this is a team that could compete when it comes to top level. Maybe, like, I don't see them beating Fnatic. I don't see them beating a Liquid, an FPX, but I see them maybe taking a map off them, making at least the others close. I mean, don't get me wrong. Vitality beat Heretics, NIP, Wave. They knocked all of those teams out in a row out of this tournament, and they lost to Vodafone Giants. But right here, I'm going to say that this was a shaky game, Tom. I'm going to say that this was not the typical performance that we're going to see. So let's hope that things change when we go over to Bind. Before we go to that map, though, there's going to be a little bit of a break, and then the AD is going to be back. So let's roll on with that. We'll see you back here real soon.
Dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Standing ahead. 2 gunshots.
30 seconds left.
We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night. Thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is somebody. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
to the VCT Challengers main event, where Fnatic have just taken map 1 over Giants on Icebox. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm back on the Analyst desk, joined by Ryan and Jess. Welcome back, you guys. What a series so far. What a game. We had some reservations here, Ryan, about Fnatic's map pool, but this Icebox was very, very clean.
Yeah, they were continuing on from yesterday when it comes to their win against Alliance. This one, much more dominant, very clean on the attack. We saw mostly defending against Alliance that they looked comfortable. But even then, there was still, it doesn't really reflect the scoreline when you're watching back some of these clips, because there was some nice moments from Giants on ecos, on the thrifties, on the half buys in some cases. But ultimately, Fnatic just had the better game plan and they saw it out perfectly. That is what a EMEA playoff quality team should be getting.
And the big thing for me, especially as we bring up this graphic, is the 2 Ds. And as Yinsu puts it, the D&D. It's the Durka and Doma show. It's the birthday diff for Doma, if you're, shouting out the whole birthday congratulations. Doma was the one that was popping off in the first half of that half, and then Durka kind of found his footing and started popping off as well. But I'm going to throw a line out there for my man Boaster. Gave him the Marshall, and he was laying down the law left, right, and center all over the map. I think the 3 in a row he had, especially when we were going to the latter parts of that particular map, he was just absolutely hitting heads unstoppably. It wasn't that it was just the Durka Doma show. I felt that all of the team really gave it their all, and that's why the couple of players on Vodafone Giants who were trying to be hero players couldn't do anything about it, because Fnatic, well-rounded team on Icebox.
I mean, Ryan, you had those concerns in the pre-show whether, Fnatic, they can't just keep getting away with Durka and Doma just bailing them out of bad situations. Do you feel like they stepped up enough, the rest of the team, to make sure that they didn't happen today?
Yeah, it was more of a team performance than Durka and Doma cleaning up with Fnatic, making some mistakes now and again. I think it was Mystic that was bottom fragging for the team, but 12 assists on Viper, which is kind of nuts. It was just a game where all of Fnatic came together. Their spacing overall was really solid. We'll have a clip to highlight in just a second. Realistically, it was just that kind of, we're not going to let Vodafone Giants take any gaps. If like somebody like Hoodie gets a crazy kill with a Marshall, we're going to be there to instantly trade him out. Because Hoodie did have some good rounds, but Fnatic were very good at actually shutting this down. But this is probably one of the weirdest pistol rounds I think I've ever seen in a while. I like the idea. It's this weird, it was a fake plant, and then they back off and try and force Fnatic to rotate. But look how quickly Fnatic are back on this site. It's just the flurry and shutting down. Fnatic being smart enough to know that they can really make the clock be the main opponent for Vodafone Giants. And I think Boaster even goes for the knife there towards the end. Almost. You can see just he's gutted in the bottom left-hand corner, but it is a Fnatic that knows exactly what they should be doing up against a Vodafone Giants team that also had a game plan, also really relies on those fundamentals, but they didn't see much of the action.
I think the good thing about you pointing out that they use the time really effectively is I feel like a lot of teams don't use that clock as their other teammate. You could be a 6-man roster with the clock as your 6th man on the roster. And they played that really well in that moment, using utility to die out and eat up those seconds. And then once they got down to the dying seconds and the plant wasn't down, that clip was a perfect representation of what you can do when you play late round aggressive and the team has not done enough time consideration in their round. So Fnatic, they've got it all under their belt so far, but that was their map pick, so things could change.
Yeah, we've seen things change for some of the other teams as well. But before we move on, we got to say, this is the first time that this Giant roster at Stage 3, they've dropped a map. Finally, we didn't know when they were going to do it, but they have done it here against Fnatic. Jess, do you feel like maybe this is a case of them finally meeting an opponent of a higher caliber?
You know what? I agree with my man Ryan a lot of the time. I think him and I are on the same kind of wavelength, and he said, you know what? I think that they haven't really been able to go up against such a fierce opponent like Fnatic before. I very, very much agree. Even though I would love the fairy tale, I'm a huge anime fan, I would love that redemption arc for them to just go in full swing. But when you're going up against a top 5 team in Europe, which Fnatic is at the moment, you're really just trying to climb up the mountain at the end of the day. And it looks like it's been a tough run for them to begin with. But a lot of teams use map 1 as their kind of warm-up map to try and guesstimate how it is going to be for the entire series. So I don't want to, analyst curse them too early. We'll see how we go.
That's the thing overall, is just not only losing that first map in Challengers 2, but losing it this hard. Saying that though, I don't think in a 13-3 scoreline I've ever sort of said, nice try for Vodafone Giants more. Like, some of those rounds really came down to the wire, and weirdly, it was always when Vodafone Giants didn't have much money to buy stuff with. So there is potential there. Icebox is a tough map to play on, and now Fnatic really looking to be back as one of the top teams in that spot. But like G2 Guild, they dominated Fnatic before in Challengers 1, but Fnatic looking to bounce back from that using the time, and overall it's just a solid performance from them.
Well, it was a great start for Fnatic, but we are going to take a little break here. But don't go anywhere, because Vodafone Giants will get a chance to come back into this series right after this.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round. Everybody round, everybody round here, know we get hype. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the
Well, Fnatic, they weren't messing around on Icebox, but this series against the Vodafone Giants has just getting started. I'm Yinsu, and I'm joined once again by Ryan and Jess on the desk. Guys, at Icebox, you know, win Fnatic's way pretty comfortably, but Jess, Bind is Giants' pick.
Yeah, and that's going to have to be an absolute win for them. Obviously, it's a best of 3 if you want to make it to the third map. If you want to win this and continue your run in the upper bracket, you're going to have to win it, and Bind is the map they've chosen. And for those wondering why, well, the past 4 binds that I have on my stats in my Excel sheet look pretty damn positive. They managed to beat Rix on it. They also beat Alliance. Who else did they beat? They 13-3'd Big, and of course Rugrats earlier on in the month they were able to best as well. So again, have to preface this with the fact that these aren't the biggest teams of the bunch. They aren't top 5 or even sort of top 7 teams that they're busting down, but it does show that they have the capacity to do quite well on bind and that they're going to be confident and comfortable.
Despite the fact that Fnatic have lost bind a couple of times and they're very much in this real-time adjustment phase, you gotta feel a bit of trepidation on Giants' side to be going into this map. This is somewhere that Fnatic looked the most comfortable in the world. It was their choice one. It was a point where the only team that was realistically beating them was Sentinels at Reykjavik, right? Now, everybody's having a pop because Fnatic, they don't want to get anti-stratted. They don't want to rest on their laurels and just sort of sit there and go, the Fnatic comp, we're going to play that all of the time. There's no weakness. Midi's there, like, we're being anti-stratted so hard. We need to make a change. Otherwise, we're going to quickly become the worst team on Fnatic. But that adaptation period, that experimental period, is where they're finding gaps in their play, and they're having to adjust this more so than any other map. So Giants, they can come out here full swinging, but I would really like to see Fnatic bring something new to the table, or at least work on what they had before, and come back and go, yep, Fnatic is still our home ground.
Well, let's talk about that elephant in the room, Ryan, which is their comp. You know, they were chopping and changing since Iceland because, like you said, they didn't want to get anti-stratted. But the last time we saw them play, you know, Doma was on the Brimstone and Magnum was on the Breach. It just felt like they were all over the place.
Yeah, I think we even saw like a bit of Astra as well because they went for this triple controller. I gotta say it as well. Like, I prefer EU to NA, but I think this region is throwing a little bit with a lack of Astra. Certainly with what I've seen from like teams like, I think Exer played it, I could be wrong, but obviously Rise did it a little bit. Def has been playing a lot of Astra, and I think it's still a solid agent, and maybe we'll see it again here for Boaster. I want to see more of it though.
We'll see now, actually, Ryan, because we are heading to Agent Select for these teams. For Giants, I think it's going to be pretty straightforward. They've had the same composition that worked for them time and time again. 6 out of 6 now here so far. And Ryan, Boaster, he heard you straight in there with the Astra.
Okay, straightforward stuff. It would be exciting to see Doma back on the Raze. He was like a Raze 1 trick way back when, but now he's pulled up his group. Yeah, this composition is sort of in line with what we have been seeing before, there or thereabouts. So again, I guess it's Fnatic not wanting to take the plunge or the gamble right now, at least, as far as I can tell.
I mean, for the longest time, you know, this was one of the only maps where Durka didn't play that Jet. Yeah, he was on the Sova, and now Jess, he's now been moved to the Sage, and it's not something we usually see from Fnatic.
I mean, the big thing for me will be is that the control that they can get on site as well, and especially when you have a map, and we were just discussing it before, where they've been chopping and changing things, and in the interview you did earlier, they sort of referenced the fact that they've cleaned things up, they've sharpened things around the edges, and in doing so, if they feel that this is their best opportunity to be able to best a team, then go and do it. My big thing will be is that Vodafone Giants has already given up the jig, and they have sort of shown the fact that they are willing to be extraordinarily aggressive, especially early on in their defensive round. So if Fnatic know this, they know that that's likely coming in, you know, bind, then, you know, things can go really well for them if they have those counter strats and the utility with Sage even to deal with it.
The only thing I really wanted to say is we don't see Magnum on the Breach. Like, that's a feels bad, man, considering we had a Breach region, his popularity going down and down. But yeah, just a little bit of a change overall, but we'll see how they do strategically.
We will see indeed. Bind is the next map, and as we said, this is a Giants pick. They'll be looking for a strong comeback here. Mitch and Tom, let's see if they can do it.
Yes, indeedy. It's going to be a little bit of a tough one, I have to say. Bouncing back from a 10th or 13-3 loss is always going to be pretty tough. And I think reality is you can sit back 13-4 and say, hey, that was quick, you know, let's forget about it. You blink, you miss it. Bad map from us. This is where we get it done. Problem is, Tom, against most teams, fair enough. This is Fnatic on bind. Are you really going to be coming in here saying, hey, you know, this is where we win it? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing as well. I feel like it's even worse than that, because not only is it Fnatic on bind, but it's Fnatic on bind after they've lost a few maps of bind. Now, they are a team that I think, even if you go back to, for example, Challengers 2 last time, they didn't actually win that grand final, for anybody who doesn't remember. They lost it to Liquid. And then they came back insanely strong. And that was because they had stuff that was almost obvious to work on. So I feel like this is where they're going to be their most dangerous, because it's like, okay, our last few comps didn't work. We've now changed things up to fix the issues we had previously. And now, unfortunately, Giants have got to be the team that faces that version of Fnatic.
Unless we're going to a different roster of Giants, we have to acknowledge the fact that this is a team that, you know, hasn't played against top-tier opponents. Fnatic is the best team they've played against, hands down. When it comes to Bind, same thing holds true. Let's see if they've got what it takes to bring it across the line, because, hey, two opening kills, great start. Vodafone Giants overrun the site. They're going to be able to get the plant down. This is where Fnatic now have to try to fight their way back in, and the right clicks almost do it for them.
It's not looking good.
Player
Already,
standing.
David P is going to drop one more, and, well, it's left all on to Doma. I don't feel too confident in this one. Maybe he can earn an alt orb or two, but it's not going to be the case. Of course, looking again back at the comp a little bit, I'm quite excited to see Durka on the stage. It's something that's not really happened too often, but I feel like it's always been like the opportunity for players who are just ridiculously strong on duelists to just come in as like this battle sage. But it also gives a few more opportunities when it comes to, I guess, a lot of the executions we've seen, especially recently on attack. We've gone back to that almost like, okay, we're going to push onto the A site. We're going to go through bathrooms. We're going to put down a wall. We're going to get in the afterplant, and we're going to play like absolute rats. So, I think Fnatic were always, this sounds a bit harsh, but they were king of the rat plays. Like, they were very good at just falling into those afterplants, and this will just give them an easier way to set them up, if anything.
Oh, Hoodie. He's been let down quite a lot, and there's the swing from Doma to finish him. The Classics managing to get a nice upgrade, but Meadow is here to defend it. No, he's just going to stare at them as they steal it. Okay, Doma spotted them coming onto the side as well. So whilst they might think they've got the jump, Fnatic are about to give away the game. But with the flash going out, it doesn't really stop them. The Nano Swarm keeps them in position. Patino's able to stare at that push out of bathroom. There's not really too much to worry about here for Vodafone Giants. They should be able to get that plan to play the long-range duels, basically swapping sides with the defenders. And at that point, I mean, look at the weapons. It's pretty much only Magnum that should be able to take a fight.
Yeah, and at the moment, they're just playing very passively. No real reason to take the peek, although Magnum does actually get back in. They find themselves, they make themselves an individual duel. Fatino already getting the trades back, however, and eventually the round closed out. Giants, okay, it was a little bit shaky at the beginning. 2 kills to the other team is not fantastic, especially when you consider what was invested, but at least it went their way. They didn't lose too many players. It's not the most costly of rounds, and they do get the rifle back as well.
Yep, indeed they do. Getting that upgrade in the end. And I think that just looking at how things have gone over on the previous map, having this 2-0 lead for Vodafone Giants is invaluable. It really is this little bit of a morale boost just to get off to a good start in the map. Let's see if they can continue it. Because if you take a look at the weapons, Tom, it's not a traditional bonus round, is it? They obviously bought up in the previous round with their 2 rifles. They've got another one purchased here. So a really, really heavy weaponry advantage for them coming into the first buy round of Fnatic. And they've already taken Doma out.
You can see still battling for control. A lot of utility being expended into bathrooms just to make sure that they're not going to lose it, basically. But all of it's almost ended up as a bit of a ruse. Like, you see all of this utility from Brimstone, for example, going out on A, and then they've fallen back into a B push. The problem is it has now been spotted. So the peek out from Magnum is going to give them that extra information. Bolster is also going to get tagged up by the drone. But for now, at least, Fnatic have a reasonable idea, it seems, of what's going on. That was definitely not the plan for that utility.
Not quite. Maybe meant to pull it back. Mystic's up top here, and he's gonna swing for a quick double. Hello, down into Hook, or into Lamps he goes. And at this point, Fnatic, no. How is Durka just snuck up like that? The wall drops at just the right time. Fatino, though, returns the double. Fnatic now have to fight back in, but there's only 20 seconds left, and that spike is in danger. There's a flank coming through. It's spotted, but not dealt with. The flash about to make it around the corner. Blinds Fatino completely. He's going to get hit by another, and it's all about delaying that clock. 10 seconds, and Fatino needs to kill one of these players to get the plant in. Only 1 left, and it's gone. He didn't have time to plant it anyways, but Boaster deals with him, putting it 2-1. And Fnatic win out what was sort of a buy round for Vodafone Giants with the utility they had to reinvest into, with the extra rifle they bought, the Spectres that they purchased up. That cost them a lot.
Some stars in this reality.
I think this was the big turning point of the round. Like, Mystic able to get away with 2 there and fall back into the site. It meant that they needed a huge play. And Vitinho, you know what? He did make things very costly for them, but it's not like there's a massive amount of finances still being available. So, for example, Meadow in this round is going to be left on a pistol. So it's hitting both teams. This round is going to be huge, and for now at least, they're doing well to actually deny this space. That's one of the things that is clear Fnatic want to try and take control of. A lot of the time you'll see the defensive wall used to try and lock down showers before anybody actually pushes, but Giants are just not allowing it, using a lot of their own utility just to make sure they keep this control, and it means they get that all-important orb, which gives them the orbital strike.
Now, fighting for the orb control at the start of the round is so important. Durka has been heard walking out of bat. They might see this as an opportunity to seize that little bit of space. The slow orb gone in. Hoodie has given away his position, and so Durka won't be over-aggressing into it. It looks like David P is sat with those smokes ready to go down on the A site, but I noticed the spike is still over towards B, with 3 players on their way towards that side of the map, pushing into Hookah, gaining a bit of control. This is going to put Fnatic in a tough spot in terms of committing any players towards side holds. Like, now that they're starting, they've committed a nade out on B, they're making a little bit of noise. You kind of want to rotate that extra player off the A site, but having seen contact so recently inside of Bath and not having any sort of information to play off of there, you're not going to rotate over. So the early round has been very successful for Vodafone Giants, and now the full push comes in. Great orbital strike to push Magnum to the open. Good trade onto Doma, but his nade actually picks up Ambi as well. Keeps the numbers even. The spike being planted and the cover's there. Vitinho ready for them to come out from spawn. A 3K for him to put 1 man left with it all to do. It is Mystic. Without any utility to play with, he's in a pretty tough spot. But Tom, if he gets 1 kill, his ulti's going to be online.
Oh, timing going to be everything, and David P wraps around the corner and manages to win himself the duel. Definitely got a little bit close there, and I think especially for Giants, I was going to say, it makes me very nervous seeing them go for such late executions, because if you look for Fnatic, they're actually holding on to an awful lot of their utility, but it's the ultimates that just make things so much more difficult. Like Fnatic getting forced out of their positions, and then, again, this play from Vitinho, just making sure that they're not going to be able to get onto the spike, not be able to deny it at the last few seconds, because there was only about 8 or 9 seconds left on the clock. And for now, at least, it's going to quell Fnatic and their break back. Now, financially, Mitch, they're kind of stuffed. And by the looks of it, they're going to take themselves a pause.
Yeah, so this is a really important round for Fnatic, though, in one way, because Vodafone Giants have got money, right? They're going to have rifles, but they don't have a lot of it either. If Fnatic can manage to do damage in this round, it puts Vodafone Giants on the back foot, because then coming into the next, the economy is pretty much even. That's if they get like 2 or 3 kills. 3 would be ideal. But if you take a look at where the ultimates are at, Tom, you have a Viper's Pit to play with. You're 1 away from getting the Showstopper, 1 away from the Res, and Seekers are online. That is a lot to play with.
Yeah.
The possibility of even force buying up isn't necessarily out of the question on some players. In fact, you saw Doma for a second toy with the idea of taking the Judge. And fighting for the early orb control could really change the direction of this round entirely.
Yeah, even dropping a few pistols over, so he's spreading the wealth a little bit. He had some extra cash for this round, but this is important for Giants. So they don't want to lose too many players. This is a good opportunity to get off to a flying start, and well, they are using their utility very well. Just look how much damage they've already done just based off Molotovs, based off nades. They are not allowing Fnatic to hold on to any of these angles. They are clearing every single position available to them. And by the looks of it, getting information as they go. For now, at least, looking like a very good start. And Boaster, he's going to get stuck, but the remaining players have actually pushed up alongside him, trying to pincer in onto Hoodie. I think he's realized now, and they might be a little bit more hesitant to try and push any further forward.
Seekers are used up on B, confirming that this is at least an A heavy play with a lot of players outside of there. Hoodie getting dropped. That leaves David P in a pretty bad position. The Res is going to come in, but he's now spotted, and there's 3 players nearby. No. In fact, that fight's even won by Boaster. Fnatic are now in a 4 versus 2. This is pretty unbelievable. Durka tucked in the corner, doesn't catch them off guard. With Fatina trying to get back, man advantage still sits to Fnatic. The spike is theirs, and Vodafone Giants can take it where they want. What they don't know is that Magnum has been sat on this site for most of the round. He's just made it back into hookah, and now is pushing up close, ready to take a duel. The flash is sent out to confirm that they're coming. There's 12 seconds on the clock, Tom. They need to get on there now. 5 seconds to get in and plant it, or the round is going to be done. And Dustin, it has to be started. It has to be done now, and it's not. They've already lost. Oh, what a disaster. And as Ambi tries to, I don't know, get an extra ult point, he ends up losing his rifle to a pistol. That is a disaster for Vodafone Giants, Tom. A round that I thought Fnatic would have a chance in if they can get that showstopper online and really make something happen with those ultimates. And instead, they pop Seekers, they have to res, sure, but they win it with nothing.
I think, like, obviously, I think looking at this round from a Giants perspective is almost just going to be a little bit depressing because it just completely fell apart. I'm more impressed with what Fnatic did, and I think that's what I want to focus on, because Boaster was forced into that TB. That wasn't really a choice, but then the whole team adapts to play around that by pushing through middle, and that's what was so impressive. We're going to have to skip a little bit onwards because it looks like this is going to be an incredibly fast play. Ultimates being combined for the side of Giants to give themselves an opening pick, and it was going fairly well until Boaster finds a double.
Yeah, that was a great start from Giants, but maybe not a great finish. They're starting to lose a couple of numbers, and the spike's down on the site. And, well, with the weaker weapons they have, the range duels aren't exactly ones that they're favored in anymore now that their comrades have been dropped. With Boaster picking up another, it leaves it all onto Meadow. And, well, he has lockdown. I just don't quite see him using it here. Hoping that somebody pushes up into him. But that wall popped up. That's a full magazine gone. He's on 13 bullets of a Stinger. Now, Tom, you need a lot of bullets to kill someone in a Stinger, and he has 3 opponents. Well. Yeah, 30 total, though. That's what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said 13. Okay.
No, so
I misheard.
I don't know that he's going to be able to kill them all with this. So he'll have to drop out of hookah and upgrade to another weapon in 30 seconds. Plus, they're all here ready for him to swing out because they know he's in hookah. And they've even made a little pyramid. So, you know, you could kind of see from that little description, things were kind of stacked against him, as they might be for Vodafone Giants soon, because that lead that they had after an eco lost has turned into a tied up scoreline.
Yeah, I definitely think that might be a round that they live to regret. They also committed a fair amount in here, and while, as said, the start of it was decent, but it's these couple of kills coming back from Boaster, and then you've also just got the committal of the Astral Divide or the Cosmic Divide, which, I'll be honest, I'm not surprised he used it in that round, because we've seen so many times the Astra Ultimate just come in and almost burden a team. The other issue as well is, that was an investment round from Giants. That wasn't them ecoing. That wasn't them saving all of their cash. That was an attempted break back. So normally if it was like a round like this, for example, they get a couple of kills, it's not too bad. But when you put everything you have into it, they would have wanted a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. It's not about how many credits you spend necessarily in some of these rounds. It is also that ult economy that they've now fallen behind in for nothing. And of course, a showstopper is still online for Fnatic if they get into a bit of a dicey spot. In fact, we might see it used here. Doma is on the site with 2 of his teammates close by. But if a few kills come in from Vodafone Giants, that's where this big rocket launcher can come in to deal damage. They've heard 2 on long now because they know there's a player on the right side. Bit of information to play with, and I think I'm actually surprised there's no rotates coming over, but I guess that's because of how passive Fnatic like to play on this defense, with the 2 guys still sat very far back on A.
A little bit risky for Magnum facing into some of his opponents, but the weaker weaponry, and again, at the moment, it just seems like Fnatic have just been burning out the clock. Like, they're just basically making it so they have to execute within the last few seconds. Flashes being popped just to try and slow them down if they do try and get into the site. It's some nice shots coming through, though. This is one of the closer rounds once again. They don't quite check properly. Oh, it's got awkward, but Magnum will switch up to his pistol and hit the headshot. Now, in isolation, a pretty good round. They make it costly with not really using too much in general, other than just, as said, the investments into the Marshals, for example. But it's still another round on the board for Fnatic. So, again, we're looking to see if there's a breakback here.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
That is good damage, but as we said as well, the fact that Showstopper, the fact that Viper's Pit is online, these are big game-changing ultimates. At the same time, Vodafone Giants have got their own. Orbital Strike just came up. Meadow has had that lockdown for, I think, the entirety of this game so far, probably since Icebox. And so this is a reasonable time for Vodafone Giants to come in, call that pause, get up the rifles. This is going to be a big investment from them, and they don't want Fnatic to just run away with this. We said that 2-0 start, the 3-1 lead. Those are important things after being smashed on the previous map to really just keep you in it mentally. And when it comes down to how things are going now, Fnatic extend up, they hit 6, they hit 7. I think you're going to start to get a sense of deja vu pretty damn quickly.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. As said, I even mentioned it in the last map. They haven't lost a map yet, so we don't know if they have that ability to just mentally reset, mentally bounce back. I would say there's a lot of experienced players on their roster, so I'm not gonna like worry for them just yet. But I do want to see a response because they've had a few close rounds. They've also had a silly loss, and I think that can also just break a team's mentality, losing a round like they did to Pistols. Now, Fnatic are not like miles out in front. 1 round difference, economy not off the charts, but they do have themselves some decent ultimates here, and already Mystic looking to lock down mid.
I'm looking at Giants, and it seems like they're scared immediately of that Viper's Pit. Fnatic have also pushed through Bath and put down their wall. This 3-man B setup is going to be here no matter what. And I think Giants are intending to pop some ultimates and going for this. Gonna have the... Oh, that's really nice! The counter to the Showstopper. David P pops down the Orbital Strike. Not aggressively, but just to stop them pushing. The push had already been committed to, though. The blast pack's in use. And so, a free kill is found. Great reaction. They were ready for that.
Yeah, Mystic's gone through the TP. They can just escape here. There's no one on that A site anymore, and this has no thing. Okay, Meadow's still going to just be lurking around. It's an interesting play from Durga, but I guess he assumed everybody had fallen back at that point, and now it's left on to Boaster. He's in the right place, but the amount of players who are going to be homed in on this angle are not going to give him a chance. Great response from Giants. I'm on Fnatic. Now it's their turn to see if they can break back, because financially, again, they're going to have some issues now.
Yeah, I feel like we have had this sense of tension over the last couple of rounds, waiting for Fnatic to use those ultimates, especially the Showstopper. And over on the Vodafone Giants side, no doubt they felt the same. This time, it was just an incredible amount of preparation. I do think that they got, in a way, lucky that they had put the guiding light down on B long. It had seen a player, and so the orbital strike was already being considered to take that player down. And then it just so happens that Doma pops the Showstopper, and they think, hey, what's the harm? Let's try to stop him pushing long, get a bit of map control, and they ended up with a free kill out of it. The really unfortunate set of events for the Fnatic side, but very good planning by Vodafone Giants and good awareness. They still have the lockdown to play with. I feel like I'm going to be saying that all half. Meadow doesn't seem to like using it just yet, but this could be the round if they get a little bit of hookah control.
Doma has turned into a monitor, it seems, but a little bit of support when it comes to the utility. Waiting through the back, but Vitinho has managed to win that duel. Just hopping straight through, finds the kill, and now things are looking a little bit shaky. They've still got 3 players on this site, but it's a risky play from Magnum, and everything's falling apart. Ambi with another double opener to the site, and this round is locked.
Good systematic pushes. I really don't know how Vitinho got away with what he did, just dashing straight into the site with his blast packs, but that opening, taking over control of hookah, it's the perfect foothold to push through to the B site. The reaction on long to pop the flash, swing is 3, absolutely on point. Ambi takes down a second player over in the cubby as well, which I think was like a spray transfer or a very quick reset. Overall, I really couldn't be happier with what we just saw from Vodafone Giants. And Tom, well, they still have the lockdown. I want to see you get used, but I guess when you go towards the site and you kill everyone, you're like, oh, well, there's no point just dropping it for no reason.
I do like the fact that I think they've started to not disrespect, but show less respect to a lot of the utility that's been put down by Fnatic, because I think a lot of the earlier rounds, and similarly on the last map as well, like we saw Fnatic almost just using delay tactics. Like we've got Boaster basically just popping smokes, like every time another goes down, there's another star back on the floor again when it comes to hookah. So if you're not going to push through it, you're just going to wait until there's 20 seconds left, and then you have a gravity well, and then you have a nade, and there's just so much delaying power for this Fnatic defensive side that you have to start making plays through it. You have to start taking some risks, and that's worked for Giants.
He had a beautiful wrapped up skin. I liked it. They didn't tear it off. Oh, David P. Oh, that timing could be bad. The nade's on its way through. He's caught on the walk back and survives with 40 HP. I mean, he can count his lucky stars on that one. Avoiding these pistols is... Oh, well, that's not what was intended. Always going to be the name of the game. Survive with all your players, and it looks like Vodafone Giants are doing a pretty damn good job of that. Only 2 left alive over on the Fnatic side. Durka having himself a Vandal to play with, but what are the chances he clutches it out, you know? Gotta feel pretty safe.
Last player
Even better.
Yeah, I wonder if it's the same as last round where he's just not even going to challenge for it. Not really worth the risk at this point, and well, making sure that they have the extra finances for the next round is going to be pretty important. But yeah, it seems like, again, the pace change from Giants. They wait, at least in the early stages, for any aggression, deny it, and then just go for these fast pushes into the site. Make all of that utility null and void, and almost has to be used for some sort of retake. I'm all for Durka staying alive here. I don't think it'd be the end of the world if he died, especially because it would be back-to-back saves in a row anyway. Any ultimate points, though? Well, he's only 1 away from having that res.
Going to be pretty valuable coming into the last 2 rounds. And hey, he has the res now as well, with him falling. Of course,
he earned it.
You don't really get any punishment for that. You die in mid-round or after the spike explosion, doesn't really matter. Or not really, it just doesn't matter. It means you didn't fight for the spike. You got caught trying to save your weapon. So, Vodafone Giants 6-4. Lots of economy, not really something we're going to worry about. They're pretty close to getting some impactful ultimates online as well, Tom. There's a possibility we don't see the showstopper out of Doma for the rest of the half, but Patino's only 2 away. And more than likely, that's going to come online. And at 6-4, it could be absolutely massive if it has some decent sway over a round.
Damn, that is an early pop, but they're actually going to just push straight on to Durka and Magnum. This aggression has just been punished almost instantly, but have they spotted Boaster? He's been here most of the time. It's going to be the late Tiger to come through and tag him. He should be dead here. Somehow manages to get one onto Hoodie, but Fatinho is on fire at the moment, dominating in the openers, taking the site for himself, and now it's left onto Doma to try and shut him out, and Fatinho will hold strong once again.
And Fatino's better when he's blast packing, when people are blast packing him. It looks like he's just got the raise mechanics figured out. And we said it's 7-4. We're in a position where Vodafone Giants are already pretty comfortable, right? This has been a solid attack side for them. And moving into what will be the final round, they're pretty close to having their ultis online. I think Fatino has now earned himself that showstopper. And this is where things get very scary for Fnatic, because they have a very strong ability to open this up. Also, might not surprise you to learn, Lockdown's still online for Vodafone Giants. They've been saving it for 12 rounds now. It has to be pulled out eventually, and this is pretty much their last shot. So let's see how this one shapes up, because for Fnatic, they don't have anything that they can sort of explosively enter. I thought they weren't going to check him. Yeah, well, you're dead now, buddy.
Yeah, as said, any aggression that Fnatic has attempted just haven't worked. Oh, that's a free one at least. The patience of Mystic, but unfortunately, I think he was hoping for a little bit more. Finally, the lockdown's going to be used, something that it just doesn't seem like Meadows really needed. He's been on the lurk in most cases, and well, he'll make sure there's nobody within this site. Magnum's flank is cut off as well, and now it's left all onto Durka, and Meadow is there to close it. A bit of a slow start for the Giants, but their resurgence, their adaptations have looked incredible. And now once again, well, I say once again, for the first time, we're going to see Fnatic on the back foot.
I do love that Meadows lockdown didn't even get to activate during the actual half. It happened after time. So for that entire half of 8-4, those 12 rounds, we didn't see the lockdown out of them. Now, when you get 8 rounds on the attack side and you don't need to use your lockdown, hey, you're pretty happy with that, because it's such an impactful ultimate a lot of the time, getting your lamps controlled, getting B long, and you can pretty much clear out the whole site. And they didn't need to, and they still have doubled the rounds of Fnatic. That is damn impressive, especially considering the fact that they got rolled on the previous map.
For sure. Bind looking like a much more comfortable map. And again, as I said, I think the calling that when they changed things up midway through the half was impressive. Now we get to see what Fnatic have been working on. The fake smoke allured, at least initially, and the counter flashes to at least throw them off and push them back. Another star to be placed, but it doesn't seem like this is too much of an aggressive move just yet from Fnatic. The spike's still down a little bit further back, and I think they're watching to see if there's any aggression. There is, but it's going to come right into Boaster's face. Doma is done as well. Hoodie with a double opener for the round, and well, Fnatic, their choice has been decided for them, Mitch, as they're now going to A.
Yeah, not the cleanest of fights we've seen inside of Hookah. A couple of mistakes, mechanical hiccups have led us to this A push. The wall is down and Fnatic want to get that spike down as well, but David P is so ready. Never mind. Asleep at the wheel, taken down. Flash is good. Meadow under pressure has to give up this control until Hoodie comes in to back him up, and the push towards the site will be there. He's traded positions with the Tiger, and that's netted him a quick double for 4 kills in this pistol. Hoodie has been so good in this series, man. On Icebox, with that Marshall in hand, I had full faith, and now a 4K in the pistol to put Vodafone Giants 1 away from double digits so early on in this game.
Yeah, it's starting to look like Fnatic have yet to find the solution. And on the other side of things, what has been a comfort pick when it comes to agents for Giants just looks to be, well, running riot. I'm always skeptical when I see teams, especially on Bind, like opting away from a Viper, but they're calling me impressed.
Looking for those double digits. We'll be very impressed.
Oh, is this going to be a utility combo? This is what they do best. They're trying to pull people into the bathrooms. It's not gone great. They'll get 1, but that'll be all.
That's unfortunate. As I was going to say, Fnatic had the pistols, right? So you'd be very impressed if they could actually get anything done. 2 kills, 3 kills, fantastic. But just the 1. Vodafone Giants 10-4, double digits on the board. They are inches away from taking this all the way to map 3. Fighting Fnatic for that upper bracket spot. What a turnaround this has been from map 1 to right here. They're looking a lot more structured, a lot more in control, and Fnatic's on-the-fly adaptations just aren't cutting it on such a small map like Bind. It's difficult to really sell the same kind of misinformation and find the same space as you do on Icebox.
The weirdest thing as well at the moment is, well, I don't know, weirdest thing, maybe the most impressive thing is if Giants carry on the way they are, like the biggest defeat Fnatic have ever had on this map is 13-9. So they are proving that, well, maybe they're even up there with the best when it comes to Bind teams. Like, it's never been dominant victories against anyone. So that might be evidence that there's going to be a fight back, but for now at least, it's looking good. Now, this is, of course, going to be the bonus round, but they still have some rifles in here, Mitch. So it's not like it is just an easy walk in the park for Fnatic.
No, not at all.
Oh no.
That's as free as they come. Once that smoke fades, Magnum's on for 1 at least. Pops the flash, quite ambitious. A nice little double, triple lineup for him. Dirk is the one that actually caught Fatino, leaving Magnum with just the 3 kills. But you know what? He's already got his ulti online, so he can stop being so selfish. Just Meadow left.
Terminated.
He's got to earn that lockdown back, Mitch. He wants to hold on to it for the entirety of the second half. So maybe he just likes it being lit up. So he's just got to get there first. There's no way he expects Durkin to be here. Don't you dare! You're losing 10-5. You're still going for knife kills. Just the flex in your opponents. Maybe they should make it that if you knife someone, you get 2 ult orbs. Then we get to see more knives.
Yeah, I'm down for that. That sounds pretty good.
There you go, Riot.
Tom, you're coming
Take
with a
that
good idea.
Knife, because I don't want it to be like oh, you get crazy money, because that's boring. That's been done. We've seen that before.
Yeah.
2 ult orbs for a knife kill. I think it will encourage it a little bit more.
How about you instantly get your ulti online?
No. How about no? How about
Showstopper, then like pull out the knife, blast back up to
you got
someone.
too far with that
Showstopper
one.
again.
2 ult orbs is fine. 2 ult orbs is fine.
That'd be fun though. Just to watch everyone lose their mind. A lot of
Maybe
control.
in Spike Crush.
Free ult orb. Now, keep an eye on Fnatic. This is how they play this game. They will go for those ult orbs at the start of the round. They've committed the Tiger to it, went through Bath, nobody there, it's free. So that's going to be res online for Durka. Now they start to rotate over towards the B site where they'll look to push in and also claim a little ult on long if they can. Like, fighting for this early orb control versus Fnatic is one of the more difficult things to do because they're very varied in how they'll actually approach defending that part of the map or attacking that part of the map, depending on which side they're on. But one thing you can be for sure of is 9 times out of 10, they're going to go towards Bath at the start of the round.
Found one.
It's going to be the push coming through. Magnum, he's got very far into this side, but it doesn't matter. It's that utility combo again. Vitinho, though, he's doing his best to try and fight this one back. It's going to be a 3 versus 2. We see the lockdown put in, Mitch. Maybe that'll be the difference maker.
Maybe a lockdown used in the middle of a round impactfully. I don't believe it. But yeah, Meadow has finally found the bind. Using it up here, the B side's going to be clear, but the rotates are there. They're already on A and looking to actually plan from middle, crossing over from the bathroom TP play. Meadow's trying to spot someone out, but not really seeing anyone. And that lockdown might have worked a little bit too well in shifting them completely towards the other side of the map. Let's see what David P has up his sleeve. He's coming in behind. Unfortunately for him, it's the wrong behind. It's the one through middle, and they are playing a bathroom post plant for the mid plant. Strange, but it will probably work here. They have a cross. They have a crossfire still, but one less player to hold it with. This is now looking a lot better. David P tagged down to 30 HP. Meadow has to be the hero of this round. He has a duel up close, a hard shot to hit with that Sheriff in hand. A little bit of time to play with, but it's just too far gone. They would rather save this rifle at this stage, grab a little exit kill along the way, and give 10-6 over to Fnatic.
Well, of course, Meadow, worth going down to the spike, make sure he gets that extra finances for the next round, but yeah, an important break. But I'm always going to love those utility combos, even when they don't work, but that one was just awesome. Like, leaving players stuck at the back of the site, one of the main benefits to having not only Astra but Sage. You can pull people in, they can't run away, and then you got the paint show on your head. So pretty much winning Fnatic the round at least. And now we're going to see what can realistically come into this round for Giants. You've got the rifle that's saved already for David P. He should still have enough finances to buy into the next round, unless he's going to spend all of his extra credit on getting those nice little stim boosts. But I have my doubts. It's probably one of the most critiqued pieces of utility in the entirety of the game. Other than that, though, I feel like this just has to be maybe a few pistols, maybe a Marshall.
Hey, if you're a hoodie, why not? You know, someone drop that man a Marshall. Vitinho, give it to him. Go on, let him have it. A timeout from Vodafone Giants makes perfect sense at this stage of the game. Just trying to deal damage to Fnatic. You take a look at where their credits are at. Like, this is not going to be a round that Vodafone Giants come in expecting to win. But if they can just manage to push themselves into a position where they've got 3 kills, 2 even up against Fnatic, it means that those credits won't get out of control. And that connecting a follow-up round will be that much easier, which is exactly what they want when they're just 3 away from closing out this map. This can definitely get scary with Fnatic's attack side, but so far Vodafone Giants have been much more composed and much more comfortable than what we saw on that point.
For sure. The attack side of Fnatic is, especially on this map, has been... well, it's been one of the toughest things to play against in all of Valorant. Like, even taking the best of the best in Sentinels to overtime on this map in particular. Patient stuff, though, this time for Fnatic, waiting for the peaks to come through. A trade here really wouldn't be bad for David P, and considering he's got the rifle, he's got to be a little bit more careful. We did get our trusty Marshall purchased up, but for Hoodie, well, he's going to try and just stand within the paint show and survive. And while now, David P, save probably not possible. And, well, that's as blind as you can be.
Yeah, pretty much. 10-7 we go. Fnatic picking up that round in a pretty clean fashion. And for Vodafone Giants, this is going to be their investment. This is where they really get to commit to it. But I think Fnatic At this stage, they've got the credits built up. Their early round is what I'm really concerned about, though. The fact that Vodafone Giants have not been able to fight for those ult orbs successfully, and Fnatic have seen insane value out of rounds. Win or lose, they're still getting that value. That is where the danger is. I mean, I did like that there by David P. When he came into bat, he didn't have time to deny the orb, and he took it instead, because, hey, why would he be tucked in the corner if you're taking the orb, right? Perfect position, good for one. Just a shame the other player was the Sky.
Looking like it might be a complete pace change. Wow, the orbital strike could be everything. They're trying this again. Dragging players into the corner, and it's worked perfectly. Not quite the full team coming up there on the assist, but it is 3 of the 4. Orbital strike going to be put into place, but I don't think it's going to get anything, and instead, Mystic combines again with Magnum to get themselves a second opener. This A site looking pretty tough to hold, but a double shock dart kill. Okay, Ambi, I see you've got those lineups.
That's not the typical double, because it's a double-double. He's got two kills with 1 shock dart. Absolutely ridiculous. And then he even connects onto Mystic with the Hunter's Fury poster coming out. Well, check his close right, and he is dead to rights. But he having the angle lineup on Mystic easily, and that is a massive round for Vodafone Giants. In fact, I think Fnatic were even ready for the start of that play. The fact that the orbital strike came in, they were already moving out of position. They baited that plant 2 or 3 times to try and get that to be used up. And then when it eventually was, they thought, okay, we're going to be safe to plant. And then nades and shock darts came in to deal with both Magnum and Durka. Beautiful. Then a Hunter's Fury hits Mystic. That's just it's ridiculous.
They spoke about Fnatic combos. We've just seen the other side from the Giants as well.
That was better. That retake was better than anything we saw in Icebox. Like, their comfort level is so much higher here.
Yeah, you can definitely see it. Well, goodbye, Boaster. That's about half the utility for Fnatic just disappeared in a matter of seconds, as he'll be caught. Now Doma needs to try and find some sort of trade, hoping that he's given an angle. Hoodie might actually peek this. I don't know if he's going to be expecting anybody to be that high up. The trade really needed, and they're going to get it. Rez coming through onto Boaster as well. It leaves Vitinho with quite a bit to do in a horrible position, but he gets the timing spot on. Even throws in the nade, and they're going to counter the showstopper. Vitinho goes nuclear with 3 kills of his own, and now Mystic and Boaster are the last 2 standing. They do have a Viper's Pit, and, well, they're not far off the Cosmic Divide. Not that that'll probably help too much, but the re-aggression is actually caught, and we go back to a 2v2.
But look at the HP, 45 and 25. That is not an easy position to play from. We were talking headshots only, and for Mystic, you got to be pretty close range as well. Patino's on 76, though. Tucked in the corner, and the Divide is on A. They might not expect him to be here still, but it doesn't matter. Patino tears them apart and puts the ace on the board. An incredible round for him, not just for his own bravado, but because it's for 12-7. It's to put them on map point, guaranteeing they cannot be eliminated to the lower bracket off of this regulation, at least. Fnatic need 5 rounds in a row now, and that will only get them in overtime.
Yeah, he's having an unbelievable performance. Like, it is night and day from the last map. Like, the aggressive plays that he's making, not only the showstopper at the beginning, the re-peek after they get the res, like, not even during the res, after the res to find another, and then he shuts it out at the end. David P now looking to take matters into his own hands. He's have enough of them getting that orb for free, but they are still going to get that control. Now, Vitinho's here as well. They've also got some aggressive positioning that might have actually been missed, because Meadow is hiding within their own utility. Doma, though, will just about snap to the head of Meadow. Vitinho, with a quick trade, still holding onto the bathrooms, and he just peeks out and gets another. Again, these rounds go back and forth, Mitch, and again, it's the 2v2.
Hoodie's even snuck inside that Viper's Pit, completely caught Mystic off guard, and puts Boaster in a tough spot. This is to stay alive for Fnatic and avoid a 3rd map. Fight for that overtime, and the drone is going to reveal him. It's on its way over the top. At least the plant will be found. But now Ambi has he didn't tag him. He missed.
No, I didn't get him.
He missed the tag. Oh, no. Well, he doesn't have a bounty of information because Boaster could easily be pushing behind him at this point. And you can see he's conscious of that. That's why he doesn't full stick it. Boaster will now hear that he's already got it halfway. That should prompt him to peek out, but he's seen that the player's not on the spike. The step made, and Ambi was ready to take him down. That will be 13-7. Vodafone Giants make an absolutely remarkable comeback into this map and put us into now a pretty competitive series, Tom, as we move over to map number 3 of Ascent.
This is the biggest defeat I think Fnatic have ever had on this map. Like, let's just put that into perspective. That includes versus like their rivals, I guess, of Team Liquid. That includes Sentinels, and that includes the brand new G2. This is the biggest defeat they've ever had on this map, and it was looking like there was opportunities for comebacks as well. Like with the streak they started to get, with the rounds that they were winning. And then there's this guy called Fatinho who just decided, not today. 5 kills in 1 round. It was sort of the ace because there were 6 kills available, but we're going to give it to him. And the squad looks really good on Bind. And there was a wise man on the desk who had a similar amount of hair to me who said that if this goes to 3 maps, Giants are going to win. So, wow, Ryan's made the bold prediction, and I'm excited to see if he's correct.
You know what, Tom? We're going to see how things go in this series and see how happy Ryan is about looking just like you. Identical, some would say. Because we're going to go to a break. When we come back, the analyst desk is going to be here. But we also have a little bit of a treat for you. We've got the song of the week, Ride With Me. You're going to have to bear with me on this pronunciation. It's by Tombizz. That's a very rough pronunciation with Feet Kid Inc. That's, I think I got that one all right. Enjoy the song, guys. We'll see you in a few.
Time, I just need my sidekick. Sexy in that leather with the tight fit. Try to get between us, I'ma start a riot. Look how she roll it up. There ain't no room in this two-seater, you can't roll with her. It's getting hot up in the city, but don't keep it tucked. I put that tennis on your neck, make sure you cold enough. Baby, know I ride for you.
welcome, gents, to the VCT Challengers main event, where Giants have managed to level things up against Fnatic. I'm Yinsu, and I'm back on the analyst desk with Jess and Ryan. Welcome back, guys. Now, this was Giants' map pick, and Jess, they showed exactly why they've been unbeaten here.
That's probably the biggest turning point for me, at least as I'm trying to center myself in the camera. I'm sort of zooming around, working out where the center is, but I think for the side of Vodafone Giants, there's a particular reason that they've done so well on Bind for such a long time over this past month. If we're talking about recent form on Bind, the fact that Fnatic didn't get rid of it against Vodafone Giants goes to show that they must have misinterpreted how damn good they have been. We said they might have not gone up against other Giants, and pun intended, but they have shown that this is their map. This is their playground. So much confidence from them. We'll go over that a little bit later.
As for Fnatic, it's another little change compositionally and another loss with the comp that they were running. You could understand the idea. It started off rightly, slowing down the play, playing a lot of these like anti-plant rounds, making sure the Vodafone Giants couldn't put down the spike at all. But I think it was a good adjustment. Like 2 tactical timeouts were called for Pipson, Vodafone Giants, and they won the 2 big important rounds following. And actually, there was a bit of a streak on Vodafone Giants' defense because they know that Fnatic is holding on to a lot of their utility in these like anti-plant situations. So they were like, all right, Hoodie, go find them, flash them in the face, take a fight against Boaster on the Astra that's holding like a cubby corner, because they're not going to use that utility. They're just going to sit and save it, and in which case, be a bit more proactive, catch them out in fights they're not expected to have, and you put yourself in a nice 5 versus 4 straight away on the defense.
I mean, we talk about this, you know, birthday diff in Doma and his Raze, but Fatinho, Ryan, he won out that Raze battle by a country mile.
He had a great start as well. I think he was like on 10 kills and 4 deaths very early on, but it was still Fnatic winning those rounds. It was more of a win more condition, I think, because again, I think Hoodie was a difference factor, and certainly towards the end, Ambi had some rounds, honestly, we'd never really spoken about him on the desk so far. He's had a straightforward day, but then he showed up when he needed to, and that really goes to show how important it is. The funny fact is like Pipson's my favorite player, and he doesn't even play anymore just because you see those like tactical timeouts. He knows what Fnatic's trying to do, and it was more like mid-game adjustments coming out of Giants. They dealt well with what Fnatic were trying to do, and Mini didn't call a timeout at all, which was quite surprising.
I think also the other point I wanted to make across from that is that we are really seeing Fit do well in the first map, and we wonder whether or not that kind of mentality will carry over to the second map. And I felt like it was like Raze v Raze. Like, okay, we spoke a little bit about Doma and how he was performing as well, but on the side of Fnatic, almost every single player was like leading the charge or attempting to lead the charge, and it just wasn't enough. And we saw a lot of aggression, at least peaks, that weren't being traded from Fnatic. So if we're looking for weaknesses on the side of Fnatic when it comes to Bind, a lot of throwing out bodies, throwing out flashes, and not being able to either act on the flash or utility, or not being able to get the trade on, you know, whoever it is that's running in beside you. You can't be throwing 1v1s over to Vodafone Giants. They are just going to take that every day of the week. They back on up, and that early defensive aggression that we saw in map number 1 from Vodafone Giants, that just kept happening here in Bind as well. So I feel like Fnatic could have read into that a little bit better. They knew it was coming, so it shouldn't have been a surprise.
I mean, speaking of those utility usages, we normally credit Fnatic for being pretty sharp and on the ball with that. But today, at Jess Giants, I know you wanted to talk about one round specifically because it was just absolutely beautiful from them.
I actually thought this was a round that Fnatic would have in the bag really, really tightly. And as we sort of bring that one up for you guys, I wanted to know exactly what it was in Fnatic's mind that they were thinking, because you could see them coming on in, all the util rains on out, and David P's trying to stall it out and get Showers control. But in the background, Ambi knows the line for the default plan. He can zoom out his shock dart whenever he pleases, and there's also some paint shells that come out from the Raze as well. They're backing all it up. They're trying to get Showers control, but as they use all of this utility, the plant isn't going down. Dirk is too late to the pump, and as a result, Ambi gets the perfectly timed shock dart over towards. Paint shells were used in unison, and they had lost such key players as a result of that. I think this is what I meant when I spoke about Fnatic having really poor timing, especially when it came to trades, making sure there was coordination. But on the side of Vodafone Giants, that just goes to show when they lose the site, they don't freak out, they keep their cool, and they use their utility first rather than just throwing players into a problem.
It was a nice little bit there at the start where David P wants to orbital strike Showers, and I like Boaster's little gravity well that throws him off kilter. Fnatic used the Seekers to work out that David P's playing from showers. They double peak him. It was just a really nice round, but I think that was the breaking point. The Vodafone Giants, they were up. We were starting to see Fnatic come back a little bit, but that was the deciding round, to say the least. And it comes from Ambi, who is playing back in the distance, hasn't really been a focal point at all in any of the games that we've highlighted. Just goes to show that everybody's rising to the occasion. And Fnatic, the adjustments weren't enough. When you're changing your composition and you're moving Dirk onto like a Sage, for example, it's a lot harder to adjust because I usually do this when things are going wrong, but I'm playing a completely different agent. A lot of our game plan is to slow down the aggressive Vodafone Giants and how proactive they're being. I don't know what to do here because we've not really had the chance to run something like this.
I mean, Ryan, I feel like at this point, it's definitely a concern for Fnatic now, right? Because we kind of thought of them as a team that was still adjusting. Dirk spoke about, they were struggling a little bit to catch up with everything else that was going on in Europe. But they've gone from one of the best buying teams in the world, Ryan, to this where they really, really, really can't do anything here. So how concerned are you for them?
I'm a little bit concerned considering that the map that they usually ban out is Split. I don't think it's going to get to the point where Fnatic will just permaban bind. That would be like hell freezing over at that point. But it does go to show that there's a nice opening for teams, smart teams, like FPX or G2 to go, they're not going to ban bind. They think that they're good at it. They're not so much anymore. We can exploit that. Now we're going to an Ascent, which is a map that Fnatic used to ban out way back when, before they started banning Split. Very much concerned here. Like I said, I think if it goes to the third map, Giants take it.
Well, Fnatic are definitely on the back foot now, but we are going to take a quick break. But the decider between these two teams is on the way.
Let's get money.
Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
I know exactly where
One enemy remaining.
Well, we are going the distance here in this upper bracket best of 3 between Fnatic and Giants. I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Jess, and we're ready to get into Ascent. Now, Ryan, you said if this went to map 3 and Giants would take it. Talk me through why you think Fnatic can't come back on this map.
I think that it's, again, just a map that Vodafone Giants have shown that they're competent on. I was thinking that, and then I realized, actually, more than any other map, I think, out of the 6 that we have in the game, this is where we see KO the most, is on Ascent. And there might be a chance of an adjustment there that could make a lot of sense realistically. But looking back, we've not seen them play it that often. Fnatic have 2 wins recently, beating 10-star 13-8 and Guild 13-11. So it's not a terrible map by any stretch from Fnatic. I just think that it's a map that a team like Vodafone Giants thrive on because it's very proactive. You could start to push and pull. I was really impressed with how they dealt with some of the other teams on this map during the open qualifiers. And again, if it goes a bit awry, Pibson's just going to call a tactical timeout and go, all right, this is what we need to do because this is what Fnatic are doing. I swear, I am just the biggest
You're in
Pibson
love
fan.
with Pibson, man, honestly. You know what? I respect because I used to be a support staff myself. I used to be, you know, what am I calling it? A tactical FPS professional coach, but I'm washed up now, so this is why I'm here with you guys, essentially. But I do feel, I do feel that when you have such a big brain behind you, you can be confident in whatever you're doing and you make very quick decisions. The reason I also am leaning a little bit towards Vodafone Giants beside you there, Ryan, is probably because their defensive aggression has been excellent. They've been moving up into really good power positions on their defense, getting that initial pick, and then all of a sudden, Fnatic doesn't have the necessary utility to get the entry that they want to, you know, get on. I mean, we saw them only run 1 duelist on map number 1. That is something that can only work if the entire team is there to be able to support and get your duelist in there for the opening kill. Now we're getting onto the very final map here. They need to keep that kind of gusto behind them. Otherwise, Vodafone Giants will keep taking these opening picks successfully, continue that positive opening kill rate, and that is going to knock Fnatic away.
I mean, the momentum is also on Giants' side, and it does feel like they're a team that once they get ahead, they just snowball out of control. We've seen it from their win rate as well. So, Jess, do you feel like maybe this is too tall or too big of a mountain for Fnatic to try and climb back in?
No, because the personalities on Fnatic are so jovial, and I know that sounds ridiculous to point out that being sort of a key turning factor, but when I used to work with players, sometimes all you need is someone to break the ice, turn around the sort of mentality of the team who might be a little bit down, questioning themselves. When players are questioning themselves and they're down a little bit in the dumps about how they've been performing, they will internally perform either way more aggressive than they usually do or way more passive than they usually do. And that's going to make it a very, very difficult chance for their team to work well. So maybe break the ice a bit, reset the mental. Map 3 can be new.
Well, Agent Select is on the way. I know, Ryan, you want to see the KO, but Astra, do you feel like you want to see this here too? Because Fnatic, they used to run this agent.
I think so. Looking back at the compositions, which is like Astra, Jet, Sky, Killjoy, Viper for Fnatic, it's a good composition. My concern with Giants, they don't run a flash at all. It's just the one with a paranoia. So I think playing up against a Viper on Ascent, which is something you don't see, that could be an interesting one.
Well, we are in Agent Select now, and you know, this is already a little bit different for Fnatic in comparison to the last time we saw them play. I think the biggest point here so far there, Ryan, is no Viper.
Yeah.
They've had Viper for quite a while.
This is a more like standard composition, which I think is Fnatic kind of pulling back a little bit on their sort of experimental ideas. Like, again, very similar compositions. It's nice to see a Killjoy versus a Cypher again, but I do worry about the lack of flashes on this defensive side. I think Doma, considering how good he looks on the Sky at the moment, I think in Challengers 1, he was still adjusting, especially considering she was changed a lot in patch 3.0, so you can't get away with flashing as much. A lot of the executes from Fnatic was like trying to hit a site, but we have one less flash. We're really running on fumes on his XX. And so our team is just sat there with a gun waiting, just little comfortably sitting back and just mowing people down. So I think the Doma is able to do quite a lot of stuff here, and I'm a little bit concerned for Giants compositionally at least.
Are you concerned at all there, Jess, for Giants' composition? But also, you know, Meadow back on the Cypher is pretty much what really made him in Valorant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they almost always bring the Cypher, the Jet, the Omen, the Sage, and the Sova. And I think it's probably a good composition. And not just from the fact that the map as a whole, and you look at what agent compositions work usually, I'm more looking at Giants going, we're comfortable with what we usually take. We may have lost map 1, but we're going to stick with what works, because if ain't broke, don't fix it. So that's what I like about them. They've had some positive sort of showings here on this map as well. And I know we spoke about it before against Vitality, against Big, but they have won this the multiple times they've played it. So I just want them to keep on that same straight road. Don't try and change things like Fnatic have.
Yeah, I mean, the comfort picks have really worked out for them today. Well, it's time for that all-important decider. Tom and Mitch, the pressure is definitely on.
It most definitely is, Tom, and I don't know who I think this gives the advantage to be honest. Fnatic obviously have performed at the top level internationally for quite a while. We know they're capable of handling the pressure, but when you look at Vodafone Giants, it's not exactly as if these players are unknown, are unheard of, so certainly they'll have something to say.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad that we don't get to see the Mystic Viper anymore. I think that was always one of the things I actually really enjoyed about the Ascent composition coming out from Fnatic, especially when it came to their defensive side of B. I think it enabled some pretty ratty setups, like with like snake bites having to run through and then having like the one-way smoke setup. But clearly they feel like they needed to adapt just that little bit further, and I'm interested to see how this one's going to work. It does look a little bit more standard, and of course we now have Durka back on his trusty Jet, and I think we both know that that means that things might be a little bit tougher for Vitinho in this map.
Definitely is going to have someone to compete with, but hey, he's already winning that fight. Durka's taken down straight away. Now, Vitinho doesn't get out of there unscathed, but you're definitely going to be happy with that as an opening duel. Fnatic still posturing towards the A side a few seconds later, but they have still got to lurk on B. The turret position for mid pushes, and they're starting to make their way into B main. So lots of map control to work with, but Vodafone Giants can sit happy with that man advantage and all the control they have towards their spawn with those tripwires.
It looks like they're just going to set up the wall almost instantly. The second anybody is spotted on the cam, I think it was something that was expected, so there's almost being used to try and bait them in. But the rest of the team is still sitting around this A site, and because of that utility, because no one's been spotted pushing, no one's rotated for the Giants. They felt no need to make any sort of move in that direction yet. So if anything, they're now just going to start looking for more information into middle, which, well, they might be met with Magnum fairly soon.
He has no idea. Absolutely no clue. Down to 50 HP as he swings 3 players spotted. That's a lot of information. You saw his face light up as he tells his team to push straight onto the site. Good tags. There's the shock dart into Vitinho. And as he falls, so too does the site. The late lurk play by Magnum's going to be cancelled, and David P has a big whiff. That's the man advantage now in favor of Fnatic. Post plans can be taken, and their back is well and truly covered by Magnum for the moment.
Yeah, they need some sort of big individual player if they're going to get back into the site, and that might just be it. Boaster left completely blind. Doma does the same to his opposition. He'll capitalize on one, but maybe didn't know that Meadow had also been blinded in the corner. It swings back into an equal position. The problem is the spike ticking away. They need to start clearing up some of these players, and now it's Mystic's turn to whiff a few bullets. He at least turns it into the 1 versus 1. And Magnum now just playing that after plant. It's definitely not the cleanest of battles, but the turret and the spike will win him the round.
To be honest, I think that going down to the spike, tiny point, but I think it really favors the Cypher in that situation. Like, Meadow gets out of there. Sure, he doesn't get an ult orb, but the fact that Magnum doesn't either, the impact that we can see from this lockdown. Now, I know Vodafone Giants might not put a lot of stock in lockdown, but jokes aside, no, like, obviously, as we said, 8-4 attack when they hadn't used the lockdown at all, but they didn't need to. Coming into this map, though, lockdown is way easier to use than Unbind. You can definitely get a lot of room with it, so I think Fnatic will be a little upset about not getting that point. But the round win is the round win, right? They're able to buy up, they're able to get themselves weapons, while Vodafone Giants should just be taking the eco, and you can see 4 classics of Sheriff. It's exactly what's happening. Boaster's, he's keeping his presence wrapped, man. It ain't Christmas time yet, so he's following the rules.
Yeah, I wonder if Ryan's fingers start to hurt with having to open presents like every single day. Like, I also feel sorry for like any of his family members, because they must be bankrupt at this stage. Like, birthday again, is it? All right, bud.
I mean, you were mad earlier about Link shaving his head, right? Well, I mean, you have to be realistic. Imagine how Ryan feels. It's someone else's birthday today as well. You know, they're stealing his thunder.
They've completely ruined. You've ruined his day, though. Couldn't you have been born some other day? Anyway, it's going to be the fast push in. A full stack here, though, for the defenders. Every single member waiting, and they've already managed to get 3 kills. Now, the spike's still in their hands, but they're still going forward. They're still taking the peaks, and they know exactly where Boaster is. Somehow, they've managed to make the classics work to a ridiculous degree, and now Boaster has to try and scurry away and win the 1v2.
30 seconds left.
Is this Icebox? Are we watching Icebox right now? The guys are winning the round with classics. I mean, all right, Boaster's got a 1v2. He'll get the plant down, but that's about where this fairy tale ends. Anything else past that's going to be tough. Time is not exactly on his side, but there's no one close by,
10
so
seconds left.
a free plant, and he's planting pretty open. Now, no utility. You'll notice that his shock darts have already been used up. He'll have his recon on in 30 seconds, which is quite a long time, really. I don't know we'll even see that get used. Vodafone Giants just need to stick together and play that 2v1 trade.
I do wonder if he's planted it there as bait. Like, you've even seen them ping on the map that he could be in defender spawn. So it's a plant that obviously still works for his current positioning, but it might just get in the back of their heads. They're still going to be checking everything thoroughly, and David P is going to make sure this round is taken home. A round that realistically never, ever should have been for Giants, but their full stack risk pays off, and I have to be honest, Mitch, I'm a bit disappointed that Fnatic didn't disengage from that, especially in the 2 versus 2. You know the players are there at that point. They're still spamming through the smoke to try and kill you. To try and face into that, it's so much risk and very, very little reward.
If the drone wasn't so expensive, you know? But they only managed to spot the one player with it as they went in. So the others being completely undetected, which is strange. When you're playing with a Sova and a Skye, you usually have so much information to play with. They didn't see any contact anywhere else on the map, and I guess presumed that the heavier stack would be towards B. Vodafone Giants really rolled the dice on that one with a 5-man A stack. They kept it the entire round as well, you notice, and it worked perfectly. Now a double opening to start this one, and Fnatic having a few pistols but no armor, they don't really stand a chance in these mid fights when Vodafone Giants are contesting like this.
Are they gonna spot out Doma? Oh, I'm liking the party hat. I'm liking the party hat. That's a nice touch. He almost gets 2 there. A lot of damage done with the pistol, but it's left all onto Mystic, and it won't matter too much. I would like to see if he put his cam back on, if they'd still have the photoshopped hat. Like, it would take a lot more manpower, I feel, from the production to actually, like, track his head movements. And also, I think his monitor was slightly in the way, so they'd also have to somehow Photoshop that out. But other than that, I think it's workable and something that the team need to be putting all of their effort into.
Tom, it's worth letting you know that this is the first time I've ever seen a round be played out, let alone 3, and Durka has 0 ACS. He's done no damage. I have a feeling that that's going to change.
He's put Trip on top of the generator, because if that's where a lot of Jets will updraft and dash into the site. So if they try and go up on top of generator, they're going to get caught by a Trip. I really like that. It's almost gross. Like, if you were to get caught by that, you'd be so frustrated that you've been directly countered.
And this is something that we'll see Durka do a little bit as well, so I can't help but feel like Vodafone Giants have maybe had a little bit of a look at how he likes to play. The dash gets Fatino out of there just about, and he goes back in!
Excuse me?
Taking Durka down! That is absolutely disgusting! He's full blind, so he doesn't know there's a player right behind him, but he's managed to sneak over towards the switch room. Now waiting for a pink to come in, the turret's destroyed from far away, and Fatino has Magnum trapped in that corner. A second player even coming over to help him out. A few spams received from behind. Hoodie dropped. And this is actually turning around pretty quickly for Fnatic. That recon was perfect. It reveals everyone. Kills for Magnum as well. Equalize it up into a very decent scoreline for Fnatic, considering how things started. They are now 2-2. That round was scrappy, but they made it work.
Yeah, it has to be one of the weirdest pieces of positioning I've ever seen, with Mystic at the back of the site after using his From the Shadows to get there, and then just the fact that Doma manages to just walk past him and just trying to kill him for a ridiculously long amount of time. Even still, though, Fnatic will take the round. I really want that trip to work. Like, he's putting it down every single round. That's such a cool piece of utility just to directly try and counter Jet. And as said, if Durka gets caught by that, it's going to be infuriating. Because who does that? Who puts a trip there?
I don't think I've ever seen it before, in fairness. So I doubt it's going to be expected in any way, shape, or form. Fatino! He's gone right up into Boaster. And they broke the wall.
They faked the wall.
They put it down, and then they broke it and walked through, and there was no second thought about it. That's ridiculous. Vodafone Giants have lost control over the A site, even despite that opening pick. We're going to see Fnatic get the plant down, and then Vodafone fight for their way back in.
I think they spotted the trip.
Yeah, they've seen it. They'll remember that for next time.
Right here. Still a man advantage in the retake. Now, Fatinho may not have a gun, but he does have his Blade Storm available, and a lot of damage is being taken by Durka currently underneath. But by sticking down here, he is wasting an awful lot of time. Mystic also on the re-aggression, but he's quickly dealt with by Fatinho. As they make their way in, the Paranoia are also going to be used. They're trying to clear out Magnum, and that's exactly what he does. This man really isn't having any troubles in this map. 4 kills already in the round. Doma, he just doesn't stand a chance. And while trying to hide back, he's turned into almost just a hat now. But it doesn't matter.
David, that's one of the best things I've ever seen, man. I think David P completely messed up the shadow step, right? Didn't he just like shadow step onto exactly the point he was standing on? But obviously that's ludicrous. That makes absolutely no sense. So Doma turns around to check behind him thinking, wait, is he back here or what's going on? And I think it's killed.
Where's his hat gone?
Look, watch he shadow stepped. He missed it. Yeah, so he did try to go into wine, which he would have died if he succeeded in, but he clipped the wall, and that saved his life. That's just...
Was it the biggest bait of all time?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. There's no world in which David P... He's going to say in an interview, yeah, I meant to do that. I thought I'd just fake him out. He hadn't got a clue he was doing that. As a matter of fact, I guarantee he screamed when he noticed. This is a fast round, man. Look at the pace. Right to the back site. Meadow's already gone. The site's theirs. As free as can be. Nice plant for Fnatic.
Very quick rotations coming out from the defenders. Now, nobody's actually pushed through mid. They walled it off at the beginning, so there's not going to be any flank coming. This means that Boaster's going to have a late push in behind after all the remaining players have tried to go through. They're looking to clear out short, but he's sat so passive, it will actually take them a ridiculous amount of time to clear him from this position. Patino's just wall-banged Mystic, though. Now, that's something at least. Turns it back into a 4v4. They catch the late lurk of Boaster, and now they've left Durka completely blind. This retake is sublime coming out from Giants. They have to get themselves on the defuse, but that was almost too easy. Thoroughly impressed.
This is where I'm going to have to throw my hands up and say I was wrong about this team by quite a bit, underestimating them. Like, when I look at the Vodafone Giants as a squad, that first map was definitely a lot lower of a bar than I expected to see from them. As I said to you, Tom, yeah, I could maybe see a world where they take a map, but realistically, it's like a close 2-0 that Fnatic edge out, maybe given double digits on both maps. But what it has ended up being is an incredible individual performance, first of all, from some of these players. David P in that round, Fatino for this whole series has been absolutely on fire. And then obviously we've seen what Hoodie can do with a Marshall in his hands. Now, I think for Vodafone Giants, that's not the end of the game. We'll talk about it a bit more later because it's a very quick attempt by Fnatic with the pistols, using the Blade Storm to try and instantly burst out to sight. But Tom, there's 3 players here in the early round ready to take these duels. 2 on site, 1 coming in from mid, and while the fast pointed aggression by Fnatic yields literally 0 results.
Oh my goodness. The fact he's lived this long is a joke. Like, just been dodging bullets almost the entire time. 5-2. It's starting to get a little bit worrying now for Fnatic, because the manner in which they're losing these rounds is a lot of the time they're either just being shut out of the round completely, or they're getting into afterplants and then just getting owned by the retake of Giants. Like, that's been the thing. That was the round that almost just like made it the most impressive for me, because that was a 4v5 retake where they made it look incredibly easy. Like, they still survived with 3 players. Fnatic got caught off guard, wall-banged out of positions, and then everything was cleared methodically. At the moment, they are looking like the better team, and I'm waiting for that response, because although this wasn't the map where, like, Fnatic were dominant, like, for example, Bind or Icebox, this was a map that they only really lost to, like, Liquid, and that was when Liquid were also really dominant on this map. So it's surprising, at least for now, that I don't think Giants have had to really bust out too many things, and with players like Meadow going down almost instantly in some of the rounds, the fact that they've been able to recover, and not in like, oh, it was a close 1v1 and we won that. No, in like relative fashion as well. It's making me worried for what, our Masters finalists, our representative at the last Masters. Like,
this goes here.
Not looking great so far.
What I'll say about the word comfort is that 99% of the time that it's used in an analytical perspective, it's just BS. It's a filler word to make up, oh, they're not comfortable on this map, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't actually give you any insight. But the reason that I paint Vodafone Giants as being uncomfortable on that first map, and why I said it so frequently throughout that map, was because you could see that their on the feet thinking was not there. They could not adapt on the fly to what Fnatic were doing. They had a game plan, like an A plan, and they didn't have any depth past that they could really use to counterplay Fnatic's counterplay. Here, though, and on the previous map, you can see the comfort level is there. They know these maps. This is more key, more core to their map pool, whether it's as a team practice or whether it's just as individuals coming in, that they already had a better feeling for how these maps work.
Oh.
Spike planted.
So in this round, at least, they played full retake. They are looking to try and clear out Boaster. Now, we've seen the lockdown being placed. They know he's here. That is beautiful stuff from Giants. Boaster is just not getting anything done on these flanks. That's both times now. They've either checked for him or they've just shut him out completely. Now, they have used the lockdown. Durka already incredibly low. And now, again, we watch to see if they can retake.
Durka, yeah, stuck up behind that generator. He's going to swing after the flash and actually end up with the kill. Mystic's got a double, and all of a sudden, it's only David P, but maybe that might be enough. Just about getting away with a third, but time is too low. And the spike's going to explode, take Magnum down. One quick point on this, actually, was Vodafone Giants delayed their use of Cypher's ultimate. Meadow waited to use the Neural Theft in middle until that Killjoy ulti had already was basically, I think there was like a second left on it. So they left it as long as they could before scanning Boaster's corpse to give them all the information they could possibly want to play with. But again, massive individual step up by Fnatic on that post plant. I don't think it's anything special. It's not one of these rounds we'll go back on and analyze in great depth. Just really clean play.
Yeah, solid hold from Fnatic, something we haven't seen yet from them in the after plants. They've been able to get into the A site. They haven't been able to survive on the way out. Now, financially, they've taken a pretty big hit here. It was a very, very costly round. We've seen a switch up as well. This is something that Meadow's always done, and Hoodie actually just going to swing straight in. Although it's probably not an ideal trade, Fnatic will take that one just because it's one of the weaker weapons that now goes out. And actually, Dome has been able to get the Seekers. This will show that there's at least a couple of players there, although one of them has got stuck. And I think that might be selling almost false information that there's 3 players on B, because there isn't.
Fnatic are starting to move towards this A site, but there's still time to go back if they want to. Nano Swarm lineup coming in from Magnum. It's going to be over towards Tree, and comes the flash. Oh, in a second as well. That's the entirety of that area covered. Great little execute from Fnatic that pushes Vodafone Giants back all the way. Nets a kill and a post plant now to be played out. Again, they don't have a lot of utility though coming into this stage, Tom. You can see for Fnatic, it's going to be the alarm bot they put down, and after that, there's nothing to play with. This is going to have to be another step up in individual duels, but they've got the manpower at least to go for those trades.
Again, we see these spams coming through. They've connected before. Coutinho getting slightly low on bullets, and by the looks of it, they might even just be looking to fall back. Keep that extra weaponry into the next round. It seems Fnatic have already done enough in this one, and without that extra utility to get them back in. In fact, a lot of their A-side retakes have relied on Paranoia. That's been something they've just been using straight from Tree all the way through to the back of the site. Yep. it's given them a lot of openers back in. So with David P already dead, it seems like they've just decided, you know what, we've got nothing to get us into this site. Let's just make sure we keep the weapons.
Yeah, the value of paranoia for both of these teams has actually been off the charts, and I think it's something that is highlighted on Ascent and on Split in particular, how viable this Agent of Omen is as a smoker. Sure, you lose like your Molotov, you lose the ability to cover the entire map and have slowing utility like you do with Astra, but at the end of the day, that flash, it's just so damn strong. It's on a map like Breeze, let's say, not so much. But
Yeah,
you try
no,
pushing the A or B site with the paranoia here, you can blind everyone on an angle.
This is aggressive. Something a little bit different coming out from Giants. As said, they've been playing a lot of retake setups, but they really haven't gone for a whole lot of aggression. This angle probably not going to be something they expect, and Vitinho's even lurking around to almost try and spot towards the top of mid. Now with Mystic currently holding the spike, and I'll be interested to see, because once they get to spawn, it wouldn't be that surprising if the players of Fnatic actually start running, and that might give the sound cues needed for the rotation. Look at the Giants players. They're all going A, every single one of them. David P, he's not getting a single kill here, Mitch, but he is completely stacked up the A site. This is brilliant.
The stats won't show it, but if they win, this is David P's round right now. More valuable than any 2K you could find. Rushing into the site, rushing into the stack. Fnatic don't know what waits for them. They've dashed in. They think they're about to catch one or two off guard. Patino up top, Ambi as well. Now they think the site is clear, but that's when they come through the smoke, flooding into the site. Vodafone Giants have just completely outbrained Fnatic on that one, and it is 6-4. The lead extends in Vodafone's favor.
This is one of those rounds where until Fnatic watch this back, they will have absolutely no idea how they lost it.
Yeah.
They will have no idea what gave them away, why all the players were gambled there. And as you said, we've got 10 assists already for David P. I think you've got to add another 5 to make that statistic actually worthwhile, because that was perfect from him. Because a lot of players in that scenario will panic and try and make some sort of play to force the victory. Instead, calls it to his team, and you're not going to get a better round than that. To be honest, if the desk can't break that one down, I'll be disappointed.
You gotta hit up your doppelganger for that one. Get Ryan on it.
My bold brother.
Okay, Hoodie's gone straight away. The split through B, a much faster strategy from Fnatic, but not relying on the straight B main push that they did before when they ran into that 3-man stack up from Vodafone Giants. Instead, they're getting the picks and the site under their own control. Doma can even heal up Magnum and Durka. That is, if they weren't pushed up in such aggressive positions, both being satellites of this site, playing towards middle. Attempting to play a really nasty crossfire, because Durka's going to take that first kill, but now is when Magnum could potentially swing out and take more. He actually ends up getting spotted by the drone, and that spam not yielding any results. In a 2v5, it's time to leave and get out of here, but unfortunately, Durka's way ahead of them. He has been spotted up above, though, so Meta will deal with Durka. Not the biggest of losses for Fnatic, really. In fact, they could still afford to go and hunt if they want to. But coming into the final round, I think they know Vodafone Giants are going to get a buy no matter what.
Yeah, especially after the last round being reasonably clean. It doesn't really matter to them. For Durka, of course, he'll have the Blade Storm anyway, even if he's unable to afford a rifle, but I highly doubt that that's the case. And again, this is something that you're always going to see at the top level of Valorant, but I've always enjoyed these sort of pace changes coming out from Boaster. I think they started to realize that these slower rounds have given the Giants time to figure them out, to reclaim map control, especially in retakes. So if you just blast your way onto the site, it becomes a little bit more of a gamble. And in those cases, Fnatic are probably going to win out a lot of those duels, which is, well, that's what Durka does best. These are the strats that normally end up as Durka go kill, and Durka does go and does kill.
Yeah, Blade Storm going to be activated right at the start of this round. Let's see if Durka's killing a couple of these defenders with it. Up on top, a little awkward fight there. The operator could easily one-shot him, but both players miss it out. Mid control conceded. Vodafone Giants start to rotate to reinforce this B side. The Hunter's Fury comes in for a tag. Not a kill, though. These players on the back side remain only detected for one man, and Ambi is taken down. Now Meadow could potentially catch them off guard, but they've heard the steps. They know he's inside of here. He has a teammate covering for him, though. The operator wanted to watch the cross, but is pushed back because, well, you never know what's around that corner, right? Got to be worried about main, meaning Meadow has to fend for himself, and that's not going to happen. Plant and double the manpower. Pretty tough retake here, and one that isn't necessarily going to happen.
The worst thing is he almost just used those smokes to try and give him a better angle into main, and Dumba just spams and insta headshots him through it. Like a little bit of bad luck for Fatinho. David P been superb so far in this map, but he's not going to be able to do anything in this clutch situation. 6-6, an even half, and I'll be honest, Mitch, I think it's fair coming into it. Like, both teams have had their moments. I think Giants have definitely impressed me with what they've been able to do on the retake, but Fnatic, they always just seem to be so fast to adapt in a lot of these positions and getting themselves into afterplants in a lot of different cases. So even scoreline going in, Pistol definitely going to be that springboard to kick things off once again. Although, saying that, the amount of second round victories we've actually had throughout this series so far is almost harrowing me to my core.
6-6, tied up close as you like it, Tom. It's the way this series, well, it's the way it played out, at least coming into the second map. Sorry, not the first one. The first one, very different score. Matter of fact, the map was almost over at this stage. Oh, that paranoia really has just done him dirty. The push up completely failed from Fnatic off of that. The Vodafone Giants are fighting back for that map control. The orb will pretty much be theirs, and there's a 3-man stack from Fnatic. They've got a lot of players in this area, and I can't help but feel like this is where Vodafone Giants just slow the round down and really start to play those mind games.
Try and take their time with this one, although it looks like they might be pushing into a 3-man stack. Already, though, they get the opener. They do take quite a bit of damage onto Hoodie at least. He is going to try and heal himself back up and actually boost over the top, try and give them some extra jewels here, but it's just not gone well in the pistol. The shot's not connected. David P trying to make some sort of resurgence here. Doesn't have much support from his teammate, who's only just wrapping in, and eventually Mystic puts him in the grave. It's left onto Ambi. Please, someone hit a shot. Oh, God.
A little bit awkward. Well, Fnatic end up with the win at the end of the day. You take a look at that scoreboard, man. I mean, Boaster ain't having the best of games, but they're still right up in there, and it goes to show that it's not all about the numbers, right? Not all about putting in the kills. I do feel like when it comes down to the defending side, I mean, I'm almost rethinking.
Why are we watching this again?
I almost see Vodafone Giants as just being a little bit better on the attack. Like, looking at that roster, looking at how they played before as well, I think they've come into a half that I believe in them a little bit more on equal numbers. So that pistol is something that I guess I'm happy to see Fnatic get, because it spells out possibly another close half for us.
I will counter your argument with just one thing, which is Durka defensive side operator.
I knew it.
But, like, am I going to say anything else? The man is one of the best operator players on this map.
Most definitely.
Period. Like, he's so difficult to play against, and he's a lot more aggressive than what we saw. What are you thinking of my counter argument, Mitch? I think it's going quite well.
What? What was that second shot? The patience on the first, the position, everything was perfect about it. The second one? Come on. I'm raging if that guy kills me.
Give Hoodie the Marshal. Give Hoodie
the Marshal.
Give Hoodie the Marshal.
All right, you better get a kill. Better be getting a kill right now, Ambi.
Oh, no, it's fine. If he dies, then he gives Hoodie the Marshal.
The audacity.
For anybody who wasn't here on map 1, Hoodie was nuts with the Marshal. That is the reason.
30 seconds
Yeah, he was using it like a shotgun and a sniper. It was beautiful to watch. With 20 seconds left, we know this is a round that Vodafone don't stand too much of a chance in. It's really a question of damage, and can they manage to take another rifle off of them? Which means basically killing one of the players towards A. You don't want Boaster to just pick that Spectre or whatever it would be right back up. But it doesn't look like any... Oh, it's another knife, is it? Okay, Mystic's got a bit more respect than Durka does, so it's going to be 8-6. in a relatively clean fashion for Fnatic. One player lost. It was only Marshall that they dropped as well. Not the end of the world. Matter of fact, Durka could even afford to go. Can he go in for an operator at this point? I'm not sure. We'll see when it pops back up.
Yes, this is what we want to be seeing.
Yikes.
How?
How do you correct your aim that quickly?
How quick does his brain work?
He's not human. That's what I've realized. He's just not.
It is actually crazy, man. Like I don't think my brain would have processed that player coming around the corner, let alone where I was aiming, where his head was.
You wouldn't have hit the first one. Oh god. Okay, it seems like Hoodie is a little bit more prepared for Durka's aggression than maybe I gave them credit for, because I said it previously. Like, that's what this man likes to do. Disrespectful plays, aggressive plays to try and shut them out before they get anywhere near the site. Now, that was one of the only rifles they have. I guess the Bulldog sort of counts, but, you know, it's not quite as good as the Vandal he lost.
Yeah, it doesn't really make up for it. With a minute left on the clock, Fnatic seem to be favoring towards the A side on the back of the aggressive play that Magnum's got inside of main. The interesting thing about this setup is that Magnum's first point of contact is actually going to be his turret. He essentially has a crossfire with his teammate, or he's ready to swing on their contact. But the teammate's a little mechanical being who already has 1 kill. Here we go. This is very unfortunate with the drone, but he swings, ignores the drone completely, and that's 1 kill for them. The problem is Vodafone Giants just going to waltz onto that site, get a plant, and then they've got a 2 versus 4 that surely they can't lose.
I'm out of stuff.
It's gonna be a rough one, and while Mystic maybe just want to save the rifle. Just something to bring into the next round. I will say that's one of those things as well, like not shooting the drone. That might be one of the most obvious things that you should just do in your own games, and I can't do it. Like, for some reason, I see the drone, I'm like, gotta shoot the drone. As if it didn't see me anyway, and they don't know I would be in that corner. Like, if he gets pinged there, it makes absolutely no difference because they have seen that he's there. But in my mind, I'm like, must shoot it, must shoot it.
I think Mystics going to just be tucking away for the rest of this, right? They haven't spotted him out. They won't be able to take him down. Rifle carried through to the next round. It's little consolation. At 8-7, Vodafone Giants have managed to get themselves the round of the board. One that they should do up against somewhat of a bonus, I suppose. And Fnatic now get themselves that full buy. All the credits invested. Where's Durka? Durka should be 1 or 2 off his ult, right?
Yeah, I think he's a couple away.
Yeah, 2 off.
Thank you.
So it's not going to be the free economy is really what I was looking for, wondering if Fnatic could... Because getting the Bladestorm and Showstopper, getting those online in round 3 is so important for teams. Or can be so... Not necessarily so important, but it's very impactful when it does happen. Oh, it's nasty. It's so nasty. Great flash. Doma takes 2 down, but the trades are so good. Vodafone Giants walk into a disadvantageous situation. Flashed up and a one-way smoke, and they still manage to deal with the entirety of this A defense. And David P has dealt with the B defense as well. Durka's flank caught off, and the man advantage now sits to Vodafone Giants.
Well, that's a quick push coming through. David P actually dealt with as well by Boaster, saving his teammate's life. And the remaining 2 are somewhat stuck here. Now, they got loads of time. They don't have to really take any risks here. They're going to use the Aldrome, which won't actually give them anything. Both players from Fnatic have fallen back, so they're not going to spot any of the remainder, but it does give them a safe place to plant. Now, it's not exactly the best position in the world, and while the tag also is going to give away one of them. The peek coming back through. Magnum holding the angle. He's going to nail the first shot, but it's just a trade in the peek from Meadow. 13 HP just about gets the reload through. And well, he knows that there's nobody on this defusal at this point. Can spot that he's not going for it, but it won't matter. Boaster is just about going to scrape them through that round. A close one at that, but a 9th nonetheless for Fnatic.
It's been a tough road for Fnatic. They've got that lead. It's extending up. It's looking good. Vodafone Giants have not let their foot off the gas pedal so far in this series. I mean, that map 1, it vitalized them. It got them to a point where they were ready take the duel all the way, to knock Fnatic down to that lower bracket, but now that task's just a little bit more difficult.
Last player standing.
Likelihood is, I think we actually, yeah, we're going to get the Blade Storm for Fatinho. So, obviously we got the pause coming through. They can buy around this. He's the only one that basically has a few pieces missing here and there. And we've already seen, I think he's had some pretty impactful rounds with his Blade Storm thus far. On the other side of things, still yet to get that operator. That's the one thing that I do think has been missing for Fnatic, even though they've been coming through in a lot of these rounds. Their finances really haven't built up. They've been incredibly close clutches, and in most cases, they're the ones to just about get a 4-buy on the board, but even still, there might be a piece or two of utility missing here. So if Giants can break back, well, it's game on, Mitch. That would basically be 9-9, unless we can see like a huge victory off the Blade Storm or something, which, you know what? Never mind. Forget I said anything.
Let's see what's going to be done. Fatinho likes the faster plays, likes to really get up in their face. And the whole team is right behind him. I can feel the dash into side already. And Dome is ready, though. Putting out the Tiger. Is this Fatinho's opportunity? Does he go through and try to hunt him down? No. Slightly slower because they want the drone first, but it's tucked in the corner. Doma, it's able to actually do a pretty decent job of just remaining undetected. Even swaps over position, so they'll be covering the corner he was in. That's so big brain by Doma. And an easy double as they come out through the choke point. They are met with the full force of Fnatic's defense. 10-7. Double digits for Fnatic, and a heartbreaking round for Vodafone Giants. They throw a lot at that one, Tom, and they get nothing for it.
Yeah, that was a full investment. That was the Blade Storm as well. And I have to say, for Mystic, that paranoia, it seems like a lot just to paranoia an out drone. But without that play, they know exactly where Doma is. And, well, you can almost bet that Fatinho is going to dash, updraft, and probably just Blade Storm him in the head. So the fact that he blinds it as they come through just means that Dome is safe, and well, we saw how much damage he did in this round. So 10-7. Hoodie's got himself a Marshall, so there might still be a little bit of hope, but Durka is just starting to battle and brawl into mid. Well, Fatinho maybe getting a little bit further than he might have expected, although there is Doma up the top shoulder peeking, and I think, I don't know, I don't think he has spotted him because he flashed quite deep there. Eventually they're going to realize, but, well, it's realization with a bullet in his teammate's head, and Meadow's now got 2. This has just fallen apart so quickly for Fnatic, and somehow they've managed to get the site.
This is massive. They're going to be able to get that plant in now, knowing where the final 2 players are. Grouping up together, Magnum and Boaster have a tough task. Those 2 on site, there you go. That's, whoa! Magnum in a lot of trouble. He hears the players on long, but there was nothing he could do. The res got pulled in. 10-8 we go. Vodafone Giants aren't letting go of that one. And what a godsend of a round that is, Tom. Being able to get in with a Sheriff. Fatinho creeping forward the space that you said he had found, and the dash caught them off guard. Mystic had no idea he could be there. At that point, it was a kill. It was a rifle retrieved, and that was really the foundations of a 1 round.
With it, yeah, even if it was just a distraction play, it also gave Meadow 2 kills because, of course, you're going to be focused on the man that's just managed to dash into Generator. I don't know how that happens from Fnatic, especially because Doma was shoulder peeking Heaven, so you almost think like, how has that not been seen? But I guess just thread the needle. This was what I was talking about a couple of rounds ago, though. Durka has been holding on to this at least for an extra round, and they have some pretty powerful ultimates online. Sure, the purchase, not perfect, but hey, you put yourselves in, well, that's what I was going to say, the Seekers, Blade Storm, and maybe a Lockdown, and this is still a good buy.
Yeah, the ultimate economy coming in to save the credits at times. The 4-man stack remains on the A side. I think Giants are starting to realize maybe they've pulled the rotations over. That cage not quite as deep as you would like it to be. Still an angle they can peek through. There we go. They didn't see them. The dash out of Fatino, but he goes right into Durka, thinking maybe he'd caught a player off guard, but instead he has taken down. That timing read wrong for Vodafone Giants. And the man advantage sits double in favor of Fnatic. And look at the amount of utility they've still got on this B site, stopping any sort of lane push. Those nano swarms can easily be activated. And Sova towards the spawn, the second player that might not be expected. But no, it's all a fake, and Vodafone Giants don't know that they're still running into a three-man stack. Fnatic are so good at this. We saw it on Icebox as well, Tom, where Vodafone Giants would try to take map control elsewhere and try to make noise, and Fnatic just wouldn't move. They would just sit in position and go, yeah, cool. You can go B if you want. We're sticking with 3A. Vodafone Giants have to save. They have no choice but to just save this. The time is way too low, and we're going to see 11 on the board for Fnatic in, well, I was going to say flawless fashion, but then Magnum died immediately, so 4 players surviving.
Yeah, it's worth it for him if he can remove the extra weaponry. It's not really that much of a loss, but the other thing as well is I feel like selling a fake in a 3v5 is really hard to do. Like, you would almost have to just run into the site and then run away. Like, there is absolutely no reason for Fnatic to over-rotate, because even if they just trade evenly, that's a 1v3 retake for the remaining couple of players. So they're not just going to abandon the site and just walk away. So sending one man to just almost be like, look, I broke the door, everyone come in, like this, it was never going to work. Like, if Fnatic fell for that, I think I would have just left, because that would have been the worst sold fake of all time. Like, there's no chance that would have worked. I can understand why Giants are trying to do it. You get into a desperation point with that little time left on the clock in a 3 versus 5. So yeah, fair enough, but Fnatic have now broken back in a couple of rounds. Again, Durka Bladestorm, never underestimate it. The man is just an absolute monster, but it does seem now that some of those more aggressive plays, some of those risky pushes into the sites have stopped working, and then the slower plays is what benefits him, because shutting him down, even when he's playing solo, it's one of the toughest things to do in Valorant. Like, even the best teams in the world have struggled to do it. So the fact that Giants are currently suffering the same problem, it's not that much of a surprise.
I think one of the biggest problems as well for Giants in situations where they're trying to sell fake info is in reading how teams like Fnatic will actually respond to the things that they do. The caliber of opponents they usually play against, no doubt, will have been more prone to over-rotate, more prone to give them the advantages that they want. But, I mean, look at Fnatic in this round. Giants make a little bit of presence towards B. They start to move back to the mid area. All the while, Fatino is watching short, waiting for a peek to come through. But there's nothing. Shock darts behind the smoke in case someone's playing up close. Again, nothing. Fnatic are playing this incredibly passive. They know what is going on from Vodafone Giants. The only combat they're really looking for is Durka pushed up in main. And Fatino's about to swing into him, and this is going to be such an important fight. The wallbang shot to Durka takes him down and now puts the man advantage in their favor. Vodafone Giants have Hunter's Fury and they have Omen's ulti. They can go into any part of the map they want for information. Basically, a free Sova arrow, which can be so important when you have this man advantage to stop you from running into a stack. The choice to go B would currently be the correct one, but the rotates are on the way, and slowing it down a little bit, Vodafone Giants will get some big dividends, but they're throwing over arrows on A. They've got to go fast now.
Do they clear? Oh, surely Mystic has to be dead. No, he's actually going to get away with 2 kills? Oh, eventually the trade comes through, but the spike has been dropped on short. They've only got 20 seconds to try and deal with it. Now, Doma doesn't have any flashes left, and the dash away might give him an opportunity. He's got him trapped in the corner, but the pistol is enough. And now it's left onto Boaster. Shock Dart might actually get the kill, but there comes the Bladestorm. Fatino again. He just seems to explode into rounds exactly when Giants need it. And well, this time the Jet is the difference.
And the really important thing about that is Fatino had the spike. He had the balls to just go for that play. When you've only got like 10 seconds left to get the spike planted, you can't really rely on that one teammate to cover you. If that kill is found, it's a 1v1 and you are on the back foot. I mean, he has the high ground, you know? It's over. But not only that, the fact that you're stuck where the spike is, there's like 2 angles you can potentially peek, and that player is going to be primed and ready to take that fight. Instead, Fatino says, hey, let's catch him off guard. Let's take the fight to him. Brings it right to his turf and takes him down. That's exactly what you want to see. And Dirk is actually ahead of this smoke. The recon is destroyed, so he can still hold that position. That's exactly what he's going to do late into the round, waiting for someone to come out from B connector. And this battle of the operators, for what I think is the first time we'll really see it come up. And the timing on Durka. I don't know why he took himself out of the scope, but hey, Fatino's going to be happy with that. That's 2 for 2 in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, and that's been the difference. Like, they've been able to shut him down. They've been able to deny that aggression, and well, then it comes down to Fnatic almost having to take gambles elsewhere. They're going to report back that there's at least a player outside of A. And in fact, it's a lot more than just a player. There's, in fact, the majority of the squad about to push in this direction. 45 seconds left. Now, this control could actually make a pretty big difference. I wonder if Doma's about to try and pop flash himself out of it. I think he is. This is risky as hell, and he's not going to get anything for it. Vitinho already going to find his second of the round and looking to try and dash back into this site. Mystic is waiting. He needs to go huge, and he will fall for Vitinho as well. This man is just taking over the server.
We really need to take a look at this guy after the games. Fatino has been around for a long time.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry for interrupting.
Go
Didn't
for it.
they drop him?
Vodafone Giants?
Yeah, I'm sure that he was in like X Giants at one point.
I'm not 100% sure.
I could be wrong in that one, but I'm pretty sure that, yeah, he played for X Giants Gaming, but it might have just been that he joined the players who were then Giants, but it is almost funny that he went and then became part of that team and now has ended up in the actual roster and now just looks absolutely sick.
Yeah. You know, back in the day, when it was, when he was playing for X Giants. Yeah, you're right, because they were the full Spanish team, right? With Jamba, the man who first showed us the double shock darts back in the Allied Esports Invitational Ignition series, way back in the day. And Fatino back then was it was Fatino and Jamba. Those are the ones that really caught my eye. Jamba because of his proficiency on Sova. It was unlike anything we'd seen from players within the European scene at that point. Of course, closed circuit invite only. That's bound to happen. And then Fatino was just incredible individually. But I will say he is way better now than he was back then. Like, he caught our eye back then. Now he's stealing the show completely. Dirk has found the opening kill, mainly because it wasn't Fatino on the other side this time.
He's got the hero operator in this round. No one else you'd want with it, of course. And he's already managed to find them the opener. Now again, lockdown's still online. Again, I don't think that's been utilized at all, really. They're probably saving it for the right retake, but a lot of these rounds seem to be lost before that's really an option for Mystic. Oh, sorry, for Magnum even, to bring that one in. Now, mid control is completely in the favor, but the flash going through, I don't believe that actually caught anyone, so not much information here. And Fatino, again, going to be leading that charge. Now, the stack is prominent. 4 players waiting on A. One of them, Doma around tree. I think he's dead here, but it might just be the information they need. And, well, you can't quite do that versus Fatino. He'll hit that shot all day.
About as free as they come for him. Dirk is going to be taken down on the side as well. And this is starting to look so good for Vodafone Giants. They don't know the Boaster's still on the site, but he's caught as he tries to sneak his way out. 11-11. Tied up we go. And Tom, I said it when Fnatic won that pistol round in this half. I felt like that gave us the close map that we desired. And here it is. Now only one team. Whoever wins this round is the one that has the possibility to close it out in regulation, or we hit OT at 12-12, and I'm excited either way. I don't quite mind which way it goes. This has been a hell of a series.
How did David P even get there? Like, he jumped up through heaven, and it seemed like nobody even realized from Fnatic. He's been finding holes in this roster pretty much all the way through the map. Sure, Fatino's definitely been the star of the show. I don't think there's any argument there, and to be honest, that is a surprise to me. Like, we watched map 1. Let's be real, that was Durka domination. Like, that was like, we never really saw Fatino come onto the server. We were raving about Hoodie. We were worried for this squad. Get into map 2, he was phenomenal. Night and day, completely opposite. And now we go into Ascent, and again, it looks like a map where he just thrives. It looks like he's just completely, quote unquote, comfortable, as you said. So now Fnatic, they're going to take themselves a pause. It was something mentioned on the desk that it wasn't something they were doing, but giving Mini the opportunity to have his input. We know that Boaster and him are the deadly duo behind the scenes which drive this roster forward. Let's hope he's got an idea, because right now Fnatic are desperate.
Placing sentry. Placing swarm grenade.
Calling a tactical timeout this late into the game. You can see how serious they're taking it. It's time to make that push happen. Tactical timeout is over at this point. There we go. I suppose in a way, Tom, a whole round is a tactical timeout.
Shut up.
If you really think about it.
No, not really thinking about it. It's 11-11. I could not care less about whatever weird analogy or thought you're going to try and come up with. We're getting on with the round. Mid control is the point of contact at least. We've seen a couple of attempted B splits, but a lot of the time it has ended, well, almost in a bait. The B site has not been the turf of Giants. In the majority of rounds, they've ended on A. Magnum is in a good position. Is he going to be able to do much here? Even a trade here for Giants would be absolutely fine. Ambi, he's not checked it properly. Oh, it's a little bit... Oh, it went wrong. It went wrong, to say the least. Magnum with a chance to get a multi-frag. He's only going to come out with one. And now they're pressuring onto Durkee. He's been caught a few times. This time he escapes. Doma in a bit of trouble himself. This is not the greatest of rounds for Fnatic. It seems like they're almost choking out of this one, but Mystic might just be there to save the day. 3 kills as he fades back into the smoke. And he'll just about get around the corner.
Oh, man. I did not think he had that much time left on the smoke, so fair play. The read was there. Meta with 11 HP left to keep the dream alive for regulation victory. He needs to win this 1v2. And the Hunter's Fury, it ends his chances. There's no way he gets this plant in, surely. Oh, no, it's right on him. 12-11. Fnatic edge closer to that upper bracket final. They're looking to win it out 13-11 here, map number 3, and avoid the overtime, which would send them to face off against Team Liquid, who've already secured their spot in the upper bracket final. Tom, this is tough. This has been very, very tough indeed, but Fnatic, they've made it work in, I would say, one of the craziest rounds I've seen for a long time. That was truly ludicrous. It felt like fights were happening all across the map, and there was no attacker or defender. We were watching a deathmatch with a bit of strategy. God. The Odin play, it's come out from Boaster. Now I'm a big fan. Always loved Boaster, but this one's really pushed it over the line. Let's see what he can do with it.
They've TP rotated as well. There's going to be some counter ultimates being expended. Magnum actually pushes straight through and manages to turn it into a 3 versus 2. Now the spike is still in their control. They're actually going to take a bit of a risk here. This turns it into a 1 versus 1. Doma might be able to end this round in his tracks, was expected by David P. The man just has a 6th sense in this matchup at least. That could have been it. That could have been map over. That could have been series over. But he wins the duel and turns this into a 2v2 retake.
The steps are heard. David P, we talked about his lurk plays earlier on, and he's in a prime position to get some serious work done. There's the kill to Magnum, leaving Boaster alone. 50 HP and a 1 versus 2 to win out. The spike planted open for them and a player flanking him from heaven. That is going to be an overtime question mark. He's already sticking it to halfway, or at least that's what they think. Pushing down, Ambi will catch him, and we're going to OT on map number 3. Vodafone Giants have made it work. It's been a damn impressive series from this team. They have earned the respect of absolutely everyone within the European scene, from the showing that they've put on here alone, from the victory over Vitality, and possibly the victory over Fnatic. As we enter the OT, it's all on the line.
I have to be honest, like, when we saw like a lot of players coming over from Counter-Strike moving into Valorant, there were definitely some players I doubted, and I can hold my hands up and say that one of them was David P. Like, coming over, I was not sure how much this man would be able to perform. Now in G2, he proved, at least individually, he could definitely still roll with anyone. In this team, honestly, in this map, they would have lost if it wasn't for him. Fatinho is, as said, the star, but he has had so many impact plays which turn this map on its head. And I'm loving watching Giants, I have to say. This is the first time I've got to cast them, I think, ever. Even just the whole roster. But this is a different team completely to what we've seen in the past. A different level to what we've seen in the past, no matter the result in this matchup. And now they have a chance to take down a Masters finalist.
I've got the chance to cast Vodafone, obviously, back in the days. And actually, just as you say, they dropped Patino. I mean, they did drop the whole roster. I think they just pulled out for a period.
Just him.
So, yeah, it wasn't so much like they dropped him or they dropped a couple of players. Like, they just left the roster and then rebuilt later. But technically, yes, he was removed from the roster. Or you could look at it this way. They removed themselves from the game, and when they wanted to re-enter, they looked to Fatino because he's so damn good. Either way, the point is, this team has been built relatively new, certainly compared to Fnatic, compared to the success Fnatic have found. This is not someone that you would expect to be potentially knocking them to the lower bracket, but they've become a little bit of a dark horse within the scene. Great flash by David P, and a double kill, a shutdown on the A push, and they still have Patino here with the operator. How did that not connect? Through the shadows it went, and Mystic is now harassing the backside, taking down Meadow. Oh no! Vodafone Giants are on the back foot, and Fnatic, they've pulled this one out of absolutely nowhere.
That shot might have been everything. Mystic getting one of the kills on the way back in, but there's still 2 players to fight for this one to try and give them that advantage that they so desperately need. Hoodie trying to peek back in. He's been spotted. They now know where both players are, or at least should do, with Ambi spamming through the smoke. Hoodie has made some ground at least, but with all 3 players underneath Heaven, there's no way they can clear these angles. Fnatic just group up as a squad, and they will garner their 13th round map and series point.
Magnum's looking different these days. 13-12. Fnatic are certainly feeling like it's the birthday of everyone on their lineup. They feel like they're RyanCentral right now because they're just one away from connecting their spot in the upper bracket grand final. Or yeah, well, you call it a grand. You don't call it a grand final if it's just the upper bracket. So it's just a final. Yeah, just a final, Tom. But what it is 1 game away from qualifying, right? Making it to that EMEA playoffs to face the best teams within our collective regions. That's what they're gunning for. Recon on mid sees nothing. Vodafone Giants definitely have the pressure on, and dealing with Dirk is going to be the first big task that they face. He's up on top, and Hoodie's ready for it. With that down, there's a player up close in the form of Doma, but Hoodie, full blind, just deals with him. This is fantastic from Vodafone Giants. Up on top they go, and Mystic's able to drop one. Dancing around the generator, he will be taken down. All onto Magnum to make this clutch happen and avoid another overtime. But look at that. Vodafone Giants' decision-making is on point. They realize this guy's already rotated into position, so let's rotate back. They've heard the steps. They know he's here. Yeah. They know that he's coming in through spawn.
Yeah, they're watching the smoke like a hawk. He still manages to get away with 1. There shouldn't be anything more, though, as David P is there with the trade. 13-13. The battle continues to see who remains within the upper bracket. Of course, neither team at this stage to be eliminated. But considering this is a pretty hefty best of 3, they do have to play another match today.
That is a very good point. Yeah, the loser has to play another match to stay alive, which is not ideal after such an elongated series. And correct me if I'm wrong, it's versus BDS, a team that I presume is currently watching this game.
Probably. They're going to have a lot to watch, but yeah. They're also a team that, I don't know, on their day, I genuinely believe can beat anyone. So I would not like to be going down into the lower bracket versus them, because a lot of the time I think it depends on which version of BDS you face, whether or not you get through or not.
Well, indeed, now with a 6th player, that is even more true. There are multiple versions.
Literally what version you face, but also, well, do you get God tier clutcher Logan or not? Like well, I think that's one of the things you have to worry about.
Versus 10-star, Gatch is a new player in the roster, performed really well. But hey, we'll leave that for the next series to discuss, because we'll get to see BDS
There's
in a little
desk
bit.
For this stuff.
They do their job. They get through all that sort of.
They're hating right now how much we get to talk. Like, I'm telling you, like, Jess
stop talking.
Fuming. She's like, I want to talk about this game, but it's still going. 40 seconds left on the clock. They're about to make play into the B site, which is currently empty. A retake setup on B. Now, this is something we haven't witnessed so far from Giants. They did this on A, and it worked fairly well. Now, Bose has got to be very careful. He's got 3 players facing into his crosshair, and it's shaky from him. David P will be the one to close him out. Barely any damage done. And the remaining players, well, they're locked into the site.
Paranoia is going to catch the first, but there's literally 4 guys on site.
God.
They've got the potential to make multiple crossfires happen. Retaking with the op, not going to be easy, but Hoodie is leading the charge and dominating every fight he takes. Doma all alone on the back site. Numbers are going to be his downfall as Hoodie eliminates him. That is 14-13. Vodafone Giants facing map point, series point to make it to the upper bracket final. To face Liquid. This could be Fnatic going to the lower, Tom, and facing elimination from the entire tournament. Their chances of going to Masters, gone. Their chances of going to Champions, hurt, let's say.
Yeah. Yeah, Fnatic are one of the only teams that actually have that slight lifeline of, I think, already sort of being in that last chance qualifier, but I don't want to talk about that right now because I feel like that firstly it's confusing as hell, and secondly the match is still going and they could very easily come back into this one. And while Durka, a lot of the time you're not going to see players go for the operator so much in overtime because you can't have yourself those extra shields, but Durka doesn't seem to mind.
I'm gonna have to buy this man tickets to Hamilton or something. Boaster's playing the Odin on every side. He just keeps buying it up. What is that for Magnum? He's run after Fatino. He's chased him down. Nano swarms, cloudburst, smokes. It doesn't matter. You can't keep this guy away. He's looking for a little bit more and even catching Ambi off. Now staring at main for another challenger. Step right up, step right up. It looks like finally we have a victor, but with David P left last alive, a 1v4 and a shot to the side confirms another overtime, Tom. 14-14. This is a draining series for these players, but they are still putting up those numbers. Patino close to hitting 30. David P really showing up, and we've seen some big plays from him coming throughout this. And I can't help but feel when you see Hoodie around the middle of the scoreboard, you know it's a good day for Vodafone Giants. Either that or it's a really bad day, but in this case, it's a good day.
I was about to say, either that or it's not gone well at all, but hey.
Either that or they've lost, 13-4.
16-14 is the number both teams are now looking for. Now, I think there's another game with that scoreline. We don't normally get there, but this has been a worldy of a series. A slow start for Giants, but the fight back has been massive. Do they have the gall to take it over the line? Vitinho, an aggressive position, waiting patiently. He's got David P alongside him, and it's the bait and switch. It's the attempt to try and catch out Magnum, but it doesn't work. He's done the majority of the damage, and now the rest of the team are looking to try and put pressure in. They've got the slows to try and hold things back, and Ambi garnering quite a bit of information for his team. He's got to be careful, though, because a peek out here could be his life lost.
He's going to be deep flashed on to allow Durka to push, but Fatino was just sat there waiting. He'll eventually be dropped, but the trades are there, and it looks like Vodafone Giants have done just enough to pull themselves into the lead here. Fnatic are surrounded. There's players on every side. The site has a 2-man stack with a crossfire, and 40 seconds on the clock kind of limits their ability to rotate. Boaster has found himself that big weapon. A little bit of damage onto Hoodie. He needs a bit more. 20 bullets as he swaps over. The Phantom now in his hands. 25 seconds. The flank on its way. David P easily takes the first. Paranoia onto the second. And with the barrel spotted, Meadow closes it out. 15-14. Another map and series points for Vodafone Giants. Can Fnatic hold on this time?
A really solid hold coming out from the side of Giants. No way into that B site. Decent crossfires as well. And of course, at this point, I think David P might have some of the best positioning I've ever seen. Like, he's always behind them. He's always catching someone off guard. But in this round, I feel like it was probably the least important part of the play. Now, they're actually going to take a timeout themselves on the Giant side. A moment for David to come up with a strat, talk to the coach, and try and come up with something to break this Fnatic defense. Now, first thing on the list, probably try and kill Durka. He got aggressive in the previous couple of rounds, managed to catch a player or two off guard. But can he continue to do that? Can he continue to make these rounds difficult? And, well, if they go towards the B site, I wouldn't be against it. I would say it's almost likely.
Oh, certainly, if they give him the opportunities. I do think that they've run into B a couple of times, and he has had the chance to take a couple of shots. I do think that if they do go towards B, there's going to be more direct counterplay, whether that's even just putting the drone down there right away, having your smokes down up on top, and a paranoia for the right side. There's a bunch of different things that you can do with this kind of composition to counter that operator and make it difficult. And I see David P is currently holding his flash in hand. He's ready to paranoia them up right at the start of the round. And that could be a big problem for Durka if he does go to peek into main, which he currently is. There's the flash blinding him up. He now has to play much more passive, peppering them up here. Boaster's doing some good damage, but just swinging left and right a little too much. The accuracy gonna go into hell. And look, it's nothing really. It's a little bit of a tickle onto Fatino.
Deploying drone.
Interestingly, he hasn't got the operator here. And playing with the rifle, I mean, we saw that A play, right, where he dashed in, updrafted, and took on top of generators. I can't help but feel like maybe it won't be A, but he will still go for that faster entry play.
Seems like Durka might just be in the right place at the right time again. Now they are going to smoke it, wall it, not give him the chance to take that fight. And the pace has been picked up. Potential spam to come through. And he's actually just going to go running through. Doesn't quite... Actually, I think he did. He wallbanged David P, but he survives. Now it's left on to Boaster at the back of the site. The flash through from Doma will at least garner him one. And Boaster, he steps up in this round. 3 kills off the back. It even grants him his trusty ultimate, the Hunter's Fury. He won't spot out the player yet, but Magnum is quick to do so. 15-15.
Best gun in the game. It's the best gun
Switching
in the
sides.
game. Odin.
Overtime.
That's a little theme tune I made up for it. I did make it up just now, so it might not have lived up to, you know, some of the other jams out there.
No, to be honest, I thought that was actually written by Jonas, so, you know, thoroughly impressed.
You know, I tried my best.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I will say, I'm not sure I agree with your point, especially when you consider... Well, I don't know. If you're looking at all the best players in the world, like if you're going for like a tens of Dirk, I don't see many of them playing the Odin.
Boaster's gonna get there. He's gonna make a name for himself.
He's gonna be #1 player in the world.
Oh, here we go.
All right, David
P. How do you get out though? You know, that's something you'll see a Jet do. We've seen Durka, we've seen Fatino make those kind of plays. Maybe a Reyna, you know, but an Omen, not so much. Good trade back, though. Meadow is going to give them an advantage over towards Vodafone Giants and completely stop any push from Fnatic. They're now just stalling out, trying to play for a little bit of map control, and ultimately the goal of this round becomes very blurred.
A minute left on the clock. And an A-site stack is almost in play here. Ambi potentially just going to be spotting. They still have the wall blocking off any plays directly into B, and the re-aggression is going to be caught. Hoodie falls, but now they're almost going to try and sell this as control of A, but they're not currently going in that direction. Now, any push into mid would catch a trip, but instead, actually do start to wrap back into the A site. Still going to be 2 players waiting here. One of them, Meadow, sat underneath Heaven, but more importantly, Fatino up above with that operator. He's not been one to miss too many shots, but that might be the one. Meadow, however, has been able to pick off Doma in the meantime, leaving Boaster to try and trade.
He can cover Mystic at least while the plant comes in. They know the operator's up top and have to be so worried about it. Peeking into Fatino now could be the end, and indeed, Boaster will go down. Mystic now has to clutch it. There's a player below and 2 above. No info really to play with. Great spray! And he actually gets it done! All 3! Mystic puts Fnatic on 16-15 in an absolutely incredible play. Now they have map series point. Vodafone Giants, they're gonna be kicking themselves after that one. How does he get away with this?
So there was a play to get us to overtime in the first place, where Mystic finds a multi-frag in a position where I thought he was dead and gets back around the corner into the smoke. He has just blown that play out of the water by finding a 1 versus 3. That might be the match winner. We've got to see if there's a response now, because going on to the attacking side, this is where both teams have struggled for the most part. And Fnatic have themselves an advantage.
Same shock darts going over. Of course, the objective of killing anyone, not really a thing. We saw it before. Trying to take out any killjoy utility that might be around there. Alarm bots, nano swarms. All that sort of good stuff. And of course, tripwires if you're playing against the Cypher. The drone's going to go through. Is this, again, a faster play? Mystic has had a lot to say from this angle, and they've not cleared it for the 5th time, I think, at this point. But now they know where he is. He's still good for 1. Everybody on Fnatic showing up. This is when they need to. A 3 versus 2 as David P and Ambi try to clutch this out. They have managed to just about sneak that spike out from under Fnatic's nose. The rotate underway. David P has heard those steps, but there's a door between him and Boaster. That's going to give him away. He knows exactly where to aim, exactly where to look. In fact, even has a paranoia to play with. Considering he knows that there's a player close, I wouldn't be surprised if this gets popped through. For now, he just wants to gently peek that angle, but Boaster's waiting for it. The Odin in hand, but a bullet in his head. Numbers evened up, and David P will take an even more aggressive stance, making his way into market. They better be ready for this. He's tucked
so
in
good.
and good for another 2 insanely impactful kills that leave Mystic, the man who single-handedly at this stage kept them alive in the previous round, now has to clutch it out again for the win. A 1v2 and no time for him to sneak. They'll know exactly where he's coming from as he approaches this site, and you may bet David P is ready to pounce on him. And there it is, an easy 16-16, tied up yet again, and another overtime on Ascent.
Overtime.
I think this is the Omen overtime. That's what that was. The clutch coming out from Mystic in the 1 versus 3, and then in the 3 versus 2, David P managing to pick off every single member of the opposing team. We're at 16-16. It's genuinely getting to the point now where I feel like both of these teams are just going to be exhausted of strategy. Somewhat, it's just going to come down to individual plays. It's going to who has the biggest balls to throw this one off and get themselves that victory. Now, David P still going to be challenging early into mid, not wanting to take quite the risks we saw from him previously. And already Ambi actually peeking in to break the Tiger. Of course, they currently, or at that point, had 3 players holding onto the B site. So a spot onto Fitinho, for example, would have actually been a lot of information garnered for Fnatic.
That Shock Dart goes through to destroy the tripwire, and similar to what we saw from Vodafone Giants on the attack, that's going to buy them a little bit of extra space and a lack of information on the opposing side. The turret not destroyed, the drone, rather, is going to give the information away that Dome is outside, but, I mean, they had that from the shooting alone. It was a very slow round from Fnatic. As we said, it's already been an incredibly long series. These players have got to be fatigued. I think we're going into, like, the 4th hour of this series, if we're not already in the 4th hour.
$35 seconds. Fitinho about to be pressured, and he's going to get the opener once again. Magnum almost has to try and pressure onto him, and Dirk has been caught in mid. They're going to try and wrap back into the A side, but there's been an aggressive push. Of course, it's David P. He's got the perfect spot to deny anything in this round. Are they going to expect anyone to be that far forward? Probably not. So it's a free kill. Boaster goes down, and they just close it. David P with the double, and a beautiful round from the Giants. They've got their chance once again as they head into the attacker round.
I've lost count of how many map and series points Vodafone Giants have had at this point. The opportunities have been there. Despite a wealth of chances, they haven't been able to close it out. This time around, on the attacking side, they will attempt to finish it. Now, they won the previous round that they had on attack. Fnatic have definitely going to be feeling like their backs are against the walls. The only reason that they're still in this is because of that big play by Mystic to keep them alive, which happened both going into overtime and in overtime. Winning this game on a round-to-round basis is Vodafone Giants. They're relying on less individual clutch plays to make it happen, which makes it that much more repeatable. Fnatic need an answer, and they need it now, or this will be Vodafone Giants running away with the upper bracket spot, and Fnatic having to battle for that other spot through the lower bracket, which they don't exactly want to do when there's only 2 spaces on offer. And there's a possibility you'll meet either Vodafone Giants or Liquid again before you get to claim your spot.
And it's today, so it's like it is real fatigue after this map. A minute left on the clock.
I have the spike.
Now, we've seen some aggressive pushes out from Fnatic to break some of the utility, to deny Cypher from just spotting. Take flight. As they look to try and control middle once again. They're not going to see anything here. No real information. The same sort of aggressive push we saw in the previous round. And now they're going to look to try and push into Boaster. Already, Durka's going to be able to pick off one. Did they even expect him to be here? The answer is no. And again, it starts to fall apart. But David P has at least isolated one. They've got themselves the cage. I expect maybe some spams through it. In fact, a flash going through it to try and not leave Durka isolated, but they're actually going to start falling back. There's such a small amount of time, and if they run through all of this utility, it's actually not going to be popped in time. So David P will at least get them the after plant, and they've left Ambi behind to almost just try and catch out Durka, who I think is just going to be running, but gets away with it.
This is a scary situation for Fnatic. They have nothing to work with in terms of utility, bar that paranoia. Durka's on his way with the operator. He'll be the first to take contact. With the dash, the ability to fall out, he goes right onto the site. Good position! Oh! David P with the triple! Vodafone Giants 1 kill away from knocking Fnatic down to the lower bracket. It's Mystic again that has to pull this clutch off. He spotted the final player, but he won't get it done. 18-16, an incredibly long series, but Vodafone Giants come out on top. What an incredible turn of events this has been, Tom, and one that I don't think many people will have seen coming.
That's the best map of Valorant I've ever watched. That hands down. Like, that was one of the most competitive games, back and forth all the way through. That's the longest map I've ever casted as well at 18-16. And holy cow, Giants have actually managed to do it. Moments of clutches of bringing things back. And David P, just so you know, he finished top of the board. He wasn't even close to Fatinho. I think Fatinho had like 26 kills when maybe he had like 16, maybe less, and he just had so many high impact plays. This man was always a question mark when being brought into rosters. Was he like, oh, is he the right choice? Instead, he didn't even want an in-game lead in this team, and now they've just beaten Fnatic in, what, an 18-16 victory? I don't know, man. And isn't he standing in? I've said this before. I know I've said it before because it was with G2. Give the man a damn contract right now, because that was an unbelievable performance, both individually and as a caller as well.
Yeah, I remember those days, Tom, back when we were always talking about David P as a factor on these rosters, because, you know, this guy was realistically not a great player in CS. He wasn't a Scream. He wasn't a tier 1 player. He had some drama. Yeah. He came into Valorant, and I remember saying, like, oh, this guy's not going to go anywhere. Like, look at his CS past. He's here for a couple weeks, and he's gone. He managed to stick on that G2 roster for a long time, and it was when we hit the We Play Invitational that you and I sat back and went, you know what? I take it back. You know, he is a good player. He's fitting into the team right. He's not baiting. He is just a solid player. I think his time on G2, he learned a lot. He grew as a person, and now certainly one of my favorite players to watch. I've become a big fan of David P from his time on G2, and now certainly his time on Vodafone Giants. Look, that is the end of the series. We will get more Fnatic. That's the good news, as they will go up against BDS in the lower bracket. But before we toss to a break and we have all that, we need to talk to you about the player of the match. Now, we have 3 options for you today.
It's hard.
If it didn't go to so many OTs, it would have been incredibly difficult, but I don't know if David P will have won your vote after that. Fatino, Hoodie, and David P are your options. I know Dave's got my vote, but hey, you're a Fatino fan, I can't really blame you. Tom, who would you be throwing it to?
See, for the final map, I have to give it to David P, but you have to bear in mind as well that Fatinho on that second map was unreal as well. So if it's either of those two, don't get me wrong, Hoodie had a great series, but on impact alone, David P.
Yeah, absolutely incredible series. Vodafone Giants upsetting a lot of people today, making me very happy, making us very happy for putting on an incredible show. But I'm sure there's a bunch of other happy people as well, because all of the plays that we just saw, Tom, we saw so many advanced tactics, so many counter plays that we didn't really get on map 1. I have to say, I felt sorry for Ryan. I was watching him do the breakdown on map 1. You could tell he was just looking for anything. There you go. But you're looking at that map, that first map, and there wasn't that much to really break down. There wasn't a bunch going on, really. In fact, I would argue I didn't want to see that first map being broken down because I didn't want to watch any more of it. But after that, I'm sure Ryan's going to want about a 40-minute segment, so we better give him a little bit of time. Let's toss over to the analyst desk after a little bit of a hiatus. They will be back to talk you through the madness that was that series.
Welcome back to the VCT Challengers main event, where Giants have made it through to the upper bracket after one of the longest maps we have ever seen on EU VCT. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm back here again with Ryan and Jess. Not gonna lie, almost forgotten what you two look like after how long that map was.
What year is it?
Yeah. We could have cooked a dinner, had a nap, given the
You guys
amount
didn't?
of
I
time
went to
they
Disneyland
played.
and back, so yeah, you guys missed out.
Yeah, Jess, you look like you've had a lot of fun. But, you know, speaking of a lot of fun, the Giants boys, Ryan was right there, but they managed to come back in on Ascent, Jess, and they took it.
You know what? After the first half, where Fnatic were able to tie that 6-6, I said to myself, Fnatic have got this. Why? Because historically, Vodafone Giants usually are very defensive favored, and as a result, they struggle on their attack. We were discussing the fact they've got one flash, and it's a measly flash at that, and most of the time, I mean, Ryan and I were discussing it, and he said they're using it super early, so getting that execute onto site is really difficult, and that's why they struggled very early on in their attacking rounds. But I think that momentum just really kicked in, and so did a little bit of that adrenaline, and things started to turn really quickly.
It was a great way to sort of see this Vodafone Giants team stress tested, because there's a lot of people I seem to think that this is just a honeymoon team, that it's just finding form at the moment. But I think Fnatic is a tough opponent, and Durka had his moments where he was switched on. This clutch from Mystic in overtime is also just insane. It's a great way to sort of see how deep both of these teams could go. Like I said, these are my two EMEA qualifying teams. It's just a shame now that Fnatic need to have the full perfect run now through the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, as you guys know, if you're not sort of checking out the bracket, you guys should. I know it's on VCT.GG, but as we have this graphic up on our screen, one of the things I wanted to highlight was Mystic had a super quiet map 1, map 2. Okay, Ryan pointed out he had a few assists on map 1, for example, and that was really good. So obviously he was, you know, jumping in with the team in a more supportive way. But this map where he's on the Omen, he was on fire. You can see his ACS there of the 234, but his 1.6 KD, that was well above the rest of his team there. Unfortunate that they weren't able to pull away with the win. And on the other side, it's just the story of the Omens today here on this last map. And I'm really, really happy for the side of Vodafone Giants, especially because didn't know he had a slow match getting into the series. David P came out of the gates running, but they were able to equalize in the end. And that's why you get to the 5th overtime and the boys are really pushing the stamina.
I mean, Fnatic has some huge moments there, but Ryan, it does feel like both on Bind and here on Ascent towards the end, they were just outclassed.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we saw the real apex of what Giants could do, and certainly what David P could do with a clip coming up, just because it was the timing, finding that space. I think Durka was in a few positions where he got caught out. So yeah, this is a firm example, I suppose, of it overall, of just being able to like hold these positions for the most part. It's more the backing out the positioning and realistically speaking, just where they're going to approach this for the most part. I think the mid rounds as well were really solid from David P and Vodafone Giants. There was a lot of early approaching, like we just mentioned, the paranoia being used. It was the only flash that Giant had available. But certainly pay attention to the trajectory, the scaling, and the way that Vodafone Giants move through the map to end on A. Like Durka's set up with the operator on rafters. There's a lot of players from Fnatic over on this site, and it's just perfect movement. I think Meadow gets really lucky here for the most part. And so it is just this positioning. But certainly pay attention to David P's movement. Doma, Birthday Boy, it's a bit more of a longer stretch, but the positioning and the go time from here. David P gets into glass. Durka has no chance here.
Yeah, I mean, they played this round so well, and it is the fact that they managed to string together round after round after round of the same caliber, Ryan, and in the end, they were able to take the win. Now, I'm going to let you two have a quick rest, don't worry. I'm not going to take 1 hour and 15 minutes, or however long that map was. I'm just going to have a quick chat with Vodafone Giants Meadow. Hello, Meadow. Welcome to the show. It's been a while since we had you on. You know, it's been a while as well for your team to kind of reach the top level of Europe. How does it feel, and how pleased are you to be able to take down an opponent like Fnatic?
I mean, it feels amazing. It was such a long time ago since I felt like this, you know. Like words can't even describe. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been since your FPX days, right? Since you've really been sort of challenging at the top. Why do you think you guys have unlocked this kind of crazy consistency?
I don't know. Like, we've always been good, like in Giants, at least in practice, you know. But like when we change 2 players now, like playing officials is much easier. We can finally show what we can do when it truly matters, you know. And I don't know, like having David P, you know, he's super good, helps us a lot, you know, and I don't know, feels amazing.
Well, talk me through what kind of leader is David P, because, you know, we've seen him IGL here and there on other rosters as well, and he spoke earlier a little bit about his own struggles with leading. So how are you guys finding him?
I mean, the thing is, we have Peepson, you know, he's by far the best coach I've ever seen, and, you know, he helps David a lot. So, you know, Peepson gives all the structure and helps David, and David makes basically the mid-round calls, you know, and stuff like this. So that's basically how it goes.
And speaking of Pipson, you guys took some crucial pauses. In fact, Ryan on the desk was saying that you always tend to win our super important rounds right after the pause. What was Pipson telling you guys today? How did you manage to turn things around?
I mean, he always has super good reads, what the opponent is doing, etc., and what we should do. So that's just basically it, you know. He comes in, says what they're doing, how we can counter it, and stuff like that.
Well, you guys countered it fantastically today. Now, tomorrow you have a big task. Today you took down Fnatic, but tomorrow you have to face Team Liquid. It's been a while since you played against them. What do you make of them right now as a team?
I mean, they're good, but I'm feeling very confident right now. I feel like we can beat anyone. So it's not going to be a problem, I think.
You guys definitely have a reason to be confident. But what about Scream moving on to that KO? Because I know historically a lot of players in Europe, they respect Scream a lot, but he's not really on the Jet anymore. Do you think that's going to make a difference?
I mean, for me, I think it's worse for him not being in a duelist, you know, because he's such an insane player, and putting him in a more support role, you know, I don't know, but we'll see.
We will see indeed. Thank you so much, Meadow. It's so good to have you back on stream with us. Hope to see you again tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
Well. I feel a bit emotional, Ryan and Jess. I mean, Ryan, you've been here since the beginning, since the beta, and we've seen Meadow so much throughout the years. I do feel like it's been a bit of a drought over the last few months, and now he's finally back on top alongside David P as well, another player who we talk about as someone that's been kind of missing out on these big tournaments. How do you feel they performed today, and also hearing everything that Pipson has been doing behind the scenes?
I think even if they lost the series in the end, they've done themselves proud to get into overtime, to come back from such a dominant Fnatic win on that first map. It was also kind of funny to see Meadow actually propping up David P, because David P earlier on was saying how great he was. He was like Napoleon from the Aristocats, just like, I'm the leader, I'll say when we do well or whatever. But Meadow being able to sort of promote that, be like, actually, he has helped out the team quite a lot. Like I said, I don't think this is just a flash in the pan honeymoon period team. I think there's some nice solid fundamentals there. And the fact that it worked out so well against a good Fnatic side, I don't think they're done and out just yet, really shows how far this team could go. But it's all or nothing. If they don't get to EMEA, they get 0 points, they're out of VCT. So a great time to actually find that form.
And yeah, Jess, it does feel like they've peaked at the perfect time. We've seen Fnatic in the past. You know, they had a couple of roster changes. They peaked at the prime time and they made it to Reykjavik. Do you feel like this Giants roster has what it takes as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Because part of me kind of feels that it's also a bit reminiscent of the 10-star roster as well. I know Ryan hates me speaking about the whole 10-star and how they're on the up and up, but it gave me the same sort of vibes as following 10-star over the past few days. And I thought to myself, Vodafone Giants, they're coming into this with a really solid backing, and probably what makes me feel even more confident about Giants over, let's say, 10-star is that they have this solid foundation to work off of. You need the brains before you need the brawn, and we're in a tactical, objective-based FPS, so you cannot forget that at the end of the day, you know, it's all nice and well to be the most mechanically skilled player, but there's mentality, there's so much more behind the scenes, and to hear that Pipson is doing a great job, and he's been able to elevate David's gameplay as well as his leadership, I mean, not only only will they become better players in the lobby, but they'll become better people as well. And I think that will elevate them throughout not just this tournament, but beyond.
Well, David P, he had a lot of confident things to say. Meadow was also very complimentary about his IGL. And now I can reveal that Twitter, they felt the exact same way, because today, Jess, David P is our man of the match, and I feel like very well deserved.
Yeah, absolutely. I was looking over the entirety of the stats, and I was saying, okay, how well did David P really do holistically, not just in the last map, but also in the previous maps? He holds #1 position for his team. He had an ACS of 274, and his KD was +13. That was huge, especially from a player that's not necessarily playing a duelist role. He came in, he had a positive opening kill, he had an awesome positive KD, he was doing a massive amount of damage, and he had an awesome combat score. I mean, what more could you ask for? Maybe a little bit better headshot percentage, but if he's getting kills, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, that's just like, we're really trying to scrape the barrel for something that he didn't do well enough. Well, congratulations to Giants once again for making it out to the next round. We're going to take a little break here, but do not go anywhere, because when we come back, Fnatic will be taking on BDS in the lower bracket. Fnatic, they couldn't quite take down Giants, which means they now find themselves in the lower bracket up against BDS. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm back on the desk again with Ryan and Jess. Now, we've seen a lot of Fnatic today, but we haven't seen BDS yet. And Jess, you know, this team have gone from a 5-man roster now to a 6.
Yeah, I've been following them. At least yesterday, I got to follow them in my sort of, introductory match here to the playoffs. And I was a little bit surprised because as a result of having that 6-man roster, things have been quite shaky for them. They are just chopping and changing players. They're chopping and changing agents as a result. They are a crazy roster. At least to start off with, in this first map, I believe we'll have Akuma, Hoppy, Logan, Rodent, and Takis. And I mean, that will swap out with Gouts as well, who will be jumping in and out. And generally, they're Jet player, super high rated yesterday. And then the moment he had one of his best maps of his career, they just subbed him straight out for another player. So it's just crazy to me that they want to be this versatile. I'm wondering whether it's hurting them though.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, where's your stance on this? Because we don't usually see this kind of style, not since Heretics.
No, and I think even then, if you're even looking like NA does it a lot having 6-player rosters. I think of like Cloud9 and stuff. And for the most part, it boils down to we have a 6-man roster because we're looking to drop somebody or at least work it out. And I think for Cloud9, it was interesting watching them sort of bringing in and out Floppy in that roster because it's like, all right, Challengers 1, we're going to run with Floppy in the roster. It didn't work. Challengers 2, we're going to run without him. So that's kind of what I expect at that level, seeing somebody like Takas or Hoppy be benched for a period to see what it's like. But no, they're interchanging players in between maps, and it was frustrating enough for me personally to watch BDS changing, like Hoppy playing a Cypher to a Phoenix to an Omen. It's just you're doing 3 fundamentally different roles in 3 different maps. Now you're pulling Hoppy out of the server, bringing in somebody else. The fact that they beat Vitality so consistently yesterday was a massive shock to me because it really seems all over the place with how they're playing it, but it seems to be working.
Well, speaking of those maps, we do have the map vetoes in right now, the picks and bans, and see which other 3 maps we're going to be going to today. We already went the distance earlier for the first best of 3, and now it does look a little bit like a deja vu here, guys, because we're getting Icebox and Bind again, which didn't work out for Fnatic, but it's going to be the Haven this time, no Ascent, which, Ryan, they're going to be pleased to see that.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, hopefully it's not another overtime because Haven and Ascent apparently are massive overtime maps now for Fnatic. But I do think at least starting off on Icebox, that was their one dominant win over Giants. I think they could do something similar here. Although saying that, Takas yesterday had an insane game on the Reyna. This is a map that Hoppy will be playing on. We mentioned Gatch as the 6th player in this roster. He's likely not going to be playing on this map. So it's the typical BDS lineup that we're used to.
Yeah, well, we're going to go into agent select now and almost a player select as well, because like you said, they are stopping some players in and out. So as you guys can see here, Gatch is going to be not going to be filling in. So Jess, we're going to get the kind of OG 5 here.
Yeah, and I'm having a look over sort of the BDS usual composition here on Icebox. I mean, at least what my Excel sheet is telling me, we should see a Jet, we should see a Reyna, we should see that double duelist come out of them. Check, it's both there. Viper, because it's criminal not to take it on this map. Mixwell taught me very well, of course. And then the Sova and the Sage. That to me, remember I spoke a bit before about having that usual, spaghetti bolognese. You want it traditional. You don't want to change it up too much. Whether or not you change the Reyna or the Killjoy out for each other, it doesn't bother me. I think that's interchangeable. But having the Viper and the Sage means it's going to be a really good match.
Well, of course, Ryan, we know what to expect from Fnatic here. We've seen it already. But what are you expecting from the side of BDS?
I think Hoppy's a player that's going to be I think when I was looking at the 6-player roster, I was expecting either Hoppy or Takas to be taken out because just statistically they've been underperforming a little bit. He had a life game yesterday against Vitality. I'd like to see that consistency run through. It seems that they've really taken the 6-player roster in their stride. So I'd like to see how they do after watching Fnatic being able to keep that momentum up because it's going to be a tough one. This seems like Fnatic's best map at the moment, Icebox.
And Jess, who's your money on?
I think for Icebox specifically, I'm going to have to throw my money onto Fnatic. They did a world of wonders on it in the first map of the first series. I'm just wondering, are they a little bit tired? That's my only question mark.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely fallen a little bit into that fatigue side. We saw the last time, Ryan, when they lost a guild, they played against G2 and they just ran out of steam.
Yeah, and I think statistically, obviously we've seen more double elimination in North America. The amount of times that a team is in the upper bracket, they lose that first game, then immediately have to go into the lower bracket. I think it was in the first stage, 5 out of the 6 teams that fell went out and got eliminated. So yeah, Fnatic, they haven't had much time to adjust, but now they have to go into another best of 3.
Yeah, they do. Well, the stats aren't on their side, Ryan, from what you've been saying. But Fnatic, they have already played 3 maps today. But it's the first time we're going to be seeing BDS. Let's see what they can do, Tom and Mitch.
Yes, indeedy, Sue. Indeedy. Let's see what they can do. Now, Tom, I'm super excited for this series because one of these 2 teams is going home, and that's bizarre.
Why excited for that?
They're already at home. But it's Fnatic and BDS. The fact that we're going to lose one of these 2 is pretty incredible. And I feel like the odds are kind of stacked against BDS.
I'd agree if Fnatic hadn't just lost a map 18-16. Like, I think that the issue I always find with teams having to come back from a loss so quickly is, like, mentally, you've got to reset, what's it been, like 20, 30 minutes? I don't know. I kind of lost track of time after how long that map was. But it puts me in a spot where I'm a little bit worried for Fnatic if they can do it. Now, if anything, any team could, I think they would be the ones on the block. And I think the BDS have had their struggles recently. But at the same time, it is going to be difficult to just go back and play another series, especially if it goes the length of the last one, which was ridiculous.
Yeah, these are real gamer hours now. They're really putting in the grind on this one. Fnatic and BDS. We're live here on Icebox map number 1. And at the end of this series, one of these 2 teams will be out of the running for Masters. I mean, for BDS, that's honestly more of a death sentence than it is for Fnatic, isn't it? Because they'll be competing with so many more teams for the precious spots at the last chance qualifier, and they won't have many points to do it with. Fnatic, they want it. They want to confirm their spot as the #1 team in Europe, at least points-wise. And this is going to be the first step to do it in the lower bracket run. The pistol underway as Fnatic push quickly in towards this A site, but Logan and Roden are here to slow it.
Takaz with a freebie kill. Doesn't get much easier than that, and even gets to upgrade to have some extra armor. And for Boaster, well, an extra kill at least will be something, but a very good start for BDS. Now, this is a map realistically where we're looking at Fnatic having played it earlier, and they looked incredibly strong. They absolutely destroyed Giants on it, although I think Giants have even said themselves that they weren't expecting to win that map, but it's very easy to say that in hindsight after you've already lost it. For the side of BDS, I think that a lot of it is going to rely on those superstar players. Like, this is the thing that I'll always talk about with this roster, is there is not a player on this team that cannot pull off a ridiculous round or a ridiculous clutch. And the only reason we talk about Logan so much is because he seems to do it. It's almost like a clutch might be like, oh, he's got a 10% chance of winning. For him, it's like 50%. Like, it's genuinely just the stupidest thing I've ever seen. So Fnatic have got to be very careful. They do have some pretty good clutches of their own, though, as we saw from Mystic, well, within the hour.
Well, some quick duels going down here, Tom. I mean,
double headshot.
I think it might just have been. That is quick and clean as you like. Dirk is in a bit of trouble. I'm down to 44. Shock dart in. He dashes out. Okay, I like it. Stylish. BDS maintain the advantage. The HP taken off of Dirk with the weapons in play and with the map control that they had. They're not... I mean, of course they're not peeking the longer range angle. For a second, I caught myself thinking, what? They're not actually holding for the rotate to A. But then I realized they've got Spectres. And if you try to hold that angle from under tube right down into the attacker spawn, you're probably going to get Sheriff on that versus this kind of buy. But Roden, no! He doesn't care about long range duels. He's taking them all day long. In fact, he'll take the close range ones too. Already 3 kills. And Tom, coming into the next round, he has Blade Storm already, so he doesn't care that he died.
Yeah, no, it basically just means that all the stuff we might have talked about, like, hey, you know, they got 2 kills. Yeah, it doesn't really matter because he's coming in with a much more effective ability into the next round. So, sure, a little bit of extra damage done, but realistically for Fnatic, they're still going to want to come into this one very strong. Now, we saw earlier their attack side was unbelievable versus Giants. They looked incredible. A lot of adaptations when it came to their plants on B. Some deeper walls as well to try and make it really difficult for their opponents to get back into spot. And on the other side, well, other than the Blade Storm, it's not the best buy, let's be real.
No, it most certainly isn't. But that Blade Storm can definitely make the difference, especially because it's towards the B side already. Now Roden has another wall go up, calling that for his teammate to pop it up. Means that he can get into a pretty decent position. Oh, Magnum! It's so good! The rotate, baited out, caught, and deleted. Here's Roden going to try and extend the advantage back into their favor. The first is found. Hoppy's in with one. And here's where Roden wants to continue. He knows there's at least two up close. But with the knives in hand, he favors his odds. Although after being spotted, maybe not so much, Akuma manages to take Durka down, leaving the man advantage into BDS's favor. Now the defenders suddenly have a lot more to play with, but what they don't have, Tom, is control over kitchen or middle. Both of these angles left completely open for Fnatic to split up behind them and catch some angles BDS might not be ready for. Akuma on super low HP gets caught off guard, and now the 2v2 presents a pretty big challenge. They have to deal with Roden if they go B, and so instead, they're going to take things towards Takis, who doesn't have floating knives capable of one-shotting you.
Yeah, he still has all of his utility. Of course, a lot of that's not going to be too impactful, but the Lears might be able to at least give him a way back into the round. He's going to try and use the timing of them getting the spike down to get a fairly aggressive position. Probably won't expect him to be this close. He is normally the A player, but sitting this deep might just be a nasty surprise. Oh! It was almost a chance to actually double up 2 kills. Instead, he comes out with absolutely nothing. And Fnatic have fallen back. Still, though, eventually Takas turns it into their favor. It's left onto this man once again, and this time he can't clutch it out. A bonus round victory. Takas confirming it. And BDS 3-0.
A fantastic start to the defensive side of Icebox for BDS. Now Fnatic are most certainly on the back foot, facing into an eco after investing up in the previous. It's a tough start over on the attack. A team that has previously been so solid in just not giving advantages away, this time get punished on almost every single peak. And this is a feature of the BDS roster that we really have to highlight. It's not just the clutch capability of virtually the entire roster. Logan is definitely the one that catches your eye the most, maybe tied up with Akuma when it comes to clutching it out over the last few stages of VCT. But you also have to say, individually, it feels like this is a team where you have a Durka in every game, but you never know which one it's going to be.
Yeah.
It's a different player of BDS every time.
I think if I had to put my money on someone, I'd probably go with Takas here. Okay. Takas to the rescue. He turns around at the last second to save his teammate, who was deep in thought at that moment in time. Nice shot from Boaster. Will at least give them the B site. Unfortunately, doesn't have the spike. So it's going to have to be a big wraparound. And if anything, I think damage is going to be the key to this round. And, well, Logan's not going to allow for any of that. Mystic again, left alone. Probably just worth, I was going to say taking the orb. This will almost guarantee his ultimate for the next round.
Well, yeah, I guess if he saved would be the only way.
Yeah, it's
I was thinking for a second,
possible,
it's like,
very unlikely.
Well, if he wins, he'll have it. If he dies, he'll have it. Like, I guess if he runs spawn and saves a sheriff, he won't, but that would be ludicrous. The buy from Fnatic here at 4-0 down, a very important round. To be honest, this is the kind of time where sometimes you'll see teams call a pause, like in BDS's position, but considering how solid they've been, especially on that A-hold, I find it unlikely that they're going to go for that. And the strange thing about this is typically you're going to play your solo A, right? You're going to have your Reyna there, solo holding the A site, but now they've 3-man stacked up in this buy round. A very strange situation, and that hints at the aggression that we've seen coming out of them. Takas has managed to make it up into a nasty angle, and I don't think they have any idea that he's sitting in a position we've seen so many Reynas in before. He's good for 2, but not able to dismiss. He's caught trying to take Durka down, getting a bit greedy, and another kill for Durka now puts this round into question. BDS are in trouble. Roden has been shock darted in the corner. Luckily, he swings just in time to catch Durka, but the trade comes in quickly. Locked out of the sight by the poison wall that's up. The plant could now be found, but instead, Fnatic decide to slow this down. They're very conscious that there could be a flank play coming in, but it's Logan and Hoppy on the site that have actually managed to sneak their way back in to defend against this. The question is, do they start to question themselves? Do they start to think that maybe Fnatic have doubled back towards the B site? Well, no, not with this recon they don't, and so we're in for a brawl.
Both players gambled here. Logan actually sat within the poison, and it's only going to get thicker, but he's going to fight both! Oh, find me a a luckier shot than that. I think even the eyebrow raise from him is like, well, you know, I didn't know the second player was there, but I'll take it all day long. 5-0 for BDS at the moment. And wow, it's looking a bit rough for Fnatic. This was their home ground. This was their map. And I really love the way the BDS are playing this at the moment. It's just disruptive. Like, they're not allowing any of these afterplans, because that was the thing that Giants actually really suffered with earlier, was the Fnatic would get the spike down, fall into afterplans, and there was nothing they can do. Like, they just ran out of time, or everybody was dead by the time they got to that point. So BDS have just gone, well, let's just not even play to deny them getting that. Let's just go so aggressive, face into them, try and disrupt any plan that they have. And you know what? Fnatic are going to call themselves a tactical pause, and I think it's needed.
Yeah, BDS really taking a page out of Lothar's book there, right? Fnatic like their post plans, just push them, duh. What are they going to do? Don't let them plan. And it's working out, man. So clean. And Takis on Arena is just scary. Now you see, I know we're in a timeout and we'll still have buy phase after where they can move back around, but this is kind of a more traditional way to hold. And by that, I don't mean, you know, 3 players in spawn and Viper, very passive on B, but just with the 1 player on the A side, you'll have your Sage playing around the connector area inside kitchen, using her wall there. And then maybe even a second player to help out on the B side. This means they're probably not going to play quite as aggressive with Takis over on A than what we saw in the previous round, where obviously he relied on having players baiting for him up behind. And, well, that was 3 shots of the knife towards Takis' head, none of which connected. That doesn't happen every day when you're up against Dirk, and I think they'll count their lucky stars and not go for a repeat.
Yeah, probably not a bad idea. Magnum being forced back off the angle. That's the knife's gone. So the deadliest weapon in this round, for Fnatic at least, is quickly diminished from knives to a Guardian. So we'll see what Mystic's going to be able to do with that one. But it makes Durka, well, I'm not going to say useless, because I've seen some pretty cool classic right clicks over the last few days. But yeah, a little bit less deadly, I guess is the way I'll put it.
The positions that are being played right now by BDS versus Pistols are a bit ludicrous on B. Having Hoppy that close, it's asking to give away a free rifle. But sometimes that's what gives you the best reward. It's the thing that, in theory, should be a terrible
Why would
idea.
anyone do that?
Yeah.
So, of course...
They're like, oh, they've got rifles, they're going to hold range, and, oh, there's a guy 3 centimeters away from me shooting me in the head.
6-0. As said, like, I think the one thing I was worried about coming into this is that BDS, they've had a lot of time to rest. They're a team that, especially if they get off to a good start, are a terrifying force. And Fnatic have just played an incredibly lengthy series. For now, they're being picked apart. Like, that's the only way to put it. They're losing a lot of these closer rounds, which is something BDS are experts in winning, and Takas, he's just not giving them a moment's rest. I think he might have been spotted there. Durka jumps up, but maybe not. He doesn't actually peek the angle, and he's going to be able to duck out of there using a late dismiss rodent. Maybe a slight whiff, but he also has the ability to just fall back. In the meantime, Takas had just pushed all the way through. 4 kills off the back of his aggression. Fnatic are getting destroyed.
It is so uncommon to see this from any team on Icebox. The consistent A pressure that they're putting on. One of the main things that you like, we'll see it in North America, we'll see it in Europe. It doesn't really matter where you look. For the most part, you will see the solo Reyna player. The majority of the rounds, they are going to be solo. They're going to be holding the A site by themselves with a little bit of tempered aggression, having the ability to fall back after a duel. Stacking up like this happens. They'll do it a couple of rounds. But BDS seem to be primarily 3-man stacking the A site for early aggression. Now they switch it up again, coming into the follow-up rounds when that aggression is spotted out. They have a 2-man B stack with Viper and Jet. Very awkward duel through the smoke. Of course, couldn't see each other, and with no tracers to shoot back at, makes things quite difficult. But they've... Why has Boaster just gotten there? How? They were obviously aware. I guess they heard the steps up, but that could have been a very scary play if someone was caught looking the other way. Oh, the wall is gorgeous. But nothing comes of it. 2 kills?
Yeah, I always like
8-0, you don't care.
Yeah, for BDS, their finances are through the roof. They've won the last round, only losing 1 player because Takas decided he fancied just killing everyone. And, well, a fairly depressing stat. 8 rounds in, the bottom player of BDS would be top of Fnatic. Let's just let that sink in.
You can maybe see that in the open qualifiers. In fact, I think we have, Tom, in the early rounds of opens. But when it comes to Fnatic, it might be a first. Depressing. It might be a first, a quarter of the way through, you know, the maximum regulation rounds. Yeah, I don't think we see that all too often. If Logan got one there, I think that'd be about forfeit time. That's
a quarter.
Well, over a quarter of the way through the possible regulation rounds.
Some would call it a third.
Well, yeah.
Don't do maths on stream, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, never do maths on stream.
We're more than a quarter through. It's true.
Yeah,
still.
but who says it like that?
I do.
You're also more than an 8th through, but it would have been a weird number to choose. This is looking better, though, for Fnatic. They've won themselves a lot of openers, but Takas and Akuma have broken back. They're going to double up. Now, there is alert coming in behind them. Bolster looking to try and wrap in. But will his teammates survive long enough? And you can see Takas every once in a while looking to try and check behind him. Rez coming through, and well, eventually Takas will now fall. Akuma still making this one costly, though. Dropping some of those weapons. Even one more kill would be huge, but Mystic will finally grant them their first round. It is Fnatic now on the board, a long way back.
A long, long road. They'll have to go for another 1/16th before they'll feel any sort of confidence coming up, Tom. I mean, realistically, there is a hurdle that has been jumped. Not just in getting around on the board, but now the top player of Fnatic would be the bottom player of BDS, but tied. So it's getting better. Slowly, but surely.
Here.
The problem, as always, was going to be the BDS have that buildup of credits. They're able to invest, and they haven't even been putting ultimates to rounds. But this is where things get really interesting. With 4 ultis to play with for BDS, Fnatic have exactly the same. The res, though, is what could potentially allow BDS to take that more aggressive stance.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, he doesn't know!
Wow.
Oh, he didn't know he did it from the other side. Oh, that's the freest kill that Logan's going to get all day. And they've been caught for this. Mystic will at least find the trade back. He was locked into mid. He basically had to try and spam through his own wall. And I think this is the first time we're also now seeing the operator into the hands of Roden. I don't think he's really been dying, so buying it back up wouldn't have made a whole lot of sense. Still, though, a 3 versus 4. A chance to put 9 on the board. Boaster getting spammed, but he will make it across. Actually, there's a push coming in through Tube as well. Doma trying to jump up, hits the dink, but also gets caught in return. Surely this means Hoppy is dead. And he has to pick back in, but he gets a kill on Mystic as he does it. Oh, God.
Well, at least Roden's taken down to even up the numbers. Doma low, but able to heal himself in 10. Just sat inside the wall. Safely tucked away. And now it's to, oh, you can't fit. It's going to be sprayed down. Plant over for mid side. It's pretty safe. Boaster can cover pretty much everything. All they're worried about is Akuma potentially pushing up like this, and he's made it. Spotted the barrel. And a free kill to Doma. Boaster, now the last man alive, spotted out, flashed and leered off the angle. In come the shock darts, but he's going to have to line them up. In fact, they did line up, but it doesn't seem to matter. 9 on the board for BDS, and I think this might be the most dominant loss, not of the map, but at least I haven't seen Fnatic behind by this much. Ever, really. Nothing springs to mind anyways.
I remember there was a game of Bind versus Gambit where they were quite far down, but I don't think it was to this degree. Like,
and also
I
this
think
feels
maybe
so
like
dominant.
8-4 or something. Yeah. I think that they at least looked like they had ideas when it was coming to facing off against Gambit, and they even brought that map back. So we know that they can do it, but at the moment, it just looks like, well, we've seen multiple 2v2s. They haven't won any of them. Like, it's just been BDS dominating as they buddy up in those clutch situations. And then you've also had rounds where a single player has just battered them. Like, it's not even been like, oh, yeah, they've got all this cool intertwining team. But no, a lot of the time, like, one of the rounds was just Takas just running at them and getting 4 kills. Like, that should never happen versus a team like Fnatic.
Tom, is that a fake wall? Is this, like, did he mess it up, or is that intentionally put down?
I don't think you can. I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt to Logan that he is able to put a wall down straight, So I think this is a fake wall. Because if not,
what are you faking
that's
it for?
the worst piece of utility.
The second they fully peak, they'll see that it's... No, well, it doesn't matter. It's going to fade anyways.
I guess the point is he's supposed to headshot them as they come through. A bit like that. Like, they're supposed to peek, and then he wrecks them. And then you got Roden there, who's going to get another Boaster. Decent timing. Actually gets away with a kill. And they're going to be able to trade out Roden. This was looking rough, but they've managed to bring it back again to a clutch.
Is Boaster going to keep this operator? Oh, it looks like it. Tagged up. Now he's in trouble. Oh, he's dead. Oh, my. A second tag as well. Mystic sprayed down right after. Oh, this is not looking good. And the strangest part about it, BDS are playing a fantastic game. Their aggression on A has been nigh on unstoppable from Takis and Roden together. They have constantly switched up their defensive side setups to make it incredibly difficult for Fnatic to read. They are reacting perfectly to every single bit of fake info that Fnatic put out. We complimented Fnatic in the previous series for being so solid at sticking in position even when they get faked out. They don't over-rotate. In fact, they probably under-rotate. Like, they rotate perfectly depending on the situation, which is just incredible. But right now, none of that matters. All that matters is BDS look like the damn better team. They are dominating. Now, Dirk has just killed someone with a classic, which isn't great. Not a fantastic start up against this low buy. You would imagine that this is where Fnatic would, you know, just crumble. But somehow, they have got a two-man advantage. They have got the site. They have picked up an operator for free. They've even got a bomb plant. What is happening? How? They have a lockdown as well for post-round. This is ludicrous.
You should run.
I want Ryan to break down this round, please. I don't understand how this man has just managed to get 2 kills with a classic, but they're going to take it all day long, make it a third. Not this time with a classic, thankfully. A slightly more powerful gun known as the Operator. It's only going to leave a couple standing. They finally kill off Durka, but there's plenty more players to be found. Takas, again, dragging things back at least a little bit. This is an unlosable round, or at least should be, but they do actually have themselves a rest. The peek through will at least grant them another. Logan trying to defend his teammate, but he cannot. It's at least 2 this time for Fnatic, but it's not great.
They've doubled the rounds. It's something. At least now this is almost like a case of yin and yang, isn't it? They stomped on Icebox, they get stomped on Icebox. I have no doubt that they'll be able to fight their way back in come to the series, but at this stage, I have no faith in them fighting their way back in here. BDS, a team that I think just yesterday I said was terrible, essentially, on their way out of the scene, struggling with identity and taking gacha.
That is what you said. I do remember that.
That is actually word for word. Hey, listen, same as with the David P situation when he first came to Val, I'll happily say when I've got a misread on the situation. And BDS are proving me damn wrong. This is, I think, the best I've seen them play.
I had belief. Like, if you look at my pick'em, just only look at where BDS are. Don't look at anything else. But yeah, I still, well, I didn't think this would be a matchup I'd even have to consider. So Magnum, he's got themselves the opener. An important kill to say the least if they're going to have a chance of bringing this map back. Well, they do have the majority of their players waiting on this side. Mystic, of course, trying to make sure there's no chance for them to come back into the B side. And actually, they're starting to probe into middle as well. This does leave the A side a little bit more vulnerable. And I do start to question, maybe, just maybe, Fnatic might be overthinking it a bit. But thankfully, Dirk is going to put another one in the grave.
Fails to put another body in there, though. Peek means he has to use his dash up early. Has to be much more considerate about the angles that he's going for and the peaks that he takes. Doma is on the flank, slowly but surely making his way up behind, but there might not be anything to help with. All of his teammates are gone. They're dead, and Boaster is now the final remaining player, and they are stacked up with a firing squad. That pistol round pretty much guarantees BDS the map. For Fnatic to fight their way back into this, they'll have to force by here and get 13 to 11. Otherwise, they're facing into what is essentially an impossible task, especially with the way that Takis and Akuma are playing, players that we've highlighted already for their performance in this map. How can you... Well, yeah, indeed. Roden, Logan, these guys have had their rounds. Tom, I don't believe I'm watching Fnatic right now. I've even got player counts and I don't believe it.
Well, we've almost just brushed over the fact that they just lost a 5-on-3, like, and because it looked effortless from BDS, like that was a 5-on-3 situation, and they just pull it back, and most of it's just them walking into the A site. and trading effectively. Like, they have looked great as a unit, but Fnatic have looked rough. I don't think there's going to be anyone arguing that. I'm pushing into this A site once again. It seems like a rinse and repeat. Of course, we're going to see an investment from Fnatic. It's desperation now as Fnatic is, well, sorry, as Boaster can end up fairly low. Of course, that is all HP he can get back, but it may not matter for too long. Rodin again, and he's going for more. He wants to try and close this on his own. Maybe an overface, maybe a chance for Fnatic to try and get back into this round as Boaster is going to pick off another one. The 2v2, I've said it a million times, and I think they're yet to win a single one.
Maybe this could be it. The one where Fnatic get it done. Boaster starts it out well. Hoppy on his way towards the site, but he better get over there quickly. The player comes off the defuse to trade his teammate. Mystic getting it all the way. 3 rounds for Fnatic. It is not much. It's not much, but it is something. Put them on 3. Destroy the BDS economy, even things up, and maybe, just maybe, get their foot in the door for this half.
It's bleak, to say the least, but at least winning that force buy is something. And they finally won themselves a clutch of their own, because that was the thing I was truly worried about, is like there were so many rounds where you feel like BDS could just win absolutely anything. Now, I'm sure this would be a round in isolation that they wouldn't be too happy with, but this is just the confidence of BDS. They're looking to not just win this map, they're looking to bully Fnatic out of it. And, well, we're going to see some pistols. I know that when it comes to Sheriffs and BDS, Mitch still has nightmares.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks for bringing that up. Yep. Seen many. Oh, my. Well, hey. Alliance, take notes. That's how you deal with BDS Sheriffs.
Didn't they lose it from a point like this, though? So
yeah, it was a 1v4. It was a 1v4 to Logan on Split. I remember. Thank you, Tom. I really don't need to be reminded of it. I remember it every night when I go to sleep. It's 11-4. Fnatic are making their way back into this, but BDS seem to be just 2 away from closing this one out. It's almost a sure thing. Unless Fnatic can have the half of their life.
Spike down A.
I mean, Tom, it really hasn't set in. I feel like I'm numb. I feel like I'm in shock that this is an elimination match for Fnatic and they're trailing on the first map. That is an absolutely unfathomable circumstance coming into the start of this stage. The fact that they're even here and not already qualified surprised us. And now they might not even make it through the 2 slots. Whew. Europe is stacked, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, they are definitely one of the teams that will be in that last chance qualifier, but that wasn't something I think anybody ever considered. Like, they were a shoo-in for the top 2, but
it might not be a Masters. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. They might not be there at all. We're looking to champions already, but there's still a hell of a lot to play. Durka already going to be finding himself a couple. This is the man they look to in their most dire of times, and it seems like he's stepping up in their bonus round. If there was any way to bring this back, this would be the way to do it. Takas again. Always seems to find something, but Boaster is going to shut him down before it gets dangerous. It's left onto Hoppy. He's being caught by Mystic almost indefinitely, and now knowing exactly where he is. It would be very surprising if he brings it back from here.
All right, here's where I need to see BDS, either in this round or the next, call a pause, take a breather, step back from the situation, because as it stands, 11-5 is a good lead for them, but they've just lost to a bonus by Fnatic, who, by the way, had the balls to play a bonus at 11-4 down. Now, that's acceptable, but they cannot just sit there with the comfort of, oh yeah, we're 11-5 up. Oh, we're 11-6 up. Oh, we're 11-7 up. Don't worry about it. Oh, it's 11-8. Oh, we've lost the map. You know, it spirals really, really quickly. And I need to see them take that pause coming into the next round when they full buy. Figure out what they want to do. That dash up. Going to be shut down by Dirk, and no surprises there. He hasn't managed to connect onto the recon, but they'll still manage to make it out. Play deep from the B site. And Fnatic are rotating pretty aggressively, actually. They completely left their A stack, now having a 3-man B with just 1 on A. BDS, luckily, still right outside of here, although maybe not so lucky for Durka, who's already lost his life. And that spike plant, Doma, oh, Akuma had no clue what was going on. Doma drops on them for a double, but Logan with a Sheriff and a 1v4. I'm already having flashbacks, but luckily he didn't manage to retrieve the rifle. Mystic shuts him down before I could relive my worst nightmare.
He's got short, stubby arms, so he wasn't able to grab it, unfortunately.
I know the feeling. I sympathize. Oh wait, you said stubby, not chubby. Never mind.
They could be both, you know. But
in my case, they are.
6.
Anyways,
11-6. It's starting to again look into the realms of possibility. I'd be surprised still. Like BDS have looked so good throughout this, and even in rounds like this, it started to get dangerous at least.
One enemy remaining.
Fnatic are almost playing in a similar vein to what we saw from BDS, just shutting down a lot of that early control, not allowing them any space for free. It does look like we're going back to that A site execution though. And a lot of the rounds that we've seen in general on A, just throughout any series, have always been close. So Mystic, straight away, just going to try and deny them some space with the Viper ult.
now look how quickly they turn tail. The second they see that ultimate, it turns from let's push the site to let's fire a couple bullets, see what happens. Maybe we hit the Viper, but they won't. So back over towards B they go. Look at this position that Durka's sat in. Nasty with the operator in hand. The dash, of course, to get out of there if he needs it. And, well, they'll probably just pop it after the first. They're rushing up, though. There's so many players here. Getting out's going to be very difficult, but Logan might just give him the early peek. He didn't spot him there. He shouldn't have been able to see around that, and the peek eventually comes in, but a missed shot from Durka as he hightails it back to the B site. Reinforcements are on their way. You've already got Doma here to help out, but BDS have overrun the site, and they're still looking for victims. Good shot by Durka, but now Roden comes in with the knives. He has an updraft still to play with. He spotted him. What?
That was a freebie.
He didn't notice? He didn't realize that he had just stared Durka dead in the eyes, but that might just pay off for him now. The God flank in play for Roden. Easy kill to Boaster, frustrated that there's a player in their spawn. Doma tries to make it through, but he won't get anything done. And Mystic, the man who popped his Viper's pit on A at the start of the round now, has to fight into one on the other side of the map, and he won't even get a step closer as Roden shuts him down. 12-6, Tom. Match point for BDS. Map point, looking to take it to Bind with a map advantage, potentially eliminate Fnatic from this tournament. I mean, I'm checking my words as I even say that, thinking surely that cannot be the. Is this the upper bracket?
Is there
still?
a lower bracket?
Is this the middle bracket or the lower bracket? What's happening? What's going on? No, this is for elimination. Now, BDS went away from taking the first map. Remind me, Tom, whose map pick was this?
I believe it was Fnatic. I will have a quick gander, but yeah, this is Fnatic's pick.
Yeah,
and then
it makes
BDS have
sense.
chosen Bind.
After what we saw in the previous series up against Giants, I think you can say it's pretty justified in picking this map. 13-4, they won it. But Tom, do you know what the worst part about that is? If you think back to that series, it was their attack side where they got all those rounds in the first place. The attack side was what we saw them dominate. And, well, it didn't really measure up here.
Yeah, for sure. I will always argue that when it gets to the top teams, I think that talking about like, oh, they have a 72% win rate, I don't care. Like, a lot of the time, it depends firstly where they start. Like, if you look at statistics for like teams playing through open qualifiers, it's the most worthless piece of information ever. Because they actually won 100% of their attack side. Did they start attack? Yes. It's worthless. Like, that's always going to be the case. So, I will say that Fnatic, they're such a high-quality team that, of course, they could bring this back on the other side. Mystic playing with fire. Is Takas about to fall to his own play? Oh, it's dicey. And, well, there's a little bit of a difference when you do this with a Viper. It's a little bit more difficult to escape. Roden.
How's he gotten 2?
What?
How did he get 2?
What?
Why did he get 2?
Did Roden just like goldfish memory just forget that he was there? Or did he just think that somehow he managed to like teleport away? Like I'm very confused as to what just happened there, but Mystic will take that.
I will say you can probably have that conversation with Roden and he won't have an answer for you. That was strange. He has been taken down is what I can say with certainty, and Fnatic now have the man advantage to keep a player towards B playing for the spawn push through. covering the mid. I mean, I don't pity Doma here. He's just looking left and right the whole game. Are they in spawn? Are they coming through kitchen? Are they coming through mid? But eventually he'll make his way to the A site, reinforcing this defense as the push comes in from BDS. Now, they have walled it off, but that angle is not safe. Magnum harassing them, Boaster, Doma picking up kills, and Logan's got to do it all. That wasn't him brushing his hair while that was happening.
Would have been
12
impressive.
to 7. Yeah, dude, imagine he won it. Just like combing his hair, on his right hand on his mouse, killing 4 people. I'm pretty sure that's what he did on Split back in the day, but yeah, let's...
Well, then again, you go back, this would be one for the Counter-Strike fans, to people like JDM. If you have a JDM cam, you're just like, that man is lying down while he plays video games. Like, it looks like he's almost just flexing on you. He's like, just nap midway through the round. I just
sat
wrecked you
there.
with an AWP.
You know when someone says, I could do this with my eyes closed? He's just like, yeah, okay.
I could do this lying down with my eyes closed. Like, what about that?
Just asleep. I'm actually just asleep. The Fnatic, they're certainly not asleep, but let's hope they've got a lot more energy in them after a really grueling series. What, 4 hours or so long earlier on? Now they come into this.
They have to go OT.
They have to, yeah. They have to hit 5 rounds in a row to then get to an OT. Lots of players spotted outside the A site. For Fnatic, they have 3 in position, ready to hold off against this. They have a bunch of ultimates to play with, but so too to BDS, and they are ready and rolled up, ready to just run into this site. Magnum waiting to pop down that lockdown, possibly for post plant, but it means he can't help his teammates now as Mystic and Boaster fall. They might even just push that down. No, they have the Hunter's Fury, so they'll directly counter it right away. Akuma looking for some tags after, but not finding anything. Magnum on top. Oh, he's not able to get it done, and Doma ends up falling for it. This is going to be a tough round to win, but not for BDS. 13 to 7 we go. Map 1 is BDS's. The map pick of Fnatic, and now, Tom, Fnatic are just 1 away from being eliminated from this running. Just to be clear, that means absolutely 0 chance of making it to Masters if they lose this map or the next one. And then, even if they win, they've got to keep going through the lower bracket. This is the biggest challenge Fnatic have faced today, and Tom, I am blown away by the performance we have just seen from both BDS as a whole, and more specifically by Takas. He had one of the best maps I've seen out of that guy, hands down.
I think this is his map. Like, if you go back to some previous performances, like the second he seems to get on that Reyna and is just able to play aggressively on the defense, he just looks superb. And I think as a whole, the team just looked really good on this one. I will say on the other side, though, Fnatic, especially in that first half, looked really rough. Like, they were losing a lot of clutch rounds that you just feel like in most cases they would win. And I almost feel like maybe Mini's got to go around and give everybody a little slap just to try and wake them up a bit, because it's not looking good after what was such a close first series to now this map, which was by far the biggest defeat we've seen from them in a while.
Yep, most definitely. This is the worst Fnatic have looked. And of course, we have a plethora of excuses that we can go through, from the long series they just had to BDS having one of the better that we've seen out of them in recent memory. But the why is not our job, Tom, only the what. And we've already done that, so now it's time to throw it over to the analyst desk after a quick break so they can answer all of your why questions on this incredible map and, well, tell us what we have to expect from the rest of this series.
shit. Hero in the nighttime, I just need my sidekick. Sexy in that leather with the tight fit. Try to get between us, I'ma start a riot. Look how she roll it up. There ain't no room in this two-seater, you can't roll with her. It's getting hot up in the city, but don't keep it tucked. I put that tennis on your neck, make sure you cold enough. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the VCT Challengers main event, where BDS have made a absolutely fantastic start on Icebox versus Fnatic. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined by Jess and Ryan back on the desk. Now, we haven't seen them play too much on the mainstream at all, and what a statement start, Jess. They're looking fresh and feeling fresh.
You know what? 10-Star may have got the better of them just by a few rounds yesterday, but they've come into today and shown that, okay, getting knocked to the lower bracket, it really just was one of those blips on the radar, and they're able to come in, be quite strong here on Fnatic's map pick. Let's not forget, we just saw Fnatic do something really good on Icebox in the previous series, but I think they're feeling a little tired. The stamina is dwindling, and BDS just got to take full advantage of that.
BDS are continuing with that form that we saw against Vitality. Just the duels that they're taking. This was a nice little shutdown from Akuma and everybody else from this lineup. Boaster brought it back to an extent for Fnatic. It ended fairly close considering it was a 10-2 half, but it really does go to show that Fnatic haven't had much time to adapt or get close to it. Certainly after a close loss against Giants, they have thrown into it of a best of three for a BDS that are looking comfortable.
And Takas right there on the top of the scoreboard. And, you know, Jess, he does get swapped out on some of the other maps, but here it's his playground.
Yeah, absolutely. On the Reina, he's just absolutely feasting. Pun absolutely intended there as well. I mean, I was looking at his usual sort of ACS, KD on this map as a whole when he does join in the roster and play. He's almost, like, on defense, he's almost the second highest rated almost always. And then when he's on attack, he's almost always the highest rated. So on both splits, on both halves, Takas just owns Icebox. It's his playground, and BDS, they've really made a statement here on Icebox when it comes to just their ability to be able to not only frag out, but look at their utility play as well.
I think realistically, when you're looking at this now, though, is that Fnatic are struggling, and it now comes down to a bind whether they continue in this tournament or not to an extent, right? And usually, you know, a couple of months ago, you'd say that's perfectly fine. They can deal with that. But not only, I mean, we're going to go into a bit more, but we could see different iterations of that roster, and it's another map that BDS look comfortable on. So I feel for Fnatic, it was knackering just to watch these games, never mind playing them with a 18-16 overtime just to finish it off. They just probably just want a bit more time to recuperate, to reset their mental, because not so much that they're tilted, but they're in panic mode right now, it feels. They're free falling because of it.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely very tiring. Like you said, Ryan, just us watching them is a little bit draining. So I can't imagine how they feel playing the game. But how concerned are you here, Ryan? Because they're facing elimination, just one map. If they lose Bind, they are out. How concerned are you for this team and this roster as well if they don't progress any further?
Ooh, that's a tough one because I think that the roster should stay. You don't touch anything like that at all, I don't think, especially considering they're comfortable on champion points. I don't want to necessarily talk about the worst case scenario for Fnatic at this point because they've still got like a leg in the door. It's just a great test for them. It's like, okay, you got second place in Reykjavik. We've seen Sentinels go down to the losers bracket constantly and being on the fringe of being knocked out of a tournament, but they come back. This is a great test for them. It certainly feels like Boaster's up for it because of that, but something that you mentioned is this is a young roster, right? This is very unique to what they're used to, and so because of that, they need to step up or they're done. It's just as simple as that.
And Jess, do you see them, the rest of the team be able to step up as well? Because as you can see, on that map where some of them did feel like they hit this mental boom, but of course, Boaster, 26, the oldest person on this roster by a long, long way, kind of felt like he was still in the game.
Look, I've worked with really extraordinarily young players. I've worked with older players as well. And almost always, unfortunately, the trend tends to be that the older players happen to be able to hit an equilibrium when it comes to mentality a lot earlier on into a series or even a map because they have really good mentality. They've had the years of experience to be able to feel all these different emotions, adrenaline, sadness, frustration, and be able to culminate that into something appropriate. Unfortunately, for the side of Fnatic, other than, of course, Boaster, as you pointed out there's a lot of young players in the roster. Speaking of, I know it's Doma's birthday, managed to hit the big 1-8. And if he wants to hit the big win today to walk away with a really good birthday present, they're going to have to hit the pinnacle of mentality because for a lot of players, they'll crumble under this kind of pressure. So worst case scenario, as you were saying with Ryan, could be playing on their minds. I hope it isn't. I hope they keep their mind in the game.
Well, they will have another chance to get back into this. It's not over just yet. We are going to head into a quick break, however, but do not worry. There'll be more lower bracket action right after this. What a start for BDS. They've got the upper hand in this elimination match, and we're going to head to map 2. I'm joined once again by Jess and Ryan here on the desk. Now, like I said, great start for BDS, and it could potentially get even better for them, Jess, because this is their map
exactly
pick.
right. Look, you win your opponent's map pick. It's a little bit uncommon, especially in the sort of early days of a tournament and playoffs. You would hope that everyone has their one best map and they get it as their pick. And the fact that Fnatic have lost that map pick has shown me that there is shakiness and there is a lot of wavering in the waters, at least here for Fnatic. And this is their best opportunity, because let's not forget, whilst Fnatic had a really confident Icebox against Giants just earlier on, they also played Bind as well, and they had a really shaky Bind. I think they got a maximum of 7 rounds against Giants, and of course Giants walking away with the full 13. So if that says anything about Fnatic's recent performance, and that's today, then it doesn't look like Bind really is their playground just yet.
We've seen so many little changes compositionally for Fnatic as well, trying to work out what goes well for them. There was Durka on the Sage. Excuse me, there was triple controller we saw with the Astra and stuff. So I don't know what composition Fnatic rely on. Maybe you just go back to the OG one from way back when, just because all of the different options you have their weaknesses. At least you have choice. It keeps BDS guessing. But BDS are just going to be content with the fact that their composition is sorted. They're going to bring in Gatch. They're going to take out Hoppy for a second. And Logan goes on the Brimstone, and I think he had a 30 bomb last time he played as well.
Look, we're talking about compositions, and for those who aren't aware, of course, of what Ryan's referring to, like the OG Fnatic, or at least one of their old compositions, was the Astra, Breach, Brimstone, Sky, and Viper. Is that the one you're referring to, Ryan? Yeah, exactly. Whereas the newest one, and put that in nice little quotation marks there, the one they tried today and didn't necessarily have the best effect with was the Raze, the Sky, the Astra, the Sage, and the Viper. So that doesn't look like it works, or maybe it just didn't work against Vodafone Giants. But as a whole, either of those kind of compositions, I can't wait to see what they pick, because you either feel it's going to work and you can fix your mistakes, or you make yet another change and you make another risk.
I mean, what would you do in this situation, Jess? You know, when you're sort of staring down the barrel of being eliminated, do you revert back to kind of what you were known for, or do you try and just push this composition? Because we got to keep in mind that BDS, they were watching that Giants versus Fnatic game. They've seen what they're doing.
I think if I was their coach, I would tell them to go back to a what's works model, because they have very, very recent understanding that 7 rounds on a map against a team you probably should have beaten is not good enough. So see what happens with the composition, see what they pick, but I'll be looking forward to maybe a little bit of a change here from Fnatic from before.
Well, we're going to head into Agent Select now and see what is going to be picked, as you explained there, Ryan and Jess as well. Hoppy is going to be sitting out of this one. And for people who haven't really seen them play, it is definitely a difference in playstyle. Now, by the looks of what we're seeing on the side of Fnatic, they're not changing much. But Ryan, talk me through, you know, the kind of implications of swapping out Hoppy for Gatch here.
I think it is just having somebody that can frag out a little bit more. I think Hoppy is consistent on something like the Viper, especially because you want Takas on the Reyna, clearly from what he was able to do on Icebox. It is interesting though, because we've seen Doma playing mostly Brimstone on this lineup. Now he's back over to Raze. Like, this is again another little alteration of what we've seen from Fnatic, and it's basically doing what you're comfortable on. What have you been practicing and stuff? Because, yeah, you could go back to the composition from way back when in Stage 2 that Fnatic really sort of made themselves, but a lot has changed since, certainly when it comes to composition. So this is a big call for them to make. It's another, not quite the same, but a little bit different comp coming out of Fnatic. So inconsistency is, again, could be a factor, at least in this series.
Well, Jess, how much faith do you have in the boys to be able to kind of get themselves back into this game? Or do you feel like this is just going to be BDS?
Oh, I feel bad, because the moment BDS came into the server, got 8 rounds in a row, I just felt like, oh, Fnatic have just really met their makers here, and it's just an unfortunate battle of the stamina, battle of the mentality. I actually don't think Fnatic fundamentally is a bad team in any way, shape or form, but they've come into today, they've had a really rough matchup against Vodafone Giants. They now have to play another best of 3. I truly think if we had them tomorrow refreshed, we might see a different version of them. And that's what hurts my heart the most, because I predicted them to go to the grand finals to snag one of those 2 spots. So if I'm wrong, well, there's not much we can do about it.
Well, BDS, they are one map away from eliminating Fnatic. And Mitch and Tom, you guys are going to know this, but this is a must-win for the Reykjavik finalists if they want to make it to Berlin.
That it is, Sue. I think that on this map, there's going to be a lot of pressure for Fnatic to show up, not just because this is the map that we always knew as being theirs, but Tom, it didn't exactly go well last time.
The last few times. They've lost it 4 out of the last 5 times they've played it. So from being an invincible team, they have fallen from their perch, I guess you could say. But I'm still never going to doubt them on this map. Like that will always be the thing. Like, I think a lot of the losses, I think the one versus Giants was the worst, which was today. So obviously that it's not going to give them a lot of time to fix things. But I also think that a lot of the interplay and the cool ideas they had were still working. It was just that the retakes and the comebacks and the big plays coming out of Giants made a huge difference. Now, the issue I also have is BDS are probably one of the best teams in the world at steamrolling teams. We've just witnessed it. Like, if they get off to another strong start, I feel like the confidence is just going to shine through and they'll be unbeatable. So I want to see Fnatic getting off to a good opener and get things rolling. And they are kicking it off on the attack, which is where they've always been incredibly strong.
I thought you were going to throw in some percentage win rates for us there, Tom. A push coming straight over towards Lamb. Syntaka shuts down Doma, making him run through the snake bite first. Softens him up, makes it so much easier to take him down. The post-plant play from Fnatic has always been strong. It's always been something teams are afraid of. Boaster running right up into the back lines and whiffing completely. And he still gets the kill. What's going on, Fnatic? I've got the 2-man advantage. It's only Logan left to try and make this work. How quickly the tables have turned, and he's playing against a dedicated post-plan setup. Not only do they have Astra, but they also have that Viper with Magnum harassing up close. They'll have flashes online pretty soon, in fact very soon, as you just see one get popped. They know Logan is close and he is dead to that snake bite. Good night, sweet dreams. It's 1-0. Fnatic have just steamrolled that round, really. I don't fully understand what I witnessed with Boaster there.
Show it.
I'm
just saying now, production. Don't show it.
0.5 speed, please.
I want that like Men in Black style brain wipe. I don't want it. No, this why? Like, how does he still get the kill? And the worst thing is he then has all of his utility to utilize in that after plant. Definitely a little bit lucky from Fnatic. And as said, I hope that's the last time I ever see that pistol round. I didn't enjoy it. But they've got the start they needed. Now, there is going to be a small amount of investment here from the defenders. A shorty even in play, which is somewhat of a rarity. The reason that gun is so cheap is because at any other range than literally inside your stomach, it is completely useless. So we'll see. Maybe Takas can get something done with his positioning. And, of course, he's going to try and play a close angle. No one's surprised by that. Excuse me?
Nice double, nice triple. Doma stepping pretty close to having that showstopper online with the triple kill. Sadly, didn't get anything in the previous round other than the death, so it's not ideal. Still 4 away. Is he gonna reload? Are you gonna reload, Doma? Doma, you've got like 3 bullets, man. I think he has no bullets now. There we go.
I thought for a second that was actually gonna work. Oh, we've got a new contender. He must be playing a different res. There's no way that you're playing this in 1080 and you've got this crosshair, because that is absurd.
I have to believe he's playing stretched, otherwise I might lose my mind. I'm gonna hope for that.
He's seen it work for Link and he's gone, you know what? Let's just get the whammiest crosshair I've ever seen in my life.
The bigger the better. You know, one of the points that I want to bring up, just to provide a bit of color on where this series is currently at, to summarize what's being said, Fnatic are facing elimination. If they lose this map or the next, they are out of the running for Masters. They need to make that reverse sweep as well as a lower bracket run on Bind. Now, Bind is a map that, as you said, Tom, they have not been winning recently, although it was formerly Fnatic's home ground and one that we saw them dominate everyone on. They have been on a downward trajectory. What did you say? 4 out of 5 of the recent games were losses?
They'd never lost it until they played Sentinels.
Yep. And that was 14,
then
16.
since then, they've barely won it. Oh no, Magnum.
Oh, he has not had a good time. Poison Orb, Snake Bite, and Boom Bite. Abilities might not kill on their own, but 3 of them sure as hell will. And that, whoa, okay, smoke up, Gatch. It's a little bit of an angle there, and the drop to take Boaster down, repositioning. And Fnatic have a two-man disadvantage to play into. As we said, the odds are stacked against them in this series. Now in this tournament with the lower bracket run, with the maps that they have to win out, and a bonus round will go a long way towards making them a little bit more comfortable getting this done. The problem is they're up against real rifles, and a lot of them, excuse me.
It's going to be tough to try and isolate some of these players, but Durkee, you know what? He's found Gatch on the other side. Roden trying to sneak through. He's going to have to try and break the wall fairly quickly, and that is exactly what he does. Durkee will fall, and the remaining two players. It's going to be tough, but Mystic gets a nice timing. Turns into a 2 versus 3. Maybe a bit reliant on his teammate to try and get something done here. Doma slowly sneaking his way through lamps and won't get anything done. A matter of seconds left on the clock, and Mystic will fall to the same fate. Takas with a triple. He had a phenomenal first map. But hey, a couple of kills. It's not too bad for Fnatic. They're not going to be too disappointed with that one.
No, they won't. It looked like they were going to be when they were in the 3v5. And then Doma took the longest range duel that he physically could have onto the site with the Spectre, and he got the kill, because he's Doma. So, of course he did. I think now he should have Showstopper online, right? Or is he 1 away? Oh, he's 2 away. Never mind. Don't do math on stream.
I feel like I've said that already today, but you know.
You know what? I'm a slow learner, Tom. Hence the math problem.
Oh, God. Well,
they're going to peek around this.
For the orb. Oh, he's only going to get 1, but the trade is in thick and fast. Doma also waiting on the other side, but there is a possibility of Akuma at least finding out that information. Seeker's also coming through. Will at least give away position of a couple of the players, and probably should tell them that there's going to be 2 on this site, and for that reason, back Fnatic go.
Yeah, with Doma clearing this side out completely, of course you're going to go to B to get that plant down, and with Logan and Takas sat on the A site, that tough clutch is now ahead of them. This is exactly the kind of bounce back that Fnatic would have wanted coming into their first buy round. They've done damage when they had the weaker weapons. Now they're able to dominate in this round, or at least for now. It all depends. Really, I'm going to look at Takas. He has a flank coming in that hasn't been detected just yet. His first fight is going to be onto Mystic, taking down Viper Utility and Post Plant, if he gets it. But then I noticed that Logan isn't moving. Logan is sat in heaven right now, and Takas slowly starts to back off. So in fact, any possibility of going for this will be completely discounted, and Fnatic are quite likely to survive with all 4 players, building them up quite a backlog of credits should they lose coming into the next. And of course, BDS just need these weapons. I'm interested by how BDS approach the bathroom control, because this is not only a team that has a lot of experience when it comes to top level play, but also one that has faced Fnatic a couple of times before. And I think certainly having done their research on this team, they'll know that Fnatic on this map in particular like to play a lot around orbs.
Yeah, I think as well they're a team that are never going to shy away from aggression. So that's something that you always have to bear in mind with BDS is you might look at a lot of teams just thinking, okay, well, we can fight for one of them. We might have to give one of them up, yada, yada. Whereas BDS are more likely than not, I would say, to really start pushing the limits of how they can actually fight back for this control. Now, for now at least, it looks like port of call might be to go and try and challenge for the B site orb. Now, in terms of their ultimates, they're not far away from a few of them and already has Roden online. So sure, this may only be 2 rifles for them, but the ultimates alone could be enough to win them the round. In fact, Takas is going to go fighting. Babosta ready and waiting, and while, okay, Logan's got a free rifle, I guess.
Okay, and that rifle has done some serious damage. With Boaster down, the spike is dropped. They need to go and retrieve that, which won't be too much of a problem because they're going to play nice and passive, which is almost a bit of a surprise when you consider the fact that, well, the res was online. Fnatic now have the man advantage returned, although it's a good ultimate to have already taken out of their control. Now, Showstopper being online for Roden is something that you definitely need to keep an eye on. Logan's going to go for this peek after the flash, but it has not gone according to plan. Now they not only lose control of Long, but Doma can get that ulti potentially and have his own Showstopper online. Although He's in hookah right now. And he's being pushed as well. Oh, no, he's in trouble.
No.
Roden's taking him down. The spike's on the floor again. And although Roden will be dealt with, that is going to be a 2v4. And they're going the right way. They're running towards A. I was so worried they'd turn and just run into the B
30
side.
seconds left.
Yeah, they've even got utility to hold back the remaining players. Akuma realizing, okay, we've got to try and push for something here. Now, there might be a bit of weaponry down on the ground for them to find, but it seems like might have been disposed of, at least from Doma's perspective. So they haven't actually managed to retrieve anything. There we go. Gatch will eventually find it all the way back on long. And the question is whether or not he's just going to try and hold it into the next round. Now, for the remaining players of BDS, an extra kill or two here could actually make a world of difference. Again, we talk about ultimates and Akuma only being one away, but for the financial benefit, it looks like they're going to try and hold on to some of these guns. On the other side of things, Mystic is already hunting. And well, there you go. That is going to be the ultimate of Seekers Online. So that's a bonus at least. And they're starting to make this one fairly costly for Fnatic. Sure, there's a decent amount of credits, and Fnatic with those weapons traded out, that's probably worthwhile.
Yeah, I think so. Overall, they end up in a decent spot. I can't help but feel like if Roden had popped that showstopper, the round would have been flipped on its head. He had the opportunity to completely decimate them, but of course only a split second to make that decision, and it might have been a wasted ultimate either way. Altogether, decent round for BDS considering they've got those rifles out though. This is where they can make a difference. Look at the ultimates they have. Plenty to work with. Viper's Pit in particular on Takas. But I see he's pushing forward. Okay, he is actually going to use it deep inside of Bath and completely deny the ulti from being taken on the other side.
Yeah, and deny the control as well, because that is a piece of the map that Fnatic love to take away. It gives them good information to certain spots on the site being cleared, but by the looks of it, they might try and challenge into mid. Now, of course, there's a boosted wall up for Gatch as well, which will make things a little bit more difficult, but with the Cosmic Divide, all they can really use is going to be that extra utility. Now, Doma has been stopped. He's actually going to do a hell of a lot of damage to himself, which isn't really going to help the situation out. And there's still counter nades coming through. And with eventually the Cosmic Divide going to be fading, it might become a little bit more difficult. Doma's position also going to be given away, and the Boombot's gone through. Now we see the ultimate popped, and it's Akuma to find himself the first. The trade's going the way of BDS, and the Afterplants are going to have to do everything.
Yeah, don't really have the ability to play utility after plant at this point. They're going to have to go in for the sprays, and they're not landing. Takas does fall to the snakebite, but it's already halfway, and they don't have much more to work with. As Mystic snakebite goes down, he needs to activate an orb. Oh, how has he managed to get around there? Mystic is in for 3 and dancing over towards the box. The time is not quite there. If he can just pull them off the defuse, he'll do even more. Finding all 4 kills and putting Fnatic further into the lead. What an important round. And it seems like every time the Fnatic need a hero in this series and in this day, it is Mystic to step up and pull the round off all by himself.
They rested a snakebite. Did he shoot it down before or after? I think it was as he went for it.
Oh, man.
So he's just instant dying. Oh, this was a calamity for BDS. That was almost like some sort of slapstick comedy of just like how to troll your teammate. It's like, oh, did you die to a snake bite? I'm just gonna res you in the same snake bite again. Oh my god, that was amazing.
Not the ideal scenario.
It's like, excuse me, what did you just do? I have a lot of questions and not many answers. I think it's also worth noting that Boaster's push through couldn't have been better timed. Like, the player being rezzed, even if, like, he was dead no matter what. Like, Boaster was going to kill him. So it's funny to watch in hindsight, but realistically, Boaster did a lot to push through there. But yeah, Mystic has been so clutch today. And to give them that 5-1 lead, looking much better. This is a map that, sure, it's been a little bit rough, but let's be real. Those against the top teams, Giants proving themselves to be within that bracket now as well. And more importantly, you can't forget the streak that Fnatic had. Like, from their roster being created, at least this iteration of it, all the way to the, I think it was a Masters final, they just didn't lose Bind, so...
Oh, this is a bit dangerous. The Boombot right onto Akuma. And it's not like Logan's all too healthy. Abilities They do kill in Valorant. In goes the boom bot, the blast pack, and a free double kill to open this site up. And Nade even goes in on Catch. Oh, Tombizz killed 3 people with utility. Every single piece of utility has
I
gotten
wish
a
he had a
kill in this round.
showstopper. I really would. If he had it, that would have been the icing on the cake just to end it. They've even committed in.
He's won a round without firing a bullet, for God's sake. It's just amazing.
Oh, well, see you later.
I love it. I absolutely. You know, that's one of those rounds for Doma where he has a giant smile on his face.
He looks
Look at him.
ecstatic about
Look
it as
at
well.
that. He's ecstatic. He is having a great time. That's a birthday present.
I feel like that is the face of when, like, you gather people around. I suppose it's been a long time.
It's my face
for most
every
people
time
to
you
do
make
that.
a joke, Tom. Every time you make a pun, that is my face.
But you know when people start singing happy birthday to you and you don't know how to react and you're just kind of sat there awkwardly? That is the face of Doma in
By the way,
that picture.
I really hope everybody understands that every time we go out for dinner at the next LAN event that Ryan is at, I'm going to tell the waiting staff and pay for a cake.
Awful.
And I'm going to tell them it's his birthday.
Is awful.
Every single time we go for dinner, I will ring ahead and pay for a cake. It's worth it. Doma, this time showing he can do it with the bullets, pulling it into a 5 versus 4. Now, BDS are still heavily stacked up on A, but with no long control at this point, most teams will go for that rotate to the B site. But look at this. They stay still, and they're reading this perfectly as Fnatic are about to run into what is effectively a stack now.
Oh dear. Doma's taking a lot of damage. The snake bite.
Great counterplay.
It's going to hold him back. He'll just sat there patiently, though. Already with the opener, of course, and one of the perfect denials in this scenario would, of course, be that orbital strike that Logan, well, he would have if he was alive. Dome is still holding the angle, and the trade's coming back thick and fast. They actually don't clear the close spot. Eventually, though, they bring it back. And now it's left all on to Boaster. He can't quite correct in time. BDS, they get themselves the second round on the board. It was a well-fought-for one. And while after what was a very clean one in the previous for Fnatic, I doubt they're having too many troubles here.
Yeah, well, when it comes to credits, for sure. A BDS buying their way back in. That's a round that they needed a signal, a light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, at one point, I think coming out of that round, Mystic was on max money. So he's dropped over some of his teammates as well. Or has he? Or maybe he dropped over in the previous. He was able to. He was on 8.1k after full buying, which is, you know, a decent spot to be in. Now, Orbital Strike and Seekers online for BDS. Seeker's going to be used up already. Double going into Hookah. Is this Orbital Strike being called down on top of them? No. They're playing much more passive. The Bird absorbing a few shots, and now Dome is in trouble. He's stuck on top and out of there. Logan even going so far as to take down Boaster in the meantime, right through it, and putting them into a heavy advantage. Fnatic now on the back foot. Dirka's going to go on top. That is sneaky, but not good enough. Being watched from afar. A 1 versus 3. Spike down inside of Hookah. Well, Tom, this one doesn't look too good.
No, I think you might be right with that one. I will say he has a chance to isolate the Jewel, though, and this could be the spike back in his hands. However, Takas is not going to miss that battle. BDS starting to break back into this one as they get their third round onto the board. And they're starting to bring it into realms of where it's not really too much of a worry for them. As we sort of talk about this team quite regularly, they are very good on their attacking side, so it wouldn't be too much of a detriment if they can get this back to even 5 rounds, I would say, is a pretty decent scoreline, especially considering that this was a 6-1 start for Fnatic. Fnatic still going to be having a purchase in this round. Pieces missing in terms of weaponry, but with a showstopper online for Doma, a good opportunity for at least an entry.
Oh, Gatch hears it, and he wants to pressure. The nade comes through, pushes them off the orb. Here's the flank in the back from Akuma. The flash was so good. A double kill found, and great map control. Now the players inside of Bat seem to just be falling back. Definitely the right call. The man advantage is now theirs, and they're up against some weaker weapons. Doma, I think, should be able to get an upgrade, but it doesn't really matter. The long and the short of it is, they now have that man advantage to play with, and they need to wait and see what Fnatic do. The problem is that Showstopper is still online, and Doma looks set to entry into the B site. Whenever he gets contact, that's where this Showstopper can be so damn useful. And the first kill's found. Showstopper pop, glass pack out, and he's dead before he can even fire it.
That's definitely a shame, especially because they even tried to use the combination of the gravity well to pull him back into place. Not a whole lot of stars left for Boaster, but they are going to try and pull a little combo, put in that Viper's Pit, but Logan's going to try and get close. Even using a stim, a rarity, to try and buff himself if they do try to jump through. But they're playing patient. He hits the instant headshot, though. It's Boaster down, and now the timing could be everything. Mystic has to go and grab that. And in the corner, I don't know if he's going to expect anybody to be this close, and well, it's a freebie kill for Gatch. 6-4, BDS now with a streak of 3, Mitch, and they are making this more than competitive.
That they most certainly are. It was looking dominant from Fnatic to start out, but now I think the worry is going to start to set in. Another time where you do feel like a pause might be warranted to be called in. This push by Akuma was so perfect. Getting both players before the blind even finishes, and you don't do that with Old Sky. It's not possible, but because now he can pop that flash through and then immediately start shooting while the flash is blinding, makes it so much easier. No pause. Interestingly, they're willing to just go straight for this. BDS's contention, Tom, something that I brought up when we started this one out, was how are they going to deal with the bathroom play? And in this round, they're going to just wall it off and leave it. But for the majority of the half, they've been contesting this beautifully with the raise nade through and then following up with pushes, really making it, even if Fnatic do get the orb, making it very costly for them.
Fnatic have actually now had, I think it's maybe 2 or 3 rounds in a row where they've not had a full buy. There's always been SMGs, there's always been a piece missing, and sure, it might not have been the deciding factor in how those rounds have gone. Still wonder if maybe they're just trying to force the issue a little bit too much versus BDS, and it could end up being their downfall. Now, information is being garnered by Akuma. He is going to manage to make his way back out here, but it all just seems like a bit of a ruse. They're sending a couple of players through into the bathroom, but look at the spike. It's yet to make a move in any direction. Boaster, in the meantime, has found a kill onto B.
This is going to really confuse BDS. The spike is still moving towards this A side. Same for me. The TP, though, that confirms that this is going to be an A play. BDS now have that info to play with. It's the Viper up close of Takas that gets right up behind them. A shot to the back of Magnum, and somehow he survives.
Oh, they know.
Barrel spotted. Oh, Boaster is too quick. Akuma has it all to do. A 1v2. He hears them call some spray. Connected, transferred, and 5 rounds on the board. BDS are fighting tooth and nail for this one, looking to equalize at the halftime. And we've talked about the clutch potential of these players. So we mentioned Logan, and Akuma's certainly one that makes it to that list as well.
I just put them all on the list. Yeah, I feel like if there's a top 20, they're probably all on it. Maybe I haven't seen enough from Gatch yet to see if he makes the list, but I'm sure if he's within this team that he has the capabilities. But yeah, unbelievable. Again, around the... Well, they didn't even play this badly. They peaked him at the same time. He just snapped to the head of the second. Like, there's plenty of rounds, I feel like, throughout today that you could have some critique of Fnatic. That's not one of them.
Yep, no, it really isn't. That's one of the problems with playing against BDS. This entire roster reminds me of a guy I bring up countless times because we don't get to see him in EU, which is Defo. Just the clutch ability of an individual player that puts you in a spot where you can do everything right, you can have good spacing, and it'll still get 3 kills. And right there you see it from Akuma. Showstopper popped, Rodent not able to pursue all the way. He's not using his blast pack to continue pushing. He had a second one, but I guess he didn't want to be caught in the open afterwards. A shame, because those players actually made it out over towards middle. And now that ultimate's kind of just burned up for nothing. But Boaster, he aggresses through on the back of that B aggression, and he thought maybe he could find some space there, but, well, that's not the case.
Yeah, that's definitely not worked. Still interested by a Vandal within a Viper's Pit, but I guess it doesn't matter too much. Oh, a nice snap back from Gatch. This round is over. They've just been absolutely destroyed. It's going to be left all onto Doma to 1 versus 5. And, well, he'll get the 1, but not the remaining 4. BDS from 6-1 down, 5 rounds in a row. And although it was one of those maps where we started to think, okay, Fnatic are about to almost get their revenge for how dominant the first half of Icebox was, I almost feel like they're on the back foot again because, as said, BDS with momentum is a very different team to some of the results we might have seen earlier in the VCT.
I said that it was odd that I believed more in 10-Star than in BDS as a roster, and whilst 10-Star did beat them. Also, interestingly, 10-Star are the team waiting for the winner of this series. They will play them tomorrow, so it could be a rematch of BDS versus 10-Star. But whilst I said it was strange that I had more faith in 10-Star than BDS,
it's worse, right?
I feel like it was justified. Like looking at BDS in the last couple of months, they've been underwhelming. They haven't really performed. They've been on that tier 2, like cusp of tier 1. You knew they had potential. What we're seeing from them now is so far beyond what I expected. Yeah, if he had gotten one, then Durka would be the guy. He would be he'd right click it as well and he'd kill 2 guys.
No, I don't even want to imagine that. Oh, we're going to see the Tiger clearing everything out. Definitely understandable for BDS to want to make sure that there isn't anybody lurking, hiding within the corners. Again, a slowdown from BDS, wanting to see if there's any aggression coming through. And with the amount of stars currently sat in front of them, I can understand why. It's not going to be the easiest take in the world. And with smokes and gravity wells able to pull them back, might be a little bit more difficult. They're going to actually go for the wall strat, get themselves a plant, but it's not exactly gone well. They've been denied by the early Viper's utility, and somehow they're still getting all of the kills. Half the wall isn't even there anymore, but they're just wiping out Fnatic.
Oh, Durka! That was close. I mean, if he manages to correct onto the third, there's a nade on the Magnum. He's gone, surely. And the right click will confirm it. 7-6. BDS, they've won the pistol round here. They had a tough half. 5-1 down, tied it up 6-6 in the end, as you said, Tom. 5 consecutive rounds, and now with that pistol under their belt, things should start out a little bit better for them here. If anything, this is more concerning for the Fnatic side.
Spike planted.
That was disgusting, man.
Player standing.
If he keeps his classic out, he might even get that 3rd kill. That's a sad thing.
Oh, we're seeing glimmers of hope, but it's still 6 rounds in a row. And the investment into this one is going to be minimal for Fnatic. Not much opportunity for them here. See if they can make something work. The Tigers have been clearing these angles. Magnum now stuck in the corner. He has a little bit of support. Mystic going to try and peek off of it. And he'll get one at least. Something to write home about. There's only going to be one man standing. It is Durka. What? What?
Look at that smile. Look at that smile. He knows what he just did.
That doesn't make any sense.
They've had
like half his body was in the teleporter.
Yeah. They've had a battle, like, as they were... I don't know how the teleporter works. Like, disassembles your atoms.
I feel like that was like...
They were there fighting.
Splitgate? Have you played Splitgate? It's like
yeah,
you can
run
through.
Splitgate,
It's
man,
like he's like halfway through the teleport and he's just shooting through it. Like I don't know how that's worked out.
That game is so confusing, man. Like I can play Portal, I can play Halo, but the combination of the two of them, it blows my brain.
It's fun, but yeah, you could easily just get owned by someone who's like put a lot of hours in.
I was casting it at the start, and I'd say like Ninja Saya and stuff, like these guys were just unbelievable at that game. I've actually seen some of them come over to Valorant, which I was really chuffed about in the beta, but they didn't really stick around so much. I think the CS players have just... CS and Fortnite just dominate the scene for the most part. It was Doma, right? Doma was a Fortnite player. No, Zipan definitely
You're
was.
the Fortnite guy. I am the Fortnite guy.
I think it was Doma. Doma and Zipan. The two like main ones that stick out in my memory. This is where he messages me and says, "No, I'm a Tetris player, bro. What are you talking about?"
I don't do any building. That's not for me. Wasn't someone a Rust player as well? Anyway, we're gonna have Mystic in the corner. Actually, the double take from Akuma is enough to get him a kill. And they're gonna go for the same strat once again. This is starting to fall apart. This was looking incredibly good for Fnatic, and we've seen a few rounds like this earlier in the day where everything is looking... What?
Oh,
There's no way! There's no way he pulls that off!
I'm struggling to connect whether that was intentional or a complete and wild accident. It looked like, because he was spraying it and he flicked up to the left.
He did.
It was like a 1-bullet spray transfer and then right back, like full confidence. I don't know if he had like a wrist spasm and it just so happened to be good timing, but that was one of the weirdest and coolest kills I've seen. Man. But anyways, they win the round. They get it.
Why are you showing this? Go back to the...
This is it. This is it. This is
Yeah,
it. Look.
I'm so...
No, man.
That's
I still can't. It
unbelievable.
happened so quickly. I don't know if he tried to spray transfer or if that was sheer luck.
Like,
Either way, gosh,
straight
what are you
up,
doing?
You can legitimately make a highlight reel of like insane, ridiculous kills in Valorant just from Durka alone on this map, and they're not even winning. They're currently behind.
Oh yeah, I mean,
it's
like,
absurd.
frag movie editors for Valorant have such an easy job. Just watch Durka, see what he does. Oh, Durka was playing that match.
Yeah, if they release POV demos, it's over.
It's over, yeah. GG.
We get one every single day.
Well, I hope that because we had Durka's face cam there. I hope he can't see that. That wasn't his perspective. Just looking down on mid. Hey, there's a couple guys outside mid. He's playing a Hunden. The BDS are in a spot now on the attack side where they've got the better weapons, right? They're up against a couple of Spectres. There's still those rifles to be worried about. There's a res on the Fnatic side as well. Well, and there is on BDS too, so early fights don't really matter that much. You're going to want to be taking some serious ground when you push up and maintaining that ground as well. Takis using the same lineup we saw from Fnatic to pop over that poison orb at the start of the round, covering off Lamps, meeting the wall, doesn't have to go anywhere near it. Poster. So close. Both of these players want to fight that angle. They want to maintain some of the control. The wall down instantly gets broken. I'm just worried about what happens over here. And what?
See ya.
Did he see him? No,
I think it was just a spam, but yeah, the bullets just destroyed him. And well, there's not much time left. Takis has tried to lurk his way through, but this time they're the ones getting bodied. Again, we just see this delay tactics coming up from Fnatic, and it's just so strong. Team's really struggling to deal with all of the utility they've had. We saw it in their first map of Icebox earlier in the day, and it was just incredible to watch. And now, they're doing it once again. Well, it seems like the risks that are being taken by BDS just involve trying to run through a lot of the utility that's on the other side, because otherwise they run out of time. Now, one of the adaptations we saw fairly early from Giants on this map was they picked up the pace, and BDS definitely have that within their locker, so I'm curious if we're going to get a slightly faster round.
Definitely within the wheelhouse of possibility, and it might not work out because Dome is just tearing them to shreds. They tried to go straight in through Bath and take it there early, but instead they're losing quite a bit. Now you've just had a Tiger put down through the TP. That means you're not going to have anybody TP from the defensive side because obviously they could be sat inside it right now. But it's spotted Takis. They know the Gatch is here as well. That's all the info to play with. Now, they want to res, but Durka's made sure that's not possible. With Gatch down, it should be easy to connect the rest of this. Takis having a 1v4 on the cards. We have seen BDS in the past win 1v4s with Sheriffs. Now, he has a rifle to play with. Ultimate as well. Spike given over to him too. This could get pretty scary, Tom. Oh, he's walking on stack.
Yeah, it's whether or not there's an opportunity to commit the Viper's Pit, but you'd almost want to save it for a more winnable position. They're also going to be healing up. He should have a decent idea that it has to be someone close, and, well, not quite the right corner. It's going to be Doma finding himself a third kill of the round, and Fnatic take themselves the lead. A fight back initially from BDS, but again, in the second half, it's another strong start from Fnatic.
When it comes to those buy rounds, right? BDS still managed to pull the early rounds in their favor, but this is where Fnatic need to step it up and keep it rolling. Now the full rifles come out. Indeed, the full force of the ultimates as well. The economy starting to come to a peak for both teams, and as these ult orbs plateau, this is where we can see BDS definitely upping the pace, but Fnatic also having a lot more to deal with it. In particular, you're looking at that Viper's Pit already popped inside of Bath. And of course, you've got the showstopper for Doma.
Boaster knows that at least the poison orb has been placed. Almost try and give them that extra space. He's trying to almost counter it, not only with his own utility, but his positioning. Durka almost catches the initial peak, but for now at least it is going to be the fallback, and it looks like they're going to try and challenge through this utility. Now, the Tiger's at least going to tell them that, okay, it's not going to be too close. And actually, they're not going to know exactly where Mystic is at all. Just playing on these tighter angles to try and make sure that more importantly, the utility stays up. Boaster will take a lot of damage in response, but for now at least, again, it's one of those rounds where BDS are playing incredibly slow, trying to avoid a lot of the utility, and there's still a fair amount left for Fnatic here.
They have baited a bunch of it out though, right? In particular, Mystic having nothing left, having used up his ultimate as well, and they are just rushing in! Bolster not ready for the pace. Showstopper pop. Doma tries to hide towards the back of the site, but they are rushing him down. Oh my god, Showstopper versus Showstopper! Doma just gets sprayed. Roden now looking inside the Viper's pit. An unnecessary push. Aggression that gets punished immediately. Now, they've at least managed to spot out one. They know where the Viper is. They can potentially deal with him, but he snuck away. They're willing to just play this slow over on the BDS side. That will allow Doma to be rezzed back up, though, equalizing the numbers. Doma also still has nade. If they can get information inside... Oh, no, it's actually just going to go straight to Lambs, pushing Gatch out of position. Magnum continues to run through, but the duel comes in for Logan. Akuma with another, puts it down to Doma, who is dealt with immediately. They knew where he was, and they isolated that fight 9-9. We're tied up yet again. We've had an incredibly close series. We've had OTs thrown around non-stop for Fnatic today. They have had a long day. Tom, what time did we start at today? I don't even know what time the first game started at. I was sat here for a few hours. That's all I know. So I'm not sure exactly how long it's been, but I'm willing to guess we're running into like what, hour 6 of gameplay for Fnatic.
Sounds about right.
And they've had basically no break, right? But they were ready to play pretty quickly in between series. So they obviously have that stamina, but man, it's going to start to really drain on your mental.
Especially with close rounds like that, with a lot being invested. Oh, Duck has made it out. We've seen a few slip-ups here and there, a blast back into the sky to try and avoid one, but this time the ult Bullet Gathers is control. Now, financially, BDS came out of that worse for wear. They don't have the best of buys. They've got some pieces missing. This is so risky for Magnum. There's a player on each side as well, almost an anti-flash, and he's going to get caught for it, punished by the push, and potentially even a weapon upgrade for Roden as well, who was left with just a Spectre in this round.
Oh, wow! What? The spray! As random as it was, and Akuma returns the favor. To me, to you, it's like watching the Chuckle Brothers are able to come in and quickly pull it into an advantage for BDS. Flash out, pushes Boaster back to site. He's going to quickly try to use his ultimate. In fact, cancels that completely. The res pulls into play. The spray not going to land. BDS now have a 2-man advantage, and they are just flowing over this site. It's a tsunami, destroying everything in its way. BDS have the site. They have a 4 versus 1, and Doma needs to pull this one back or hard commit to saving that weapon, Tom, because it is deep into this series. We are coming towards the end of it, and BDS are set to hit double digits. And the Fnatic economy, it cannot be looking too good right now.
This crunch time. It really is. Backs against the wall. They're about to be going, well, just 3 rounds away from being out of the tournament completely. Sure, in terms of their Champions Tour life, they are one of the teams with the amount of points they got from Masters that will have the opportunity to play the last chance qualifier, but that was never Fnatic. This team is not going to want to just skip this next Masters, and definitely won't want to have to try and fight for their survival. We pretty much know that if they get the qualification, the amount of points they get will put them in an incredibly good spot for a guaranteed position in Champions. But right now, BDS, they're looking to spoil the party. 10-9, again, fighting tooth and nail. And I'm curious of the finances of Fnatic here, because realistically, they saved the weapon, but other than that, okay, Boaster has some cash, but it's been a costly couple of rounds.
Tom, you know, at the start of the day, I said to you that there's potential for Fnatic or Liquid to hit elimination today, right? That was more of a hypothetical. I didn't actually think we were going to end up in a position where either of these teams was in the lower bracket, let alone losing the second map, being 1 map down in the lower bracket. And we've had a tactical timeout called by Fnatic, and this is probably going to be one of their last, at least here on this map, or for regulation. And 9-10, their economy is pretty terrible. They don't have any ults to try and bridge the gap, and so this is likely to be a very weak buy. The rifle saved by Doma. Let's look at what they can realistically do. Doma could drop, Boaster could buy up himself, and have 2 weaker weapons. But at this stage, you do that, you lose the round, it goes 9-11, you eco.
They're going for it.
And they're getting OT. It's a risk. It is definitely a roll of the dice, but it looks like Fnatic are content to make that happen. And BDS face a real possibility of at least guaranteeing OT if they just win this one here.
Lothar's face has just lit up. He's seen Durka buy a stinger. Like, this is the most excited that Lothar has been all day. We'll see if actually anything comes of it. If he's bound is, what is it, left click to right click or whatever the thing was that you're supposed to do.
Left click to right click? What do you think? He's just ADSing at them? I see you.
That was the...
I see you.
No, but they're both. Both of them, so that you like
double
shoot
bind
at the same time.
You bind it to hold. You bind it to hold ADS. So you just click it, and it instantly ADSs and un-ADSs, and you get the spray. I don't know if he will have done that. I think, like, as I was saying on Valorant the other day, I think that it's like a matchmaking trick. It's something that I've used, and it's been pretty fun. The rhythmic thing. It can work at, you know, your Immortals, maybe even your Radiant, but when it comes down to professional teams, for the most part, they're going to use the Stinger for just that spray and pray, that up-close battle. And that's what Dirk is doing, chasing down Rodin, and the stun comes into effect. Beautiful stuff. Now they've got control over Hookah. All the players are going to have to come in from there, though, with the exception of Doma. He's the only one with a rifle playing in from the spawn. The man advantage goes towards Fnatic, but they are in a tough position, Tom. Getting out of Hookah, getting onto that site is very, very difficult to do. Now, they have the entirety of the back lines cleared, but what they don't have cleared is up close. With Doma falling, everybody is coming in. They're basically the attack side now, and having to make an execute onto the B site. Time limited. Oh, that flash was so poorly timed. Akuma still walks away with a kill somehow, but now he's the last man alive, and he will not last long. Taken down, a flurry of frags for Fnatic, and a round win that they desperately needed to equalize the scoreline.
I genuinely don't know how they've managed to pull that off. The weaponry in this round was not great at all. Like, sure, the re-aggression was good, but then you had these afterplant scenarios for BDS that just looked strong, but yeah, part of it definitely looked like that timing, but at the same time, the Fnatic still managed to get all of the kills on that retake, even with the clock being low. This was the moment. Like, just the Takas being caught and then just every single trade coming through. Great work by Mystic and Boaster once again. We sat at 10-10. Survival still possible. I can't believe I'm having to use the words Fnatic and survival in the same sentence. But that's the world we live in. Now, this could be a faster paced round. Durka gonna come under pressure. The peek in from Magnum is mainly just to try and get them some information, but the orb this time, it's not gonna be something he can fight for. Sure, it's a victory in the last, but you still have to look at economy, Mitch. This is not a great buy once again for Fnatic.
It really isn't, and it's not a great start with Boaster falling either, Tom. Akuma's quickly shut him down from above that Astra smoke, the small gap that Boaster actually wanted to peek into, ends up being his demise. Fnatic need a response. They need an answer. They've lost a player on B. They've rotated over. They're playing super passive, and somehow they've allowed Takas to walk all the way up into their spawn. He's just going to take Mystic down. I'll be honest, I was looking more at the B side. Didn't even notice Takas was there till I glanced at the rotate and thought, wait, Fnatic aren't red, are they? This is ridiculous. He's still in their spawn, harassing them while the rest of the team comes A, but the upside... They do know that Doma plays the A site, though. That's the only upside to this. Maybe they'll be... Oh, they've spotted him, but he still gets away with a kill. What's going... Like, honestly, Tom, what is this round? The lines of attackers and defenders have been blurred. There are players scattered everywhere, and there are bodies scattered, too. Mostly those of Fnatic, with Doma being the final remaining player. He has a Spectre in his hands. He was on this site from the moment the spike was planted. And this might be where his life ends, because he has no idea where these guys are, and they're holding. The second that he peeks, 3 players all peek him at once. There's no way. Short of an aimbot, he is not getting away with this one.
It seems like he's trying to bait somebody into peek, and well, there you go, as you said.
It's a success, I suppose.
Perfect triangle of death. It will be 11-10 now for BDS. This is just going back and forth now. It's impossible to call the direction of this one, but the issue for Fnatic over BDS is they don't have any finances to back them up. Like, they were going into that round with a couple of Spectres still on their side, and I think this is going to be a horrific looking buy. Durka maybe having to be the hero once again with a rifle in his hands, but other than that, they'll have maybe one onto Boaster, and that's kind of it.
You can feel the pressure that these guys are under now. Just look at the pings. Humor me for a second. Fnatic are pinging down mid quite a bit. Are we going to see some sort of a mid push? Meanwhile, BDS pinging all over the A side. Let's see what happens. But the thing I will say for Fnatic, sure, their economy is terrible. That is definitely one of the key takeaways. The other thing is the fact that they have called a number of timeouts at this point. The pressure has got to be mounting up. I mean, after already losing earlier on today to Giants, losing the first map to BDS, having their bind be so hectic recently, a series of losses.
Well, and being 6-1 up.
And being 6-1 up. One of the worst things is when you feel like you're in control and it gets snatched out of your hands. And Fnatic have felt that multiple times today. Their mental has got to be, I don't want to say it's poor, but it's being tested today. That is for damn sure. And look at this. Look at what Fnatic. So we said they were pinging mid outside B. Well, there's a lot of them there.
They're playing for overtime. Dirk has sold his rifle and Boaster's bought a Bucky. Bucky FC returns. But this is going to be a very aggressive play. Roden is caught by it. The boom bot will be sent through, but he's dead. The nade's going to catch him out. The combo giving them something, but there's actually a trade. Durka falls and, okay, sure, it's not a bad trade for them, but they can't actually retrieve any of the weaponry. And it looks like BDS just might decide to execute off this, but they're halted. And the main reason for that is Takas has a lurk.
He's made it through the A side altogether. Yeah, they can TP and just join him up, and it looks like that's what they want to do. Boaster, he's got, well, that's not the ideal weapon.
No
if he can get a good timing coming up behind them, maybe that works out for him. Putting down the stars, he's going to slow them with a pull. Oh, this is so good. This would be a normal play no matter where he was. You never know where the Astra is. Big brain Boaster. He's on his way behind, the bookie in hand.
No way.
They have absolutely no idea. They were checking it for but a moment. There's the classic out.
No!
If he had a rifle there, Tom. Oh, if he only had a rifle. But no. The damage to Gatch will even be healed up in a matter of moments, and Fnatic will have to fight their way back in here with a huge disadvantage. Man down and only one rifle to their name.
They might hit at least a decent timing on one player in the corner. Eventually, they will get themselves a kill. Somehow they brought this into a 2 versus 2 scenario. Magnum needs an instant kill here, and he's going to get it. It's left onto Logan. He has at least the denial for a second. The push coming through, though. The flash is perfect, but he will fall. We're also going to see Mystic pop his ultimate, and he'll land the shot. Is there going to be enough time? I think he's got it as well. Plenty, I think. It's going to be incredibly close. Yeah. A second and a half. That's not bad.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd feel if I just defused a bomb with a second and a half left, but hey, I'll tell you what, Fnatic feel pretty good about that one. That was a ridiculous clutch round. No way they should have gotten that. If anything, Boaster had to be the player to do the majority of it, and he gets nothing done. Just terrible weapons for the job, really.
How?
And yet, that's not the most confusing. It's the 2 kills they found before that that really blew me away. I feel like BDS just really took their, well, see, I don't want to say they took their foot off the gas pedal. It was more like the gas pedal got stuck and they kept going. That was the problem. They just ran at them. They gave them the opportunities, and Fnatic capitalized every step of the way. A retrieved rifle doing a lot of work as well. Now BDS are tied up. This is about as close as you could wish for it, really. Facing another overtime game if they don't win 2 in a row here. Fnatic need this round, and they started out by eliminating Akuma. A bit of a sneaky play coming through on middle from Takas, but he is pushed back by that smoke. And now BDS have a question. Well, where do they want to take things? They're going to hope that Roden finds a pick, gets an orb, and that showstopper can be a difference maker, but their numbers are just being thinned out, Tom. They're losing players again and again. Fnatic have rotated.
Give them away. And this means Boaster can actually take a lot more control than they might have expected. With none of the Seekers going in that direction, he knows that a lot of this positioning is going to be clear. He can deny any sort of rotation, at least for the moment. And sure, okay, maybe the TP could be utilized. Roden's also now got his ult, so that could make a difference in this round, but they're going to have to do this relatively quick, as there's only 30 seconds left.
30 seconds
Darka
left.
heard the drop down. He knows there's a player on site, and he knows there's one behind him. Gorgeous stuff. Takas has to 1v5. The ace needed. He's going to commit the ultimate to it. The swing wide into elbow. Gets some one, but that is it. Too many players and too many angles. Fnatic, they've waited. They've taken their time. But now, at last, they've taken the lead.
Well, I don't know if they're sweating, but I definitely am.
Yeah, I sure am.
It's been ridiculously close. BDS are now going to take a tactical pause of their own. Both teams have been on the brink of victory. I feel like BDS losing the round versus, what was a Spectre, Bucky, and some pistols might be the thing that mentally tilts them off the face of the earth. Either side could be falling to problems, and knowing that Haven as a decider really could just be 50-50 all the way through. They're not going to want to allow this. Now, for the first time, I think out of all this back and forth we've seen, economically, it's actually BDS worse for wear. Like, they're not going to have many rifles at all in terms of the Vandals and, of course, the Phantoms. And they do have themselves a pretty impactful set of ults, although Doma is only one away from getting his showstopper in tandem with the one that Roden has. And Durka, after getting a fair few kills in the last round, has got them another res.
Could be invaluable. But Roden's showstopper might not have gotten... We've seen a couple of whiffed showstoppers so far. Or ones that have been punished immediately. Nothing really rings a bell more than Doma running in through lamps, getting caught by their own gravitational well, and then hitting himself down to 50 HP. That was probably the worst one we've seen so far. Series of unfortunate events. And the Wolf has cleared out, or Tiger has cleared out everything towards lamps. In fact, they're going to full commit to it. Gatch good for one with the Sheriff in hand. Akuma in there with another before being traded, and up on top, Logan hadn't been spotted. Oh, this is looking good for BDS. A man advantage as they overrun the A site, even conscious of a flank which is coming in. Durka taking his time, but he'll be here in a matter of seconds. In fact, already delivering a headshot onto Gatch. That pulls them into a winnable position. The wall, did that block him off? It did. So he has an angle to push into sight. Logan is ready to hold it. In fact, he's even been spotted out by that flash. Waiting for Durka to make a move. Time is on their side. The flash doesn't catch him. I think he spotted Takis. It looks like Durka's ready for it. And what a nice shot. That's it. It's done here on Bind. Fnatic win 13-11 with that defuse. And we will be going all the way to map number 3. What an incredible performance by Fnatic. They really managed to pull off that comeback. And I'll be honest, Tom, I'm impressed by what I've seen from both of these teams. Honestly, and BDS's level is so much higher than I expected coming in today. And now they're going to have to close it out on the final map. Couldn't ask for a better series.
Yeah, Fnatic looking to go for the longest day in VCT history by the looks of things, with the amount of overtimes, with the close maps that they've played. But it has been a very exciting one at that. And they're clinging to life. Like, let's be real. They won a ridiculous 4-spy round just to take that 11-11. BDS, at least after what was a very slow start, looked like they had it in the bag. But Fnatic, they're not going to go down without a fight. And, well, it's more than fitting that after playing 5 maps already today, they might as well throw in a 6th.
They might as well, Tom. You know what? We're going to get a Haven. We're going to probably get some OTs on this one because, Tom, you know, I've watched a lot of Haven in my day.
Yeah.
Working with Alliance, I think I've seen more games of Haven than anyone else on this damn planet. OTs are pretty much how that map works. That and Ascent. We're going to be going to Haven. Map number 3 in a little bit. But for now, it's time to take a break. When we come back, the beautiful desk is going to be breaking down what just happened here, what we can expect from Haven. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you real soon.
Welcome back to the VCT Challengers main event, where Fnatic have managed to claw their way back into this series. I'm Yinsu, and I'm joined by Ryan and Jess for this marathon of a day for Fnatic as well. That very nearly felt like it was going to go to OT, Ryan, but they managed to close it out.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be really glad that they did. It's been a long day for them for the most part. There were periods, I suppose, where Fnatic were on top. They were 6-1 up early, and then BDS did well to bring it 6-all at the half. And again, it was just this pushing and pulling from either side. Big credit to Fnatic, and certainly specifically Mystic. We'll be highlighting some of the stats in just a second. But overall, it's just the demeanor, I think, of all of the players to be able to come back. I think this was the most impactful round from him. He ends up getting a 4K. Unfortunately, Tagas does get raced into a snake bite, but that's something else. But look at the little smile on his face after he gets it. It's the most wholesome thing. Oh, we never see it here, never mind. But it was really nice because you could just tell that their mentality was down. There were a couple of moments where they were clutching out rounds, and you could just see, like, from the cameras pressed to their foreheads, they're not even reacting. They're not, like smiling or anything like that. We need that Fnatic to come back, and Mystic, he got better and better as the series went on, and it was needed.
Yeah, and you look at it on the other side of the board here. I mean, if you're a BDS fan, that was a really close map. You know, map 1 went pretty considerably and decisively over to the side of BDS. You're coming into map 2, and you also have to look at some of the players that have stepped up here. Akuma, for me, even when he was on the Sova from last map, I mean, he is a player to be reckoned with. I think, personally, he's one of the best players on BDS, especially when it comes to game sense, awareness, utility usage. He's sort of the whole package, and it's kind of nice that he plays roles and agents like the Sova and, of course, the Sky with the flashes in hand. So I think he's been really impactful for the side of BDS. I hope that continues into the third map, but for Fnatic, I mean, they threw everything into that map. You could tell they didn't want to give up. They wanted to see this through to a third map, and I think it rightfully deserves to be there.
Well, the sixth map at this point.
Yeah, let's be honest.
For them. And I know, Tom and Mitch were talking about, how long have they been here? Well, they're in Poland at the moment, so they are on Central European time, I believe. So they've been playing pretty much from 5 p.m. all the way through until 10 p.m. It is 10:30 p.m. for them right now. So it is a very, very long day. But Jess, they finally won on Bind. Do you have more maybe faith now in this composition, or do you feel like there were other factors as to why they managed to win that out?
Still too close for comfort. I'm still feeling like I don't have confidence in what I saw, because, I mean, if you think back to the first half, they had such an incredible lead to begin with, and then to lose that so swiftly, for BDS to just come storming back with the 5 rounds in a row that they had to equalize it, I started to yet again question Fnatic, and I don't want to keep questioning Fnatic, especially on a map like Bind. I don't want to turn around and try and poke holes in their composition, their strategy, or just their overall coordination. So not yet. But I think that they can turn the tides with future matches here on Bind. And with this particular composition, again, I know I said that I would want to change something up because a severe loss on Bind earlier on probably paints a really bad picture. But I'm glad they stuck with it and they proved me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you want to see that kind of composition thrive, really. And there was more reason to use it there. And I think what helped in that map is that Fnatic came out of the doors quickly. They were really aggressive. The pistol round, the first one, really is a testament of both just running through showers, ending up on the backside of A. It's just kind of like, right, we need to take control of this because otherwise BDS are going to run rings around us. So it was really important for them to start off well. It did allow BDS to come back into it, which is a big mental loss for them. But the fact they ended closely, I think it was like the 22nd round, I think it was at that point, Fnatic felt that they had control after they won that Thrifty, which again, Mystic clutching out. I think one of the main things for Mystic overall I failed to mention is he didn't die early. He wasn't the first death at all. He was always involved in a round. If it was a quick one, if it was a long one where he was clutching out in the end, he was always present, and having that consistent factor really helped Fnatic in this map.
Well, they had a great start, but they also showed a lot of resilience, Jess, towards the end as well. And I know you have a round that you prepared, so you wanted to talk about.
You know what? Ryan has introduced it perfectly. He wants to talk about the man Mystic. He wants to talk about round 22, where things started kicking off for Fnatic. Well, this is it. Let's get it on your screens right now, because this was the perfect round to demonstrate to the audience exactly how much resilience Fnatic had. This is a thrifty round. I said to Ryan when we were sitting in the background, they should not win this. The weapons are all in the hands of BDS. There's no way. And the man Mystic and his teammates are able to play this out perfectly. And it didn't come off the back of just pure mechanical skill. It came from grit, it came from really good communication, and it came from good utility play, as well well as allowing for them to use perfect timing on that round. That solidified in my head 110% that Fnatic really, really want to get into this, and the mental is not washed just yet.
Well, elimination is on the line. Once again, the job is not done yet, but the difference is it's going to be on the line for BDS as well. We're going to take a quick break here, but do not go anywhere, guys, because like I said, Fnatic's a 6th map of the day will be coming up right after this. Well, normally this is where I would say the game is going the distance, but this is an absolute marathon already for Fnatic. They managed to level things up against BDS, but there's still all to play for here on Haven. I'm Yinsu and I'm back with Ryan and Jess. Like I said, Haven is next, and Jess, we saw BDS quite recently on this map. Talk us through what happened last time.
You know what? It reminds me of how I kind of pictured BDS getting a little stuck from 10-star, but Haven was a really good map for BDS, especially in their first half. It was a super attacking sided Haven for the most part when they went up against 10-star just yesterday. And I sort of asked myself, is that something we're going to continuously see here from BDS? How do they usually sort of attempt to gain control here on Haven? And actually, that game against 10-star was like their most obvious win on Haven. All of the rest of the games, I know Guild went close on Haven, and then when they went up against Liquid, they've brought it close to really strong opponents. But if we're talking about the game with 10-star and going on to Haven, that was a great showing, especially on their attacking side. So depending on what side they started, I don't have it written here right now, but depending what side they start, there might be a bit of a momentum shift here. So Fnatic's gonna have to be careful of that.
The concern here, though, is going back to that 6-player roster. Takas is the player that is taken out of the team for Haven, with Gatch going in and Hoppy going back in as well. Takas is currently the top fragger on his team. He's got 40 and 31, so KD. Do you risk taking out the player that's feeling himself? Like, he was terrific on Icebox, we know that, he's on Reyna, of course, but even on Bind, he was 19, no wait, that's the Doma I'm looking at, I'm just turning off right now. 18 and 19, Takas was on the Viper. Like, do you risk taking out a player that's in form today for somebody that's been out for a map that kind of needs to warm up again? This is kind of the problem that I've had with the 6-player roster, and it could really blow back in BDS's face if they're not careful.
You say that, but like, I know Takas is a great player overall, very holistically strong player, especially when he plays the Reyna, for example. But I'm looking over to Gash and how he played against 10-star. He was like the 2nd highest rated player on the roster. So to be swapping out your 2 highest rated for one of the other seems a little bit null and void. You know, you're taking out a good player, putting in another player, you're just sort of evening the score, I think, in my mind. So it's only really agents or roles that I think are going to change. I know Rodin's played a bit of the Jet as well, but he'll stay on in there. Gash will almost certainly go onto the Jet, and it will give Rodin the chance to play the flashes here. So that might, I don't know, change things up a little bit, give it a little bit of shake that they need. I'm not sure, but you are saying, you know, why take out Takas? I agree, but I do just want to state very clearly that Gash is a very, very great duelist.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we're also running sort of the risk of doing something they haven't practiced, right? So we're under the assumption that on this map, perhaps they haven't practiced with Takas all too much, so that it kind of makes sense. But we'll find out a little bit later when we head into Agent Select. But Fnatic and Haven, Ryan, you'll know this, they love an overtime. It seems like they don't close this map out, where they refuse to lose until it gets past round 13, round 26 even at that point. So how much of an issue do you think that's going to be here? Because they've already played 5 very long maps.
Yeah, it's a tough one. We started to see the mannerisms coming back in Fnatic. Obviously, Boaster is just energetic as per usual. He needs to be like, right, guys, we're back in it. You know, we're going to cheer when we get around. We're going to fist bump. We're going to smile. We're going to have fun at the end of the day. Because while Sentinels is a tough and scary team, I think this is the hardest map that Fnatic will ever have to play. It's a whole different ball game. If they lose, they're out. That's a lot of pressure for a young roster to deal with. It all comes down to this map, and they have to pull it back and hopefully not get into overtime, because, yeah, that's a mental battle in itself.
I mean, we don't have Pansy and Hypok with us today, so the chances are already halved at this point. But we are going to head into Agent Select now. Once again, kind of player select as well for the side of BDS. But we are expecting Takas not to be playing on this map, so it wouldn't be too much of a surprise if we don't see him here. And as you guys can see there, Jess, you hit the nail on the head. Jet coming in there for Gatch.
Yeah, that's going to be great for them at least. I mean, I really just fell in love with him. When I heard it was a 6-man roster, I was watching them against 10-star. I fell in love with the fact that Gash played so well, and then just humbly took it, the fact that he wouldn't be playing in the next map, and he just subs himself off, lets another player walk in for a different role, a different map. If he specializes in map, and this is what BDS want to do, sure. But I mean, Hoppy on the Omen as well. This is nothing out of the ordinary for them. The Jet, the Killjoy, the Omen, the Sage, and the Sky. Cool, throw it all together. This is what you're used to running, and the only time they've changed is when they brought the Phoenix. So it doesn't look like they're going to do that this time.
Well, of course, you know, Gatch on the Jet there. Durka, his opposite number. You know, Ryan, you said how important this particular map is going to be for them. How important do you think it will be for Durka to step up here as well?
Honestly, for Durka and Doma, I don't want to see them have to pop off to fix rounds for Fnatic. I know that they're tired, but realistically, is Durka going to pull an ace just like that, like he did against Alliance? Is Doma going to do the same thing? It's not likely. Everybody needs to play tighter. All of those mistakes, trying to push down A long, leaving the spike there awkwardly and kind of getting caught out. You need to just have a tighter game, and that's going to be tough because Fnatic have been playing all day.
Well, of course, the last prediction of the day too. So, Jess, who are you backing for this one?
Oh, no, you've really put me in a tight position, and I don't want to curse anyone here. If I'm going off stats alone, which the stats have been dead for half of today, so they haven't been right in any way, shape, or form, I'm sort of looking at BDS, and their Haven hasn't been very positive, whereas we have like a 50-50 split for Fnatic on their results. So I'm going to say Fnatic just based off stats alone.
And Ryan?
Not saying anything. I'm not breaking it because we'll be here all day. So I will sit back and enjoy this series for now. And Fnatic fans, you're going to be holding on for dear life in your seats because, yeah, this is going to get bumpy.
Yeah, this is going to get bumpy no matter who you are supporting here. Of course, as you said already, Ryan, this is going to be very, very important for the Fnatic boys. But of course, elimination is also on the line for BDS2. This is it, the last map of the day, the last map of the series, do or die, with Berlin qualifications on the line. Tom and Mitch, one of these teams will be eliminated right after this.
Well, this is an incredible day here in the VCT. The fact that Fnatic might just be getting knocked out. They might be taken out of this series, out of the running for Masters. One map will decide it. It's here on Haven, Tom. And I have to say, straight away, the fact that BDS have taken Takas off the roster for this one,
scary.
That sucks. Imagine watching the final map of the series from the sidelines.
Yeah, I like the fact that they do stick to their guns, though. Like, it's not like, oh, he's playing well today, so you don't get to play anymore. That would be a way worse scenario. This is aggressive, though, from Fnatic. Straight into the site, dashing in already. In fact, Dirk is actually wrapping all the way around behind them. He's going to meet them in the spawn. This man does not plan to go out before the Masters have begun.
No, he did it without blinking as well. That's the best part. BDS now at a man disadvantage. They need to get back into the C site. And there's a second little flank coming in. Boaster's on his way through B as we speak. The objective on the site is to delay as long as possible, but they've lost Magnum. One player down, BDS really start to up the pace. They get to the site, Mystic. Oh, the right click connects to two. He's seen Hoppy, knows exactly where he is, and the jumping right click to finish it off. What an incredible play by Mystic, the man that has single-handedly kept Fnatic in some of these maps. Now comes up huge in the pistol round.
Yeah, he's been insane in clutch situations, and, well, that was almost a clutch of its own, because, realistically, Boaster was a little bit further away. That was what looked like a 1v4 on the site, and he somehow manages to drag it home. Now, of course, into this one, BDS won't have much of an investment, and I'll use that time to give you a stat, Mitch. Since Masters, we've seen them play this map 5 times, Fnatic.
Okay.
3 of them went to overtime.
Yep, that's what I'm used to. That's what I'm used to and what I'm prepared for here. But you know what? This is going to be the first time I don't complain about a Haven OT if we end up there. This series has definitely earned it. So Mystic has swapped teams. He's now playing for BDS because he's in their spawn, coming up behind. And Roden has, I would say, no idea that this is possible. But Mystic's going into heaven. Roden is still alive on the site, but he has a Frenzy. And the Frenzy sucks. So that's going to be an easy 4v4. Fnatic planting on A and weak weapons on the retake. Mystic's the only one really in danger because he can be isolated up above.
Yeah, the thing is, his Heaven spot now really isn't that valuable because he can TP up there anyway, so no one's going to be surprised to find a player up in Heaven when they lost the complete control of the site. Paranoia, though, it's going to leave a fair few blind, and oh, he's just about going to shadow step out of there and has his teammates now to try and support as they look to fade away. Now, Gatch has found himself a weapon to play with. Any kills he would get here might not seem that valuable, but considering he's playing on that jet, getting ever closer to that Blade Storm is always going to be helpful. And he's only a few orbs away, but I don't think we're going to be seeing it in this next round.
No, in a way, a great shame that Mystic is the one that has 6 kills on the board because he's an Omen. And, well, that ultimate is not exactly going to turn the tides of a round the majority of the time. Also incredible that he made it out of here. It was almost like an action movie. Just at the last second, he makes it out. Someone's gonna read into that. He said it's a movie. Movies are scripted. Shoot. Scanning ahead. Confirmed. Oh, that flash right in his face. God damn.
Gats looking like he wanted to almost stamp out his opponent very early has been caught, and well, not even a chance to dash away from that one. A huge upgrade for Durka, who gets the heal off as well from Doma. Now they look to just split back into seat control. Now their deep smoke might actually end up as a bit of a burden, coming out from the defensive side because they've almost abandoned this site and didn't spot anybody coming in. Akuma is going to have an awful lot to do, but he's playing closer angles, so he might be caught off here. Never mind. He's going to peek back out of Garage, which was assumed to be clear. And that will be at least a pick back for BDS in this round.
They've got Hoppy snuck onto the side as well. He's going to peek into the back, seeing a couple. Oh, that paranoia timing was so good. Both players stuck in the corner. Mystic even dodged the second, but he doesn't have bullets. It's all down to Hoppy. A long-range duel with low HP, and, well, that's about as bad as it can be. Boaster takes him down with a Spectre in hand. It is 3-0. Fnatic rolling on forward. That lead extending even further and even grabbing 2 rifles out of that one. I'm pretty happy with the early progression. In fact, in this round, I think it's pretty reasonable that Durka might drop a weapon and play Bladestorm, because he should have that online now.
Yeah, he's got himself a decent amount of kills, had some solid openers, and by the looks of it, Fnatic are getting a similar start to what we saw on Bind, which did eventually go their way. It does have to say that BDS have shown resilience thus far, and although Fnatic are definitely in a much longer day, being their 6th map, I do call into question like how BDS are going to cope after the last one. Because let's be real, they were 11-10 up. They lost a round to what was basically Pistols, and then lost the map from there. So it's a tough one to come back from. Even if, as said, Fnatic have had an 18-16 loss earlier in the day, which I think will be slightly more mentally draining.
Absolute laser focus from Durka. He is ready to go. Look at that. He barely moves a muscle as he goes in, but that might be his downfall. Durka dropped by a Sheriff. On the side, Mystic is going to be peeked from the right, and Logan catches him off guard. Spike down, another kill comes in. This is getting a little bit scary. And BDS have equalized the numbers. And as they fade out, they're retrieving better weapons as well. Even dominating duels with Sheriffs. The Birthday Boys in a 1v3. Not Ryan, it's Doma. And he's got a tough one at that. Ah, nice shot! Flash goes out. He's not popped it just yet. In fact, fates it completely, but it doesn't quite work. I don't think he meant for that to get caught there. Somehow I think that was supposed to go deeper into the side.
These are just the rounds that BDS win, though. That was mostly just Pistols. If anything, I think it was just Pistols, with the rifles being picked up along the way. And what was such a dominating start for Fnatic. Now, well, they'll still have finances. No doubt about that. You win a bonus, you're always going to have cash. Do we need to watch this again? The funny thing is, if he pops that there, Hoppy is screwed. Like, there's no way he sees anything for the next few seconds.
I think he just didn't have an angle that he could pop it on and then still make it up to, so he hoped that that pushed them back or that they would shoot it and he'd get the angle, but unfortunately the multiverse didn't work out for him like that. I love how Durka's backup picture, he's actually like taking a picture from his setup, so it sort of looks like he's playing. And then Magnum's, he was like, nah. just use my Masters one.
He's just
like seeing it all over again.
He's focused. He's like, that is live. That's a live
feed.
You can't tell me otherwise. Yeah,
you can't see his hands. He's actually a wrist aimer, so
that's definitely a little bit awkward, but somehow Roden is still alive, and Logan's now come in and managed to find a kill. Pete coming through.
I did not enjoy that.
Like, okay, the classic, just so good. Best gun in the game, no doubt. Akuma, though, seems to be able to fight this back, and now Magnum, 5 HP. Chances slim. Now, there is an operator on the floor. If he wants to try and give a go with that. Realistically, giving him any duels here, that is not where that
Nanoswarm Akuma.
It's a distraction. So I look at
Roof's clear. Roof's clear. He can't be roof.
It's not hiding in the bushes, in the little bit of plantation that's up there.
He could have a ghillie suit, guys. He could. Oh no, it's clear.
To be fair, if anybody was going to do that, it probably would be Magnum.
Yeah, I'll give him that. Man, maybe Durka with the updrafts though. Although he doesn't hide. True. He just runs at you.
No. He wants you to know he's coming.
It's like a lot of people when they play this game, they're like the ninjas, you know? They'll try sneak around, get some nasty angles, use Astra on A site to get up behind you and knife you, Boaster. But other players like Durka, he's like a samurai. He's running at you screaming. He wants you to know he's coming for you. That's not ideal. Hoppy taken down right off the bat. Magnum falls, but that's a worthwhile trade. The Killjoy ultimate pop, they got to give up a little bit of space, but I don't think it's going to be retaken by BDS. And they seem to be playing this one very far back, getting in quite late, actually. But Fnatic have changed direction.
A lot of this going to come down to Logan. Now, he's a res, but, well, not something that can easily be implemented without him running across the entirety of the map. And his more aggressive angle might just give an opportunity for the man himself. He just uses a pixel peek. He gets the information and even has the wall available. Now, there are still updrafts on Durka, so always bear that in mind. Walls are not going to be something that really stops this man from making his way through. It will, however, delay his team. Interestingly, though, they're actually going to rotate off of this. Just, okay, we put up the wall, that'll do.
Or maybe it won't, because in comes Durka. He's blinded for about 6 minutes, but eventually gets in there with the kill onto Roden. Heaven Control goes their way as well. Without batting an eyelid, the site falls. BDS have to play into the retake. They don't have a lot to work with on that, and, well, they've missed the shot onto Durka. A valuable opportunity to take out a player that's a pivotal member of so many rounds. 3 HP remaining. I think he's going to be running over to Doma asking for a heal.
Doesn't look like they will have time for it. Mystic's still going to be within the smoke. Durka now gone, and the rifle's going to fall alongside it. It's left to the pistols, and unless Doma can pull off something truly heroic, chances unlikely. It will be a round that's a little bit costly, at least in terms of ultimates, with the investment of both the lockdown and the res from BDS. But in terms of personnel, they keep 4 players alive and will get themselves that equalization. Again, solid start from Fnatic, but BDS more than happy to play from behind.
Yeah, definitely. BDS don't mind. They've got that morale, right? And we've seen it so many times. Their comeback ability into games, certainly there. But as we discussed when we started out today, it's also their ability to get out. Such an awkward fight, man. He's blind for so long. As we discussed earlier today, though, their ability to come back into rounds is always off the charts. And I think that one there just really showed that. When they're in a 1v2, 1v3, probably 50-50 chances of winning it out, as you said earlier, Tom. When they're in a 4v4 retake, they're damn scary. You better not be making any mistakes. Now, right here, a mistake has been made, but it wasn't by Fnatic. Akuma going down middle is fallen, and what that means... Yeah, garage is open. Open for business. The site, in fact, under threat. Hoppy, spray okay. Right on the Magnum. Doesn't get the paranoia out, but the trade is there. Mystic able to take down Gash, but Roden in the backside is able for a quick little double. 4-3 we go. A fantastic round by Roden.
These rounds just seem to be an absolute flip of a coin, like a bare knuckle fist fight with both teams just swinging wildly to try and take themselves home the round. And well, this time it is BDS to come out on top, especially with the way that round started. It didn't look good, and again, even with what was committed by Fnatic, comes out with the Frenchman in the lead. And economy-wise, there's no doubt who's in the lead. They're going to have themselves the operator onto Gatch, and for the rest of the players, rifles galore, whereas we're looking at the other side, no ults online, Dome is close, but it's only going to be pistols.
Only pistols. Possibly a phrase that could come back to haunt you, Tom.
Only pistols.
I've been there. I've been there many times. Usually when it's in the hands of BDS, though. Deep flash. Not gonna damage anyone. Doman not even grabbing the spam onto the turret. But their position kind of given away. I'm surprised Boaster's just running in. The paranoia connects, and the trade is good. A good start, considering what it is. They picked up a rifle. Mystic is just sending it full, but the spike's down. Oh, Mystic! He found the trade initially, but that pushed through to get a double. That is such good map control now. Into the 2v2, there's weapons for everyone to play with, and Magnum has taken down Hoppy. Roden, a 3k in the previous round, won it for BDS, and now a 1v2 is needed. The big clutch, as flashes will be slowly refreshing. And the heal, well, quite worthless at this point. He's even choosing to go through Garage, but Tom, look at that plant. It's wide open for long, and this is just going to be delay tactics from Fnatic. It seems like Roden knows. Like he heard them go there. He's checking his corners, but it's not enough. What a great round by Mystic. And Tom, at the end of the day, it's just pistols.
Just pistols. Yeah, no, and obviously, it's only pistols, so nothing could ever go wrong other than Mystic, which, again, like, the fact that he has kept up this level of just clutch capability and big round performances from what, as we're now looking at, is like 6 hours ago all the way to now. Like, this is unbelievable stuff from him. Like, I think that he's going to be looking at some sort of contract raise if they manage to pull this one off, because the amount of rounds where they had no right winning, and he just seems to have incredible amounts of impact, no matter the agent, no matter the team. Now, the pace change, once again, is mostly just revolving around Durka. He's his own entity. The rest of the team playing passive, slowly, methodically, trying to clear all of these angles, find out where their opponents are waiting for. Durka, W key all the way through. But he has been delayed, at least for the moment, by the wall.
This is going to be a slightly more slow-paced round from Fnatic. With a minute left on the clock, you can see that their control has been denied for the most part. But really, it was all just fake presence.
Going out.
BDS is not going to be any over-rotations. In a way, the map control that Fnatic have found is next to valueless. They've still to get past the utility and bait out what is left from BDS. It's going to be a tough late-round push. Seeker's going out to try and reveal some positions. Akuma is going to distance himself a little bit. Durka got caught by the turret. He couldn't destroy it. Roden is on for another 3, but it's just the 2. Damage done to the second player, and that makes it so easy. A headshot from Akuma. The spray transfer looking so clean as the final member of Fnatic falls. BDS regain their lead. That was ridiculous, man.
Durka basically loses a fight with a turret. That's something I don't think I've ever seen before. Then we have just like 2 ridiculous spray transfers back to back. I feel like that's the thing I've learned from today, is just any player at this level can just do those ridiculous, like, I'm spraying at one guy and I've tapped the next guy. Like, we've seen Durka do it facing off against a player and a squid. We've seen, obviously, earlier in the day, Mystic do it. We've just seen Akuma do it. Now, like, this is absurd in the manner in which they're winning these rounds. And now, once again, it's going to be back to some weaker investments. And Roden and Logan, they're just brawling, fighting out in towards long. There was a couple of guns put into this one, and, well, there's one of them.
The Fnatic have a tough one. The presence known, shot missed, and eventually connected, and they know exactly where Doma is as well. A cleanup by BDS, putting 6 on the board, extending the lead even further. And Tom, in a map like this, a map like Haven, I've seen many rounds of it. And I would say, even to this day, when you're looking at a tied-up half, it's reasonable. I really think it's team dependent, whether it's attack or defender based. But the problem for me is BDS are basically set to take it to 8 if they win this round, right?
That's the thing. Like, excluding the one Mystic 4K, they haven't won a round since they converted their bonus.
Yes.
Like, that was it. Like, it has been basic. Well, it should have probably been 7 rounds in a row for BDS, but as said, there were some heroics to give Fnatic anything. Like, they fought back with pistols, and since then, BDS have just had the wind in their sails. Everybody seems to be popping off. We've had so many multi-frag rounds from players, which maybe that's Fnatic being a little bit disjointed, but I think just at the same time, BDS are just performing to such a high level. I'm not so much looking at this at being like, oh, it could be an even half. I'm looking at it as it almost has to be for Fnatic to show a little bit of life in this half, because as of the last few rounds, like, yeah, sure, there've been some moments, there've been some openers going their way, but BDS have just been slapping them back into the ground the second they go for any sort of retake or even just some aggressive plays. They've been winning them.
The worrying thing, Tom, is that if you take a look over at the ulti economy, Akuma's about to get a very valuable ult of a lockdown online, and even more worrying is Gatch's aggressive position. His stance of just walking down mid, we've seen so many players do it. I think most famously would be Scream with a rifle, but when an operator's in play and you've got a jet, that dash out makes it almost more formidable. You might only lose the one player to it, but it's very rare that you're going to be able to trade that efficiently.
Scream, maybe the Hibernator as well. Don't forget about him. His aggressive play down mid was sick as well. We saw that during the open qualifiers. Someone I'm desperately hoping ends up within an organization. Now, this is looking like a straight-up A-side execution, but I think the information has already been garnered. The only thorn in their side is Magnum. Now, if you've ever seen Magnum play, you should know that this is a possibility. And by the looks of it, they are going to be checking back into mid to see if he is lurking.
Definitely a good call. Checking their back, making sure, but Magnum is taking his sweet
this
time.
Might give it away.
This one of the best things about Magnum is how he's able to pace that. Where does that Seeker go? None of them are going backwards. They think their back is clear. This is it. Magnum able to get a double from there. Absolutely glorious work, and the operator of Gatch is good for nothing. 6-5, and just having those 3 players close on site opens up the door for that flank to be so impactful. Now looking at an equalized scoreline potentially. Fnatic have secured their economy. Remember, they would have been eco if they lost that round. Now, obviously, they wouldn't have actually ecoed, but they wouldn't have had a lot of money, and that would put them in a position to most likely lose this one out, and that wouldn't be a great birthday present for Doma. Or Ryan. I heard he's a Fnatic fan. He told me earlier, easy 2-0, so I heard he cursed it as well.
Yeah, but you tweeted it, so there you go.
That's true. I put it in writing. I messed up. Oh, gotcha. Is he going to walk out of there? He's not even. He's going to stay in the corner. That is a brave move. Double cloud burst down, but he's confident in still having that dash that he can maintain this aggressive angle. Now, they're not even going to clear it with the Tiger. Of course, you use that Tiger on short. It gets you so much information. But here's the problem. When you go to cross, surely they'll flash it out. They've already cloud bursted the cross. They're giving him the respect. There's the flash coming in. It blinds him. They know he's here. Now, this is where the decision really matters. You know that operator is still around long. Chances are he hasn't fallen back. No dash was heard, so he still has it. What do you do? Well, that is a question the Fnatic currently have to answer.
But they don't even really have anything to force him out of position either. The utility they've used, they could use the drone, but it might push him back. Instead, he's actually just going to reposition. Now that the wall is gone, it almost falsifies everything. Will it see him the second time around? It's just going to hide. So they still actually have absolutely no idea where Gatch is going to be. They just know that at least he wasn't peeking the long angle. 30 seconds left. And well, for Fnatic, they're still a little bit clueless. The push going to come through. He actually nails him straight through the smoke. However, it is going to be a quick trade. And now this gives all the information available. Shock darts over the top to destroy that lockdown. And it lands just in the nick of time. The push back in from Akuma, it means the players are still waiting there, maybe expecting them to have fallen back. Instead, he'll find that kill, another for Gatch, as he finds it back into a winnable situation. As pushing back in, they've been caught. Do they check for Doma? No, they don't. He's going to get himself a couple, but it's not quite enough. Hoppy will close the round. A solid retake from BDS, but maybe a little bit closer than they would have liked.
Yeah, but the long and far-reaching consequences of that will not be felt. That is the last round of the half, putting 7-5 BDS's favor as we swap sides. Now, with that 2-round lead, a pistol is, I wouldn't say required by Fnatic, but definitely desired. They can manage to find it. They should equalize up before we see a buy come out and end up in like an 8-7 deficit, with BDS winning their first full buy. That's traditionally how things work, Tom, but you never really want to count out just pistols when it comes to round 2, or just pistols in general, as hopefully you've learned.
Never. It's always just pistols. 7-5.
So who wins this round? They all just have pistols.
50-50, as most pistol rounds are. Oh, God. Let's see. A solid start here for BDS could lead them on their way further into the lower bracket, eliminating a Masters finalist. It's happened before. The question is, will it happen again? Mystic is going to use the paranoia. It leads everyone pretty much blind. He has the chance for the dash away. It's perfectly timed to escape just as that plant goes down. Pistol switched up. Spike going to be tapped, and they don't have anything to deny them other than just pushing straight into the blender. And while that's actually going pretty well so far, they're denying any sort of aggression, and Akuma is going to find his second kill of the round. It's left all onto Boaster. And while there's nothing he can do this time, 8-5, pistol guaranteed now for BDS. Are we going to have any second round shenanigans?
That's a really tough situation for Fnatic. Losing out the pistol means BDS will push further into the lead with likely a 9th on the board. That is very unfortunate. Now let's take a look at what Fnatic are deciding to invest into. As expected, it is going to be a low buy. Very rare on pretty much every map that you see second round force buys within Valorant. But I wouldn't say very rare, but it is definitely rare.
On defense, especially.
When
I think
it comes
you need a spike plant or something like that.
Yeah, and when it comes to defensive side, whoops. When it comes to defensive side, Haven especially, not really a feature. And I think the increased price of the Judge is going to affect that even further. If it was still a little bit cheaper, maybe you go for it. Get light shields and you can kind of make it happen, but even then, that'd be more of a bind situation. Oh, Doma.
Player standing.
I saw the double. I saw it.
Oh.
He got him. He got him, right? We can't laugh. He got him. He did.
I'm laughing at the fact he ran out of bullets. Like Akuma sprayed all of his bullets into the wall. Just pre-firing absolutely everything as he goes around the corner. But hey, it's a freebie. An extra ult orb for the wonderful From the Shadows, which is everyone's favorite ultimate. But now is the battle back. We've seen Fnatic do it time and time again.
This is a nice spot.
This might have been the longest day of playing they've ever had. We'll see if they still have the ability to dig deep. This, however, is a bonus round, Mitch, which we expect them to win.
Because it's just pistols. But just in a Spectre form.
Blinded.
Realistically for BDS, you don't win these a lot of the time, but they're one of the best teams at winning with these low buys, with these econ plays. And in fact, they're going to completely fake this beat. This is so smart. On a round like this, Fnatic are likely to try to make those pushes, and they've gone all the way up long. You can see this slow fall back from Durka as he creates space and gives himself that exit opportunity with the dash. First shot not going to land. The Cloudburst dash is going to get him out. So he's managed to tickle them up, but most importantly, he's gotten the information. His teammates are on the rotate, and this is where it gets a little bit more difficult. The dash in to create space. Of course, Gatch dies, but the teammates have gotten through the choke point. That's the most important part. Durka tucked in the corner, now under pressure. Players right up beside him. He tries to fade back down through short, but Akuma catches him. The wall up, and it's going to stop Doma for a second. Give away his position. The step up into heaven. There was a jump that might have been heard on Magnum. Logan up close. He's really forcing this fight, but all alone. 1 versus 2, and he even got a headshot out of that. 47 HP. Doma just about pulls it off to get 9-6 on the board. But as far as bonus rounds go, Tom, that's a pretty big win for BDS.
Yeah, that's huge. They've done so much damage and now have the ability to rebuy as well. And we're starting to look down at the fact that they're getting ultimates online. So, yeah, this is an incredibly scary time for Fnatic. Chances are as well, their purchase into this round is going to be worse than the one in the last round. So even after getting the victory, like the fact that he almost gets that second kill is unbelievable. And well, I know that there may not be any emotion there on Doma's face, but I'm sure there was a sigh of relief.
I don't know if it's... Oh, actually, I did see him smile. I saw him smile at Masters. Mainly when they were doing their little send-offs, you know? Like the airplane and
After
everything.
they won, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, that was kind of weird. The Tiger being pulled back by the tripwire. A bit of seasickness. And I don't get seasick, so that's very strange. 9-6 is where we're at. BDS finally able to get that buy up. Now, they made the last round super close. Look at this from Magnum, but it's being watched. BDS conscious with that potential push. And destroy the camera just for the sake of it, even though he's already dead. Boaster running right at them. It was either that or get detained.
Oh, no.
So fair enough.
Oh, no. Oh, what's just happened? Oh, no, it's all gone wrong for Roden. Durka comes in at the last second, the knight in shining armor, to keep his teammate alive, and now they even have the heals to bring Mystic back up. This went from a done deal, a round that's over, to something that Fnatic can challenge for.
No charges left. For you.
I'm glad you said something, Tom, because that was like a deer in headlights. I can't believe what I just witnessed. That was frozen in place.
Uh-oh.
Kill on to Doma. Defuse tapped. Oh, lots of damage taken.
They're gonna save.
They realize it's not worth going for. I already know we're gonna get a replay of that, and I just want to request that the replay operators look deep into their soul, into their hearts, and don't do that. Don't do it to them.
The classic is cruel.
Roden's
That's what
a nice
I've learned today. The classic is cruel.
Roden's a very nice guy. Now, I mean,
yeah, we all like Roden.
We don't need to see that. We really don't. I just want to be clear. We do not need to see that. So no one says the casters are toxic, because I'm gonna laugh if it comes up. So please don't show it. That was hilarious. Honestly, though, please show it, because I want to laugh.
Someone's gonna say constant toxic. I am
wanted
toxic.
to shake the responsibility of being toxic, but also be toxic. That was hilarious. Possibly one of the most awkward fights I've witnessed in Valorant in the last year and a half.
I just
loved
like
every
how
second of it.
in that moment, Mystic had just accepted his fate.
Oh, he
and
was
just
dead, yeah,
crouched
he knew it.
in the corner, just like, I am dead.
Finish me.
Finish me.
They've dodged the flash with the cloudburst. That's worked out so well. They just wanted to get the orb. They run into the cloudburst then just to avoid the flash. These guys run out on long like, oh yay, there's no one here. Bang, 2 guys here shooting at you right away. That was gorgeous. BDS at a man disadvantage. Logan down, a very impactful kill. But Gatch has managed to seize a lot of space. One thing I'll say about Gatch, don't judge this man on his Jet stats. I don't want to hear anyone going, oh, actually, he was negative on opening duels. Blah, blah, blah. He has opened up so many sites for these guys. He's bought frenzies when the rest of the team is buying up so he can give someone a weapon and dive at them and die so that they can enter into the site and get space. I'm really enjoying watching Gatch play. I think he's a great Jet, but it's kind of off-brand. It's not like your normal Jet operator gameplay. It's more like the screen Jet that we saw for so long.
No.
That's not
Surely not. This is a lot of pistols in play at the moment, and there's only one man left. Durka has killed off 3 of them. It's going to be Akuma remaining, trying to turn the tide, but he's not going to be able to. Fnatic break back with what was a very weak purchase into this round. Some weird ones is what we're getting in this series. And, well, I feel like the guy who has to bring up the thrifty board is going to start, like, his fingers have got to be hurting by the end of today.
Yeah, I remember, you know, I'm glad we're not doing the call-outs right now, because I feel like every round would be a Red Bull clutch and a blast Playzilla thrifty. Anyone that was around for First Strike knows what's up. 10-7, Tom. Double digits for BDS. Fnatic. More than halfway. Is that good enough for you? More than 50% of the way, or do you want me to give exact percentages, Tom? You're going to give out again? Say, oh, it could be, you could have said 53%.
I want the exact. Now
well,
what?
7 out of 13 rounds obtained. 7/13ths of the way, you could say, to a victory. They've already taken... I'm not that quick, okay? No, Doma, very nice stuff. Shutting down that mid play, leaving Hoppy all alone. And he'll be hopping on to the next round with a frown on his face. 8-10. They're making it happen, man. Fnatic are really closing in the distance on BDS, and it should come as no surprise that I'm expecting an overtime on this map.
Yeah, to be honest, it seems like everything is pointing in that direction. The only thing for now is when's the break back from BDS, because we've now had not only a break back from Fnatic that was relatively clean, but also another round where they barely lost anyone. So we're looking at this for BDS as, okay, you don't want to let them back in. And that's the thing, like, I feel like it's very easy in this series to look at this from Fnatic's point of view. Like, they are the team that comes in as the favorites. They're the team that everybody expects. Well, everybody other than the people making a few pocket picks of like, oh, I'm edgy. I'm going to predict someone else to try and get through to Masters just to be different or whatever. But everybody expects Fnatic to be one of those Masters teams because of how well they did last time. BDS are a team that have always done well. They've always been in the VCT. They've always competed within it. But they've never had that sort of standout tournament, that victory, that spot at a big Masters event. So they may be on different storylines, at least for now, but for BDS, letting this one slip away from an advantage, it would be heartbreaking.
Oh yeah, it most definitely would. I think you have to look at it from a realistic perspective that, you know, BDS have constantly been on the cusp of Tier 1. They've been able to compete with Tier 1 teams, but never convincingly getting those wins up there, never making those super deep tournament runs past qualification. And that's really the legacy that they have right now. They're a contender, but not a champion. At this point, they're definitely more of a contender than I've ever estimated them to be. It's the best look of BDS that I've seen to date.
Even the one that's beat Alliance? No,
yes, Tom, let's move on. It is 10-8, and a buy from Durka left him all the way down on middle. We had Mystic with him at the start, but they decided to leave Durka as a lurk. He gets shut down after the 1 kill. The res comes in, but Magnum catches Hoppy unaware. And with that, that's the man advantage kept in equal territory. What was that from Akuma? The man has a death wish.
Yeah, not expecting anybody to be in that corner, looking to try and take space aggressively, and they've been caught because of it. There is actually a trip here as well. Very low down, so that's going to give a lot of information over. Already a couple of players ready and waiting. Cage going to be put up as well. Magnum's still in this corner. They haven't spotted him, but he won't get anything for it. Just opting to try and stay alive at the back of the site. Distracts and eventually will pounce with a kill. Make it his 3rd of the round. Surviving at the back, giving Fnatic now their 9th. And this is starting to slip away from BDS. Fnatic, this is their 6th map of the day, and they still are not down and out.
Has Magnum just taken the ult from the door from the defuse for a neural theft? Is this man absolutely mad? Boaster, I suppose Boaster is 0 out of 8, so they just felt a little bit more comfortable.
You might as well have the ult rather than
I guess.
have something in a couple of rounds.
This is something I'd like. Maybe Ryan could take a look at it. This round right here, the fact that you have Magnum baiting out like that, is he knows he's probably not getting a kill, but he starts making a lot of noise. He starts spraying at them on sight. Also that his teammate up on top of logs gets that angle and is able to fight. Look at the adaptation we're seeing from Durka. Yep. Consistently putting down that cloudburst so the flash doesn't reveal him to the enemies. That means then they'll walk out thinking, hey, we're all good. No one's here. Bang.
Oh, God.
To get knocked.
Welcome to the party. It just seemed like their whole team just crouched in the smoke. It's like nobody walk in that smoke. That is a death trap if ever I've seen one. Now they're going to smoke off Duck.
Oh, that was so close.
That was pixels away from 2.
I think he's taking the trigger off someone's gun with that shot. That was ridiculous. He's injured their finger. They can't shoot anymore. Also,
going to be popped. It's all leading in this direction. Mystic in the corner again. They don't check it properly. He's able to survive, but the squid will save at least one. The trade's again back thick and fast, and you have to bear in mind this was a weaker purchase. Somehow, every single time BDS seemed to make this competitive. Doma going to try and give a little bit of extra space to Magnum. The plant, not yet in. And they're going to try and bait the peak.
They've already gotten Roden. He has 3 kills in this round. Such a huge performer, leading Gatch to do it all. He knows where both players are, and it's safe to go and get that plant. Getting out of there is going to be another story. These guys can just group up, go for the 2v1, clear everything out, and that's exactly what they're doing. You can see Magnum dropping out of heaven as we speak. I know he's close, but he's close enough that one headshot will do it for him. The first and second, both delivered. How did Gatch get away with it? 11-9, BDS fly into the lead, and another weak buy that somehow gives the win to BDS. These guys are ridiculous on low econ buys. I cannot explain how they make it work so consistently. They'd even been spotted on A, Tom. Pretty much the whole team was A, and they knew it, and they still lost it.
I could not have made that easier.
So I asked a question earlier whether or not Gatch made it onto the clutch list. He's on the list. He's on the list.
He's
definitely good. Yeah, he's made the cut. Anybody who joins BDS from now on automatically becomes a clutch master, and well, this is not the start they were looking for. Durka down and out. Boaster, he's trying to make a risky play, but he might get caught here. Shock dart being sent through. But realistically, at this stage, BDS are just happy with the advantage, especially with the man that they've taken out.
You should run.
Lockdown, in effect. It's going to push them out of the A
shock
side.
Dart. He used it so they know that he can't destroy it.
Mm-hmm. As soon as you hear that coming in, you know you're happy. Boaster, Mystic. Oh, again? Mystic in the corner. It's the same corner. It's the same corner. Why have they not checked it again? How many times does Mystic need to get 2, 3, 4 kills from that corner before someone checks it? They've even pinged it now. I think someone's pinged it going, guys, check the goddamn. It was also the only corner not in the ult. That's a ridiculous oversight. Oh my.
The other thing as well is they don't have the squids this time to take the bullets for them. It's unbelievable. Like, that is... Sure, okay, huge props have to go to Mystic again, somehow saving Fnatic when they need it the most. He really is the hero that we need. Like, the guy that steps up for Fnatic every single time. But that is a massive mistake from BDS. A huge one at that. They've been spotted on the
Mystic's
push-in,
in the corner.
and of course, they don't check Mystic's corner. He's always in the right place at the right time. They finally were like, guys, just remember, if we walk into the A site, make sure to check that, well, Mystic isn't there anymore.
He's got 25 kills, man. Mystic's had such a good day. Oh, man.
If they win this and he's not MVP, I think we should just go on strike. I don't understand at this point.
2 rounds, back-to-back, hiding in a corner. BDS push into him, and he manages to get 7 kills across the 2 rounds with that. Putting them at 11-11. Like, that might look funny because Mystic's doing great. It's fantastic. It's so impactful. The timing of that happening at 11-11 now. BDS are recovering from what was essentially a slap in the face by a wet fish. I'm not calling Mystic a wet fish. I'm saying he utilized one.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's the equalization rounds. They were 11-9 up. They won themselves a huge victory. And then this happens. Now it's going to be an aggressive push in. Gacha gets away with it. Magnum's been caught, and Doma goes down as well. They may have been battered in the last couple of rounds, but they've turned it back into their favor. A chance for Durka, but Hoppy's not going to allow him back in. If Fnatic are going to do this, it either has to be the biggest clutch you've ever seen, or overtime.
Mystic's alive, and the position he's in is technically a corner, so I'm not going to count them out just yet. Fnatic have a chance.
He has to push them.
That is problematic, for sure. Fake little step going down. They're not worried. They're still staring right at this. They know exactly what's going on. And Mystic's maybe trying to make a little bit of noise, keeping them in position, maybe getting them to push him down, but they know they're not going to win this round. At this point, there simply is no time to go for it. And with Mystic falling, Boaster is the last alive. You can see on his face, he wants to get that damage. He wants to take them down, but he knows that victory is so far away. BDS will be saving 3 weapons, 2 at least. Boaster might just be able to catch Killjoy in towards the spawn. 3 seconds left on the clock, and indeed he did, taking Akuma down and making this a much more costly round. We hit match point. It's not just that, though. This is series, this is tournament point. Lower bracket run on the line. The winner of this faces off against 10-star. The loser is out of the running for Masters, and as it stands right now, it is looking like that might just be Fnatic that go home and go out of the running. A team that is definitely one of the favorites to make it to champions at the end of the year might be missing out on Masters, depending on what happens in this round here.
Well, if you predicted this at the beginning of challenges,
get your head examined.
You're an idiot, but let's move on from that. But here we go. 12-11. Now, there's a pretty decent damn buy coming in for Fnatic, but it's going to be this fast take once again. They're looking to put the pressure onto Magnum, and already Doma is going to drop a Magnum. He's managed to drop the spike. He's trying to survive in his hidey hole, and again, he's going to step up when they need him. It is just Magnum going ham. Takes 3 with him, and Mystic's there to close it. It is 12-12. It is overtime. We are going the distance again.
Overtime.
One more time, let's roll it up. I mean, Tom,
who could have predicted this?
Ask me if I'm surprised. Go ahead, because I'm.
Hey, Mitch, are you surprised?
I can't believe it, Tom. An overtime on Haven. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Never happens. I can't believe they pushed him 1 at a time, man. Look at the where's the coordination they had back towards spawn smoked? All they had to do was deal with that player, and it felt like everyone just got scared. The initial push, 1 player going in, okay, fair enough. I'm not going to critique that too harsh. But then when you've got 4 more behind and everyone kind of stalls and goes, after you, do you want to, should I peek? And then just goes out wide and dies 1 at a time. Come on, you're better than that. And I think BDS are going to be kicking themselves after that one, seeing the mistakes that they made. Now, into overtime we go. Fnatic not going to be playing with an operator. Same for BDS. This becomes a much more scrappy fight. And look at the difference in holding down the A site now. BDS have 2 players here. They're going for the deep Tiger, which was being covered in case he got pushed down. They know that short is clear at this point. The flash clears long, and now they start to rotate, content that they've got all the information they need. But what they don't know is that Fnatic have heard that flash go through. They heard the Tiger from the mid window, and they realized these guys have given up all the control at this stage. So let's go in and take some free real estate.
Blinded.
That's a lot of information, though. Straight away, the wall goes up. It is going to be broken. Or partly, at least. Dirk will get there eventually. Yeah, he only needs the 24 bullets he has remaining.
I've never seen that.
Headshot, so it's fine. He's got plenty.
They're running this clock way down.
Yeah. They've almost tried to pull the rotations with the wall break. They've still got the owl drone, but this is a lot of time that's being utilized. And the fact is, the alarm bot in there is going to give everything away. 20 seconds to make this execute work.
Akuma's on the backside, flashed up and dealt with. Magnum quick to take down Gatch. The rotating player dead to rights, and that is going to be Fnatic's plant. BDS quickly looking to mount a retake on this. Mystic overwhelmed by that, but the wide peak on long, maybe not such an ideal situation. BDS, smoke it off.
Oh, he stood up!
Oh, that timing for Doma is absolutely horrendous. Hoppy now going for the defuse. They've killed someone, and they're even throwing in utility. Hoppy, how's he still alive? 9 HP remaining. 1 headshot to Durka would do it, with a 4K from the man himself. But 13 on the board for Fnatic. They are fighting to stay alive in this tournament. They do not want to give up Masters here, and now they've retaken the lead at such a crucial point. One more round on the defensive side, and they will be knocking BDS out after what has been probably the longest day of their careers in Valorant so far. Certainly the most stressful.
Why, I think it's mine, I'll be honest. Like, this, if I had any hair left to tear out, it would be gone, but thankfully that's not an issue. You spoke about operators. Well, Durka will never shy away from a fight. We're going to see that pop flash once again, trying to almost push him off those angles, but it's looking like a faster play into mid. They have been spotted, though. Doma's utility giving them the information they needed. Now, if they don't check this corner, I'm going to be gone by the time the camera comes back onto us, because he's done this before and ended the round.
Oh, this is where things get scary. Mystic in a corner. Can never end well for the other team. Maybe BDS have got some sort of sixth sense. They walked towards it and said, oh, I don't know, man. There's a lot of corners in there. There's a lot. And Omen's still alive. I want to slow this one down, but they're still going. Moving forward gently. Boaster just received his recon back online. Mystic is blind. They haven't cleared the corner. They check it, but not in time. Roden is down. Spike on the floor. Flash deep. Buying time. Recon revealing. Fnatic. Man advantage to play with. All the players rotating in. This is a blunder by BDS. I don't know why the spike went first. Mystic's faking it out. They might think that he's moved out of position, but he's still up above Doma. Spraying away at the smoke. BDS on their last legs with 30 seconds left. They need to get into this site, or as site, and the spike is on its way towards A, but it seems like Akuma is getting a little bit scared of where to go. With 20 on the clock, they need to make a decision. They've got to go now or never, and there's still 4 players on B. This is it. It's done and dusted. Akuma's the last man left alive. With 10 seconds left, there is no way BDS win it, and Fnatic will move on in the lower bracket. BDS eliminated from VCT this stage. What an incredible series this has been, Tom, and what a lengthy one. Fnatic fighting tooth and nail for the upper bracket spot. They might have fallen, but here they put up a damn good fight. Good enough to make it to the next round and take on 10-star. Tom, I know I'm going to sleep like a baby tonight. That's for damn sure.
Well, I was going to say, like, if Doma had plans to go out celebrating on his birthday, I think the only thing he's going to get is just some sleep. Like, this has been one of the most unbelievable performances from a roster. Like, sure, well, I know you for sure expected that Fnatic would come in here, upper bracket, easy day, and that would be it. But they have grinded through it, overtime after overtime, a tough loss straight into another matchup, losing the first map dominantly, and they fought back through it. A team that has showed more tenacity than any roster I think we've seen in Valorant. I think that's fair to say. So well done to them. I do have to put a side note of massive commiserations to BDS. Like, I think we came into this expecting that they might not make it through to that, like, top 2, top 4, whatever you like. But the fact is, realistically, they could have won this series multiple times. And the fact that they've fallen here, it is devastating for them because they could have easily taken this, well, in map 2 even, with how close this has been.
Absolutely. Yep. BDS surprised us a lot. I have to say, you know, this is a roster, and I got to give them extra credit because of the fact that I said starting out this, if you see my predictions over on Twitter, I said these guys, they're not going to get anywhere, right? They're going to get knocked out pretty much straight away. They did lose their 10-star game.
Your prediction, right?
I know. I should have known better. That's on me. But they did well versus 10-star, close game. They came down to the lower bracket. They managed to beat Vitality 2-0 in glorious fashion. And now this Fnatic series has put more credit to their name than they've ever had before. In the initial Masters run they made, they earned a lot of respect in the EU scene, but this one honestly just blew me away completely. But Tom, you know what? We can't sit here talking all day. We've got to talk before we go to the break, before we go to the AD. We need to talk about the players of the match. We need to talk about a poll that I don't think anyone should have trouble with picking out a winner, but let's see. Durka, Boaster, and Mystic. Now, I think there's arguments for all of these players. Boaster playing the Odin alone, in my book, wins him that player of the match. The fact that Durka came in and had a fantastic series, but Mystic, come on. If you're not voting for Mystic, you weren't watching the same series as me. This my fandom of Mystic left aside, he played an incredible series here. So please, go and vote for Mystic, or whoever you think is technically player of the match.
Whoever you desire, as long as it's Mystic.
As long as it's Mystic, you're doing the right one. Look, we're going to be done for today, though, Tom. It has been one hell of a long day. But at long last, we're good to go, have a little bit of a rest. Plenty more Valorant action going on over the next couple of days, though, so do stick around. And, of course, we've got the Analyst Desk coming up in just a little bit. So stay tuned for them.
Welcome back once again to the VCT Challengers main event, where we just witnessed one of the longest days of Valorant we have ever had here in Europe. All thanks to Fnatic, who have just managed to qualify to the next round in this lower bracket. I'm Yinsu, and I'm joined now by Fnatic's IGL Boaster. Hello, Boaster. Welcome to the show. Apologies for keeping you for a bit longer because of... Okay, I mean, I'll take a nap as well. You can do the interview yourself.
I wasn't napping. I was dead. I was absolutely dead.
Oh, that's even worse. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll get Durka to come over and res you. I'm sure he's going to be able to do that. He's been doing that all day today. But yeah, first of all, what a day. You guys have pretty much played, 6 hours of Valorant non-stop. How relieved are you that this is over?
Honestly, yeah. I mean, I'm relieved that it's over in the good way, in that we get to play again tomorrow. But yeah, I was dead. I mean, the whole series, the Giants series, like, I couldn't hit a shot. I don't know what was happening. I don't even know what's going on. I'm just absolutely dead. And then, Doma, mate, are you all right? Are you talking in my interview, mate? He's his birthday boy, and it's chatting away, and I'm trying to talk. It's like I got someone in my ear. Doma, go out the room, mate. Yeah, is it talking to your mum?
I think we should allow it just this once. It's his birthday, you know. We'll allow it. Yeah. But that did seem like one of the toughest 2 series we've ever seen you guys involved in. Would you say that today was the toughest day in your Valorant career so far?
Yeah, I think so, because I mean, there's been like heights of difficulty. You got the Sentinels game, you've got like other games that we've had. I think today was a really tough day, like for me personally, because we go out losing to the Giants, obviously, and I'm just like, I felt like the loss was on me, to be fair. I just wasn't present again. And then we go into against BDS straight after, and the whole team, like, we weren't, you know, like when you lose and you're like, I guess like we're used to losing now, so we lose Icebox, and then the whole mood was like just kind of mellow, like we're too chilled. So I went outside and I took all the boys outside and I just started shouting at them. Telling them like, you ain't a bunch of effing losers, boys. I'm not looking at this mentality of you guys being happy about us losing at Icebox when the Icebox is our map. And I just went off to town with them. And then I don't know if Doma was scared or if he was hyped or anything, but I started screaming at them. And then we were going up the stairs on the way back to the room, and I was like, who are you putting in your pocket? And then we were all like marching, and we were all saying who we're going to put in our pocket. And somehow we managed to find the energy, and that was it, really. Like, we found the energy, and then we somehow got bind back. So maybe Fnatic's good at bind again. So teams, better watch out. Don't play us on bind. And then, Haven was a kind of fiesta, but we'll take it.
I do feel like we have to talk about that bind. Apologies if you guys are as sick of talking about your bind, but you know, we are seeing kind of a fall we didn't expect from you guys. You are once the best bind team, arguably in the world, and now your team comps, they're changing every single time we see you, pretty much. So do you take the victory against BDS as a positive towards your composition, or do you feel like maybe next time we see you tomorrow, you're going to come back with something else?
Yeah, I think I see it as a positive, because if you compare the BDS game CT side to the Giant CT side, I think it was really squeaky bum time again, but I think we did improve a little bit. We did learn from our mistakes from last time. Yes, we made some mistakes again, but we managed to keep ourselves in the game and actually win it. So I'm pretty happy with the boys for that performance. It wasn't easy, and yeah, the meta's changed. You know, we set the meta on bind, and now people have adapted. You got the Ascend comps coming in, everyone's running that, and yeah, it seems to be pretty strong. And bind is just an absolute, like, I don't even know what's going on half the time anymore. I used to be like Astra, just being like, this is my map, but now I'm like, what is going on? Let's just go here. Oh, great, there's 4 there. Oh. dear.
Well, that is the nature of the game. You know, it's evolving. Lastly, before I let you go for a well-deserved rest, TenStar, you got them up next. It's the UK derby a little bit there. You guys are very familiar with them. You even have some of your ex-teammates on that team as well. What do you think you need to do to take them down tomorrow? Because you have already beaten them in this stage.
Yep, I think all we need to do is come in with full confidence. We get hyped. We make good decisions. We don't need any big hero plays, but we need people trusting each other that we can make those plays like to keep us in the game, you know? And that's what was happening. You saw Mystic come up big, Magnum on the C-bombs out on Haven. We just need more of that, more confidence, and just making sure we don't fall off mentality-wise and we stay in the game. As for that, we just play our game. And yeah, I mean, today against Giants, like I said, I'm very annoyed at that game and I'm very disappointed in myself. And that's, I hope, and this ain't going to happen again, but we TenStar and whoever we play next after, I'm coming in like fist blazing, you know what I'm saying? Oh.
Unfortunately, I know exactly what you're saying. But, I conserve your energy booster and go get a good night's sleep. And we'll see you back here on stream tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Yinsu.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna bring in Jess and Ryan into this. I gotta say, Ryan, I think Boast is the only person on the planet that will go 6+ hours non-stop playing Valorant and then give an interview where he's shadowboxing.
Oh yeah, definitely. He was like a kid because he was just rambling at the point where he's just talking on and on. It's like, all right. Just lay down, There you go. He just needs a minute. But I think I saw like a little bit on Reddit for the first series against Giants. A lot of people kind of going in on Boaster because statistically he was down there. Wasn't played as well. But what he said about taking people into the parking lot and shooting at them until they were good, you don't see that on VLR.gg. You don't see that on stats websites. You don't see it talked about on Reddit. And it really goes to show that, like, there's so much about him as an individual that needs shouting out. But like he mentioned, Magnum, this was insane playing in this position, the lovely stuff. Mitch pointed out, like, Magnum baiting so Doma could get a kill on logs. And Magnum still survives there. Is just absolutely nuts overall. I just say that Fnatic have done amazingly to come back here. It's just about taking that to the next level and beating TenStar.
And yeah, I completely agree with you
my
there.
apologies. I was muted there. I was going absolutely nuts there for you, so I promise.
Everyone's allowed one mute. It's fine. You've used up your one mute now, but yes, Jess, carry on.
It is. I wanted to jump in and sort of like ping pong on the point of what Ryan just put there, because, you know, I have quite a big background in psychology, human behavior, and things that you don't see on the stat pages, for example, is the fact that these players were also in a fight, flight, freeze sort of momentum as well. I mean, they were in really overtired state, and what that does to the human brain is it forces them to release a lot of adrenaline. And I mean, maybe that's what happened, you know, to Boaster in that moment when they got into the parking lot. Everyone's tired, lots of adrenaline is releasing, and he just turns around, he just lets it out. And I mean, then all the adrenaline kicks in for everyone else, and this is probably where we saw that revitalization from Fnatic there. So yeah, I liked how Ryan brought that up, because we don't discuss this enough about the psychology, the physiology of players. And in that moment where they're playing 6 hours of Valorant straight, that is a very real discussion to have.
It's a captain. It's captain.
I also, just the image in my head of him saying, I don't know if Doma's just scared or he was hyped. I cannot imagine Doma being scared of Boaster, like, in any situation ever. But like you both have pointed out, you know, they had a great performance today to be able to bring this back. But now, is this going to be enough? Because today was just about staying alive, Jess. They haven't actually made it to EMEA yet.
No, exactly right. And look, I think it's probably good for Fnatic that their next opponent will be TenStar, because then that will throw them into the lower final, and then they'll go up against whoever the loser from Team Liquid and Giants will be. So in my mind, if there was an opponent I had to pick between Giants, Liquid, and TenStar of the remaining opponents they could have had, I probably would say TenStar is their best and biggest chance, just because TenStar, they've had a really good run, kind of the same way that we were speaking about Giants as well. But I don't think they're right at the echelon that Giants is at right now. So it's probably a good time to knock them down a peg.
Yeah, well, you know, Boaster spoke about, he blamed himself a lot for that Giant series, but we saw a lot of positives as well today. And Ryan, some truly crazy things coming out of both of these teams. I know you've got a round ready you want to discuss.
Yeah, I mean, there was quite a few. It was really hard to gauge which direction it was going and who to really highlight. But this one, it was the first round of overtime. And there's something about Fnatic, when they do go to overtime on Haven, unlike Ascent, they actually don't worry about this. So what they did initially, they went up A long. You'll notice a bit of a sage wall on that area. And Durka broke it. And it kept all three of those players in at that point. This is a nice execute. And again, Doma looking better on the sky. That's an amazing flash, an even better peak. And the scaling that's now coming out of Fnatic here, you'll see the Shrouded Step to put Mystic onto a nice angle. He doesn't win the duel here, but it's just the fact that Fnatic are able to go over to A initially. They get walled off, they break it. BDS, I think, panic a little bit too much and have 3 players over there just watching one site that is absolutely barren. Fnatic use that, they split through Garage, they break the alarm bot, they go through here. It's still a bit close for comfort, like Boaster missing up on the aim duel a little bit there. But it's just that adaptation, the fact that Fnatic were able to pull out those smart plays right at the depth after playing 6 hours is a testament. I think 10 Star tomorrow is the brain game. I think this series was really fun because BDS were just hitting some nasty shots. It was all brawn, it was all mechanics. 10 Star are going to go in for a different mindset. They're going to play Breeze, they're going to play Icebox, they're going to want to play Split, but that's going to get banned out. So yeah, Fnatic need to be switched on with their brains because it's going to be a tough match in that department.
Well, speaking of brains and nasty shots as well, I'm so glad that Twitter this time around have made the correct decision because they have voted Mystic as the player of the match. Now, Mystic, he's been around for a long time since the beta. Him and Boaster kind of stuck around for a long time as well throughout the Summon FC days and now to Fnatic. And Jess, it feels like Mystic, you know, he's never really properly been recognized on this team as that star player because that's always fallen to Durka or Doma before Durka's arrival. So it's great to see him get some recognition today.
Yeah, I mean, earlier on in the day, we were like, yeah, it's the Durka Doma show, the D&D, if you want to put it that way. And we were really highlighting those two players. You're absolutely right. And then, of course, we get into this series, the Do or Die series, and Mystic was just on something. I mean, if you look to map 1, okay, he was on the Viper. He didn't necessarily have the most aggressive, but he was playing a bit more supportive. So I'm going to put that, you know, map 1 Icebox to the side. We get on to Bide, and the man just goes aggro Viper, like times 20, gets a mass amount of kills, but you know, that works out well for them. And for Haven, when he gets on the Omen, it was incredible. So between his Omen and Viper plays, he accrued an ACS of 240 and he had a plus 18 on his KD. And he was positive in his opening deaths and kills. So the man had everything going for him and a super high headshot percentage as well, if we want to add that little cherry on top.
Yeah, I think a lot of people in Iceland called Mystic a land animal, like a land animal. So I'm glad that's been able to kind of translate over now. He's back here in Europe. But that sort of closes everything out for our 2 best of 3s today. And the bracket now looks a little bit funky. Maybe some people didn't expect some of the outcomes we had today. But of course, the upper bracket, we have that one more game left, which is going to be Team Liquid versus Giants and Fnatic versus 10 Star. But today, we got to say goodbye to 2 more teams, Ryan, and it's BDS and RixGG.
Yeah, BDS, even though they have, I think, like 10 points, 20 points maybe in the VCT circuit, not enough to make last chance qualifiers. I gotta say, the 6-player roster, it impressed me. I thought they did relatively well, and I'm curious to see what they do in the future. RixGG did well as well. The fact that it's come down to these 4 teams is interesting, though. I don't think 10 Star is just gonna be a surefire loss just because they're playing up against Fnatic. I think that could be a really good series, but I think I need to see Fnatic 2-0 that series, you know, see a bit more of a controlled, okay, we're back, we were on the brink, but now we're actually going to perform and go into the losers bracket final, a qualifying day for EMEA with a bit more momentum.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day tomorrow, but unfortunately we're not going to have you two with us, so I want a quick prediction from the both of you. Jess, at the end of tomorrow, who do you see coming out of this?
I said from the very beginning, and I don't really want to be the person that wavers away from my prediction, I said I wanted Fnatic and Liquid in the finals. I'm going to stand by that, and it's still a possibility after that beautiful series today to keep Fnatic in it. So I'm going to stand by my word.
Oh, okay, Ryan, are you going to give us some curses now?
Do I want to? No, I will. I am on the Giants train 100%. They're going to beat Liquid tomorrow. I think 10 Star are going to lose to Fnatic. Hopefully, I guess at least, because I want to see this Fnatic team qualify for EMEA. But I just think that, like, Giants, they're on a roll right now. Vamos to them. And yeah, let's see them take on a informed Liquid have surprised quite a few people that they're even in this far, which really goes to show how much of a fall they've had recently.
I mean, basically what you're both saying is no matter what happens, Team Liquid play Fnatic at some point.
That's true,
Because
yeah.
that just feels like, that feels like what's going to happen and unfold here. But that is everything we have for Europe. But if you guys feel like 6 hours is not enough because you just love Valorant this much, I know Ryan is probably going to go do this right after we end the show. Over there in NA, our little brothers, I like to call them, they are also having some incredible matches. I believe the last time we checked, Genji versus TSM were deep into overtime. That's going to be on Valorant Esports 2, twitch.tv/, of course. And V1 version 1 versus T1 is going to be on Valorant Esports 4. Ryan, these two matchups are both pretty exciting.
Yeah, that overtime is still going on. 21-22 between Genji and TSM. It's been going on for an hour and a half, and they're in break currently, so I don't know what's happened there. But in any case, full best of 3 being played out between V1, who made it to Reykjavik, and T1, who are now on a nice little bit of form. So yeah, NA is stacked right now, and there's still plenty of games to go on, but I think Wardell's on like 50 kills right now, so we'll see how that goes.
I mean, Jess, it's just typical, right? Like, we've had a long day, but NA are like, no, we got to beat you at everything. We're going to have an even longer day.
Oh, it's like this NA over EU, EU over NA. I mean, at the moment, okay, we get it. NA's slightly better, and they also want to be better in the overtimes and how long the broadcasts go for. Take it away, because I get to go jump in bed in a moment, spread out with the fan on, and I'm going to be fine. So, and Fnatic made it through, so I'm having a good day.
Yeah, well, it's been a great day here having both of you with me, of course. Congratulations once again to the teams that made it through. And sadly, we've had to say goodbye to Rix, GG, and BDS. Thank you to Mitch and Tom as well for holding down the fort on the mic, as always. And thank you to you guys for watching at home. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. CEST for that all-important qualification day, starting with Team Liquid versus Giants. We'll see you then.
One enemy remaining. Defenders win.
I hope, and this ain't gonna happen again, but
This dark sky, I know that we can make it bright. I promise if you're right with me, we'll find a better place to be. Please take me. Drive all night and soak up all the city lights. I promise if you're right with me, we'll find a better place to be.
nighttime, I just need my sidekick. Sexy in that leather with the tight fit. Try to get between us, I'ma start a riot. Look how she roll it up. There ain't no room in this two-seater, you can't roll with her. It's getting hot up in the city, but don't keep it tucked. I put that tennis on your neck, make sure you cold enough. Yeah.
Shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death.